Hello. Welcome to the FIDE Grand Swiss 2023 round number 8. And guys, it is extremely exciting for all of us because who is leading? We have Vidit Gujarati leading this tournament. Can you believe that? In the men's section. And Vaishali leading in the women's section. How awesome can that get? And there you have, we have a poll in the chat. What is your prediction for today? Vidit wins, Naka wins, plain or a simple draw. They're all prepared and it's just a plain simple draw. Or it's going to be a long 7 hour complex draw. Guys, do vote for this thing, and look at that thumbnail beautifully made by Abhyudaya. We are at this tournament which has started from 23rd November. It's been a long time and it's coming towards an end. Actually, it does end on 5th November. This has been the time control. We all have been aware of it. We are all sleeping late at 3 a.m. I mean, in India at least. But 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And there you have 30 seconds increment from move number 1. That is for the men's section. For women's section, we have 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move number 1. So that is because it is the time control is similar to candidates, and it's a very long game. We can see here going to the prize fund for open section, it's $460,000 total prize fund, and for the women's section it is $140,000. That's the total prize fund. Here we have for FIDE candidates, that's the race right now, and 2 of them are going to get qualified from here. Can we try to dream of both players, both Indians qualifying? Okay, there is a chance only for 2 guys right now to qualify, and that's Vidit and Arjun. This has been the tournament, super tough event there, and we are on 2nd November. Today is going to be round 8, and that's the thing for all of you guys. What's up in the chat? We will be joined by International Master Saravanan very soon. Also, all of you, have you been watching the commentary since day one, or have you just started following it up since, Vidit is leading, Arjun is playing well, Vaishali? Let me also show you the pairings very quickly. Let's go here. Just give me a moment. There we have for today the pairings. Vidit Gujarati, board number 1, sole leader. First, let me just give you a quick look in the standings. Vidit Gujarati on top spot here. Very proud moment for all of us as of now. Followed by Alexander Predke, who is on number 2. And then we have Etienne Bakro. Then we have Esipenko. And then there we have Arjun Erigasi. So in top 5 as of now in the standings, we do have Arjun and Vidit. Then we have Nihal Sareen on 4 points, Pragnananda on 4 points, and Narayanan on 3.5. But if you talk about coming in the first 2, there is point wise, I guess only Arjun and Vidit have the chance. Okay, going to the pairings of today, we have Vidit versus Naka. Okay, let me just get Saravanan there, who is joining us. Hello, Sarah. How are you today?
Hey, Amruta. I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm great. We are live already. And here I was just showing them the pairings. Maybe you can also take it through.
Yeah. So give me the stream on the Zoom also.
Yep. Did you get it?
Yeah, sure. I'm good. Yeah.
And also, guys, I'm going to get the bars which tell us what's happening in all the games. A beautiful thing by Rakshit he's developed for us here. So these are the pairings for the men's section I have, and these are the pairings for the women's section I have. So yeah, Sarah, are you able to see them? Should I read it? Should I read them?
I have it in front of me as well. Of course,
Okay, great, perfect.
I've of course seen it since morning. What is happening? Because two of our boys are doing well, and especially Vidit, who is on lead, sole lead, which is such a pride for India, and he is playing the indomitable Hikaru Nakamura, rated 2780, American Grandmaster, known for his quick play skills, and of course, one of the top players in the world right now. So that top board pairing is fantastic. And also the fourth board, Arjun Erigaisi is playing against Yuri Kusubo. So these are two fantastic pairing which are catching my eye.
In the men's
What's
section, yes.
about the women's section?
In women's section, Vaishali is playing with wait a second. She's playing with Sophie Millet today. That's the pairing. Sophie Millet. Okay, but the games have started, Sarah. And what has Vidit played for e4, c5? He's gone for c3. He's gone for Allapin. Has he played that before? Now, that's a question I definitely am very curious about. Can we have a look at it with its games?
Yeah, it doesn't come to my mind at all. Off the cuff, I cannot confirm whether he has played it or not. But I'm very sure, once again, players at this level, he would have faced it with the black pieces. So players at this level, mastering any opening is not at all something difficult for them. And especially when he plays c3 against Hikaru Nakamura in such an important top board game, that means definitely he would have made home preparation before the tournament for the particular opening.
For sure. And he has played once Alapin with Parham Maksudlu. That was in Tata Steel India Rapid. So, I mean,
Right.
it's very, I'm sure it's going to be hard for Nakamura to guess whether it will play Alapin. But if you remember, Nakamura had played that Alapin and some line with A6. Kind of, maybe was that Jahangir, that line in Alapin? We were looking at.
Yeah, exactly. Something related to that. But this move is very crucial. Basically, what Nakamura is going to choose now. And okay, whatever it is, first of all, playing the Alafin signals that today Vidit does not want to be ambushed in any preparation. That is one. And second is he wants to keep control of the game and play. He doesn't want to open up the position. He doesn't want to keep the position out of control. That is a very important thing. So he wants to play for, so to say, two results, as we say in chess. You make sure that the position always stays in your control, but at the same time, you push for a win if the opportunity arises. So as much as possible, pull down the chance of getting into a minus position anytime, or even giving up control and going for unnecessary tactics. So that is what he signals with this move, I'm sure.
So in some way, he is going for a safer approach by playing Alapin here.
Well, you can say that. I wouldn't say safer approach, but definitely, let's say a calmer approach. That would be a better way to put it.
Yeah. Nice. Oh, and I just remembered, maybe it was Ronak versus Nakamura, which had Alapin.
Yeah. Correct. It was Ronak versus Nakamura, which had Alekin earlier in the same floor.
Yeah, by the way, before you came, somebody had written in the, Chalchitra says, watching Venkat Saravanan while eating at Sarvana Bhavan is utter bliss.
Welcome, dude. If you're going to Saravana Bhavan, do taste the Kara dosa. It is a speciality of Saravana Bhavan nowadays.
Which one? Which dosa?
See, masala dosa is something the whole country knows. There is something called Kara dosa. Kara means actually spicy.
Oh.
It's not necessarily spicy. It has a different taste. That's the point.
Got it. That's a suggestion for you, a recommendation. No, he doesn't just give book recommendations, but also
That is another thing. Chess players are also, most of the chess players are foodies. It comes
Hmm.
with a travel and it comes with an open mind generally. Anyway, what about the next game? What
Yes.
about
So
what's
so here Vidit is going for a standard Alapin until now. We have to see what Nakamura will come up with. Later I'll also check Ronak's game once. He goes e6. He goes e6 here. Going to Arjun's game and checking out the opening. He went d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, knight f6, c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop g5, bishop no, c6. He will go c6, e3, and bishop e7. It's like the most, like, this is when you start playing chess. Even in the beginning, this is what you first start playing with, right? For
is
if
one
you're
of the
playing
earliest
d4, yeah.
Queen's Gambit declined. It's called as this particular structure with the e3, d4 with no c pawn for white, d5, c6 with no e4 or e pawn for black. It's known as the Carlsbad structure. So basically a very dynamic opening. Many interesting lines here. I'm very curious to see what basically Arjun is going to choose because, the whole world goes knight g2, queen c2, castles, and then going f3 later on and all that. So whether he's
Hmm.
going to go the beaten track or he's going to go something new, that's what I'm very curious today.
He played h3 over here. He did not go for any of the top main lines of knight f3, knight e2, and queen c2. He goes h3. How common is this move h3? Or is it like
Actually,
a recent? Yeah,
there is a very nice nuance here. Instead of h3, if you can go with the moves knight f3,
yeah.
rook e8, castles, knight bd7, queen c2, knight f8, let's say. See, in such kind of positions, h3 is a very common move, discouraging black from playing bishop g4 in some lines. For example, h3 was, as to my knowledge goes, h3 was one of the favorites of Anatoly Karpov in 70s, 80s. Sorry, I don't know why, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
that was one of my, h3 is one of Karpov's favorite. That is one. Second is if you can go back to the position without h3. Here, yeah, go back much further. I mean, to position where Arjun, if you don't mind. Thank
Hmm.
you.
Yeah.
So here, there is a very interesting line which was played by none other than Alexander Alekhine, which goes queen c2. Let's say black goes the same thing, rook e8, knight g2, knight bd7. Now, Alekhine in 2 games he has played h3, knight f8, and now one of the games he went g4 here, if my memory
Ooh.
serves me. So this is a completely different way to handle the Carlsbad structure. You go triple O and the knight goes to G3. There is an F5 juicy square on F5 and all that. So
Wow.
early H3 started as a kind of a cat and mouse game. By playing H3 early, I'm kind of tempting black as to what are you going to do.
Hmm.
And there are certain lines where black plays knight A6 and all that. So by playing H3, he kind of discourages it in a way.
So
So this
it's
is
like a
one of the
waiting move, what you're saying, in some way to ask black what he's going to do here. That's really
waiting as well
interesting.
as asking black to show his hand. After all, what I told, all the black moves, they are not the common moves here. So it is to ask a question to black. See, for example, there are
He
many
hmm.
variations in, if you, instead of h3, for example, if you go normal nf3, there it may be possible to play knight h5 here and try to exchange the bishop away.
Not h5. Bishop
Knight h5, yeah,
e7.
straight away.
Oh, you don't have bishop e7, queen e7, bishop h7, check. Ah,
Yeah,
sorry. Queen is not on c2. Ah,
yeah, yeah.
good.
So h3 is kind of discouraging knight h5 variation at this point. That's another nuance there. So these are basically some
Wow.
opening nuance just to, get black to show his hand, waiting move,
Very
or to confuse
nice.
him about white's own intentions and all that. These are all, delights of modern opening theory, which, we would love to understand whenever top players play.
Very nice, actually. And so at some point, had this opening become something like, how Rai Lopez was getting saturated. Similarly, the Kaspat very year also it was getting saturated with the same plans for white, rook b1, b4, b5, for black, the typical. Uh,
Every opening is saturated that way. So everyone's finding every other way to play something other than the main.
hmm. Nice. No, this was amazing ideas which you showed. So h3 means Arjun could, we don't know, but he could also keep that something g4 like thing in mind. What was played by Kuzubo was rook e8 over here, and now Arjun develops the knight to f3. Things for
Okay, so
e4
that means he
variants.
just wanted to discourage black from playing that early knight h5 variation. That's about it.
Got it. So Arjun's opening, we will get to know how it goes. Going to Vaishali's round. Vaishali is playing with the white pieces, and she's played e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. She's very coolly and calmly shifting between bishop c4 and bishop b5 that way. In fact, Vaishali also used to play d4 Scotch, and she had this h4 line, very interesting in her preparation. But here she is going for the solid Rai Lopez, bishop a4, knight f6, short castle, bishop went to c5, c3, b5, and she goes bishop b3, d6, a4 over here. b4 was played by Sophie. They both seem to be in preparation, and Vaishali goes d4, already d4 on the board. Is this
So this is basically
preparation?
the Rylopus molar variation,
Mm-hmm.
one of the sublines of the molar variation. Generally for a4, black plays bishop g4 in that position. I'm sorry, bishop g4 not without castle. Let us say for a4, rook b8 can take you to a variation of there is a cousin of the molars to that variation. No, it'll come to me. I'll tell you.
Okay.
So basically, by playing b4, I think already this is a little bit of off the beat, let us say.
Oh, rook b8, yeah, already. So who has changed? Who has deviated from the very main line according to you? Do you want to go
Uh,
to ChessBase?
yeah, I will go to ChessBase and check it.
Here also I have it in front of me. So Vaishali's game, if we go, she went bishop a4, knight f6, castle or main line, bishop c5, c3, also the main line, b5 was played, bishop b3, still the main line. Here she played a4, which is played in 1690 games. d4 directly is the main line, but a4 is also very popular. b4 is actually deviation. Only 26 games. You were right.
Yeah,
Rook
as
b8
usual,
is the main line.
yeah, rook b8 is the main line there. Again, there are some small nuances here. Before, if you go to one more before, castles, bishop c5, right? Was
Yeah.
the earlier played in the game. One
Castles, bishop c5.
here, castles, bishop c5 is the molar. Yeah, I got the other variation. Instead of bishop c5, generally black plays b5 first. This is called as the archangel's variation. Bishop b5, bishop b3, b5, bishop b3, now bishop c5. This is called as the archangel variation.
Okay.
So the point of molar is
Sorry.
castles, bishop c5. The point of molar is, if you can go one more before.
Sorry, where bishop
Can
c5?
you go one more before? Instead of b5, bishop c5, direct bishop c5. See, the point of molar is now black plays b5. Castles, bishop c5, rook e1. c3, I'm sorry, c3. c3, the idea of c3 is to play d4. b5, now bishop b3. Now d6. Now for a4, black plays bishop g4 here. This is the point of the molar. in Archangel, if you can go to
Yeah.
the earlier variation of the Archangel, b5, bishop b3, and bishop c5. Yeah, bishop b3. Now for a4, black is forced to play rook b8. So actually, Molar was invented to avoid a4, rook b8 mainly.
Oh. But rook
But in
b8
this
is
game,
possible. No, I mean, in this one here, over here, you're saying rook b8 is played and it's good for black. Like, who is avoiding? White is avoiding, black is avoiding. I didn't get that.
black is avoiding, Amruta. See, let me say I'm a Puritan. When you play a4, I don't want to give up the control of the a file. So when I play rook b8 here, for example, now if white takes ab5, ab5, now the a file is under white's control, correct?
Yes.
Now let's go back to the Molar move order, which has been played.
Bishop c5,
Okay.
c3.
Yeah, now c3, b5, bishop b3, d6. Now if you play a4, there is no need to play rook b8. I can play bishop g4, giving up the control of the, not giving
Oh,
up the control of the a file. This is the
got it.
point behind. But, in this
Hmm.
particular game, b4 may be a small, as again, anything and everything goes now. So maybe b4 is just, I don't want to play bg4 as well as b rook b8 because, okay, bg4 also has its minus points. After all, let's say if h3 now. If you play bishop f3, you give up the two bishops. And if you play bishop h5 instead of bishop h3, yeah, the bishop is not well placed now.
Hmm.
White can
At
play
some
d3,
point,
and b2, and all that.
g4 will also be a problem. Wow.
G4 might come if black plays double oak here. So this was the point. Let's say that there are arguments on all the sides. It's not very, it's not black and white that this is a good variation, this is a worse variation. But
Yeah.
all said and done, b4 is a little surprising.
Yeah, so she went before, and of course, she has the 1 hour 32 minutes, means it is her preparation. Who has played that move already? Kramnik has played against Nepomniachtchi. Gawain Jones has played, Michael Adams, Niels. So, strong players have played it, but maybe majorly to kind of avoid, to surprise the opponent. It seems like that. D4, it went with Bishop A7, D takes E5, Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen d8. So it could go into an queen endgame, endgame. If I check the position, what happened in the game, Vaishali's game, b4 was played and she went d4 and Sophie went bishop a7 with 1 hour 32 minutes still. So clearly preparation.
Obviously, this is preparation. Okay. Vaishali has taken a little bit more time, but I'm very sure that she would have definitely seen it somewhere down the line. So, okay, I think logically speaking, white should be a little bit more comfortable compared to the Molar here. After all, for a4, you have played b4 already. See, for example, when the pawn is already on b5 and black has played bg4, it is after all a development
Yeah.
move rather than playing b4, which is just a pawn push. See, for example, here if I support e1 with rook e1, let us say, already.
Your camera is gone, by the way. I think something wrong. Yeah, you're back.
Okay, so basically, if you play a rook e1 here supporting e4, already white is attacking the b4 pawn, capture the b4 pawn here. So, b4 is after all a pawn move, and any unnecessary pawn move in the opening is not desirable. So I'm very sure it is not as sound as, let us say, the main lines of the Molar or the Archangels, but at the same time, definitely Millet is not going to play it in such an important game in an important tournament unless she has something up her sleeve. So it is going to be an interesting battle. The opening battle itself is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, also, and Vaishali has been playing amazing Italian and Lopez in general. Her understanding, which we can see, has been beautiful. So sometimes these deviations it might be the reason that she is going for such a deviation. So great preparation until now by Millet, and Vaishali is thinking for time she is down to 1 hour 16 minutes, and that's going to be a long thought there. Going to once again Vidit's game. on top board. D4, knight f6, knight f3, e6, knight a3, and queen goes to d8. So after queen d8, Vidit has been thinking for 12 minutes. Not really sure because queen, maybe knight c6 is one main move, but queen d8 should also be the main move, right? Or is it not?
Definitely, it is playable. In fact, I have seen Nakamura play it in Blitz earlier also, Queen D8. You know, what do I say? I take Queen D5 and I go Queen D8, which means I have solidly given 2 tempi plus for white in the opening. But in return, the knight on A3 is not a, let us say, well-developed piece or a well-placed piece. That is in black's defense. See, giving up a tempo and rather 2 tempi in the opening and playing, again, modern chess, कुछ भी चलता है.
That's the point. So, but why is Vidit thinking is a very big question because it's really a main line there, and 12 minutes are pretty huge over here. Should also give Nakamura some confidence while he's thinking. So that is something which is deeper than what we are sensing. Let's see. But what's happening in the chat? Narendra says, Sagar says today's video on who wants to be a millionaire was awesome. Very, very nice questions and amazing answers by Sutowski. Oh yeah, do check that out. Like Sutowski's knowledge is just completely brilliant about the chess history and he loves such quizzes. So I think Sagar was helped by his friends. How can I forget the names? Okay, but I think his friends did help him to prepare, so they had created the questions. Very nice. Yes, yeah, Saravanan, you might enjoy to see that later whenever you get free. That's a very nice video with Emil.
We'll do that.
Quiz with Emil.
So our chat is asking for the bars already.
Yeah, yes.
Time to get the bars. The games are going to get complex.
कुछ भी नहीं मिला तो चलेगा chat को, but bars they can just sit there quietly. Did you get a good sleep yesterday after? Because I think you left the last moments of Arjun's game, and yesterday it did end in a draw. It was a draw at that point of time. So
yeah, I did check it out in the morning. Yeah, the moment I get off the commentary screen, I crash to sleep because I do have full days apart from the commentary in the evenings also. Of course, I'm enjoying the whole thing, but yeah, it is what to say. You can't have your cake and eat it too, so it's okay. Once in a while, it's fine.
Yeah. So guys, while I'm getting maybe I'll go to another game and then I will get the bars as well. After Arjun, we have, by the way, today's one interesting matchup is Aronian versus Neiman.
Yes.
And this is the position here. Aronian is white. They're still in the preparation.
Once in a while, my camera is getting on and off.
Why
so
is that happening?
It's a loose connection with my USB hub. So I'll just set it with a minute.
Sure. Okay, so guys, we have to see many games. So Pragg's game over here, if we have a look at it, D4, knight F6 was played. Narendra says Levon versus Hans. Queen exchanged on move 8th of Berlin defense. They are going to play the long endgame then. India-Sri Lanka match, it seems, is going on. That's why these updates there. Pragg's position, NF3, NF6, C4, E6, knight C3, C6. Do we have the Slav defense here? E3, bishop E7, queen C2, short castle, B3, D takes. Is your camera fine now?
Yeah, it's a semi-Slav. So yeah, everything is fine here.
What is the difference between Slav and semi-Slav?
Basically, D4, if you go to the first three moves, D4, D5, C4, C6, knight F3, knight F6.
Yeah.
E6 mode, C6, knight C3. Here, if black captures d cross e4, it is a Slav, pure Slav. And if black doesn't capture, if he plays e6 here, it is a semi-Slav. And here, if white plays bishop g5, it is called as the Botvinnik variation of the Meron. It's a very strong variation. And instead, if white plays e3, that is semi-Slav, and typical variation is knight bd7, bd3, bc4. This is the very famous Meron variation of the semis.
Yeah. The G4 ideas and all will come in this variation only, right?
Yeah, no, that is a queen c2 variation. If you go back earlier, instead of bishop d3, if white plays queen c2, now bd6 is the common move, bishop d6. Now g4 is the inverse Shiro, which I probably you were referring to, yeah?
Oh, I know this, but I wasn't aware it was Shiro's thing.
Yeah, the story behind that variation is Shiro claims he and his Latvian fellow Latvian grandmaster Shabalo, Alexander Shabalo, they invented it when they were lazily moving pieces around, and they invented G4. But of course, the whole world has another theory to it, how lazy they were and why they were lazy.
Nice, nice. Okay.
And once this was done, all kinds of G4s came, and one of the recent was Mamadhyara's G4 in one of these English variations also. So after that, playing G4 in the opening, in a D4 opening, D4 queen pawn game became very fashionable and common after this.
Yeah, G4 in any, and G4 is a move, any opening, you get that kind of a thing. It brings so much excitement, right, in the game. Just an amazing.
Yeah, it depends on in which way you see it. You can call it excitement as well as you can call it confusion. And you can call it, Puritans will say crazy. So, yeah, basically, modern chess is about not following conventions. So, G4, yeah, chalega.
Chalega. Okay, so going back, that was nice, guys. Semi-Slav, Slav, Botvinnik variation. We got to know 3-4 names. So what happened in the main game was Pragg is black over here. He goes c6, e3, bishop e7, queen c2, short castle, b3, d takes c4. So now he has taken with the d pawn, but can white not play b takes c4?
Yeah, that's the point of B3 itself, early B3. See, what is at play here is, if you can go back 2 moves before, see, this position generally comes with a bishop on D6, okay? So, if you can go back to the opening,
Okay.
go back 2 moves when black played bishop E7.
Yes.
So here, black generally goes knight bd7 first. So knight bd7, now queen c2, bishop d6. Now, if white doesn't want black to capture dc4 after bishop d3, white plays b3 here. So that for dc4, anytime dc4 is captured, b cross e4 is captured. That's the point of playing b3 at all. Now, if you go back, now instead of b3, now, yeah, bishop d6, b3, castles. Let's say now white plays bishop e2 or bd3. Now, the important thing is, see, anytime black captures d cross e4, he surrenders the center to white. Remember, when you take d cross c4, b cross c4, you are not exchanging the d5 pawn to the c4 pawn. You are exchanging the d5 pawn to the b3 pawn. So you are enabling a flank pawn to move a little closer to the center, whereas one of black's own center pawn disappears. This is a let us say not a very favorable exchange for black to play dc4 here. So now black will play queen e7. Yeah, now castles, let's say white plays castles. Now black will play b6 here, idea bishop b7. So white plays bishop b2, black plays bishop b7. And now white has to decide between rook d1 or rook c1 or whatever. This is how the game goes. Now let us go to our game, what has been going on between Jacobi and Pragg. See, he plays bishop e7. Now white plays queen c2. Now castles. See, now Yakobayev cleverly chooses b3 here. The point is now black cannot recapture d cross c4, okay?
But
I mean,
he did.
logically speaking.
Logically,
Logically speaking.
yes, because there is a B
So
point.
if
Correct.
logically, if black plays knight b d7, bishop d3, and if black plays b6, castles, bishop b7, bishop b2, now it doesn't have that good square e7. It has to go to c7, which is not a very favorable square.
Hmm.
So because of this, because this cannot be played normally, that is why Pragg captured d cross c. That is the
Oh,
opening nuance in this.
wow.
I
Wow.
mean, openings are a fascinating subject. Each and every move, each and every plan, why white plays something, why black plays something. If you understand all this as a setup, instead of memorizing moves and just reproducing them, if you understand positions as a setup, as a way to play, then you can make logic of why each and every move is played, and that is where openings become a very fascinating subject to study. And once you understand your openings, it's pure joy to see any opening, to analyze any game with from any opening, to be honest.
This was beautiful. I mean, so many intricacies there already starting. Like those guys are thinking about it. B3 played. In fact, D takes C4, what Pragg played over here. My question was, in this situation, why not B takes C4? So I think Pragg has made a very nice move considering what all you explained, that white would love to have this pawn towards the center. But
Yeah.
in this situation, he cannot do that. And that was the timing which Pragg finds it. D takes c4. So why
Yeah,
can he
but
not
now
take
Pragg's
it?
point is now Pragg will play c5 here.
Huh,
That's the
okay.
point.
Yes, that was
Now
the.
the next point is that you are getting hanging pawns in the center, but you have given up a move. Black has given up a tempo to get hanging pawns in the center. But the point again here is, let us say white plays bishop e2, knight c6. Now generally the white queen is on d1, not on c2, right?
Yes.
So unlike the queen on d1, now because the queen is on c2, now black attacks the pawn on d4. That's the point of this. So that is the next nuance in this position.
Nice. Amazing.
Yeah.
So he didn't go b takes c4 because c5 would have been an amazing move striking in the center already. He takes with the bishop. Bishop takes c4, and Pragg now over here plays b5. The bishop goes back to
That's what.
d3.
Now, if bishop c4 was anyway going to be played, why b3 you can ask. There is another nuance in that also.
Okay, tell me.
So let's say if you don't go b3, let us say, please go back a little.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this position, if you play bishop d3 directly, which is normal, then black takes d cross c4, bishop cross c4. And now, if you see this position with the game, white has reached the same position with an extra move b3. That is why in that particular position, instead of b cross c4, which would have allowed black to play c5, Jakube has played bishop c4, because now what he has gained in the game with b3 is an extra move. So all said and done, this is a little bit of a concession by black rather than white.
Right.
But the point is now black will play c5, and this is something like the Queen's Gambit accepted variation, where again the white queen doesn't belong to c2. So you get it now?
Nice. It is amazing.
One whole complexity of
Yeah.
opening nuance after nuance after nuance after nuance. Very nice.
And Pragg would be aware of all of this for sure, right? I mean, when he goes
Any
for D takes.
2400 will be aware of all of this. These are all like basics of chess, opening knowledge. See, the point is only when you learn to understand openings with such basics, what is the basic of each and every variation, maneuver, piece position, and all that, then only you become a stronger player. So typically such understandings in all openings should develop when you are around 2400. 2600, 2700 level, what to say. There is this famous quote by Peter Swidler. When he used to analyze with, according to Peter Swidler, being very modest, according to him, many times he wouldn't understand a nuance behind a certain move, and he will just ask, what is happening? And someone like a Kramnik or a Vichy will just impatiently just just tap a square or tap a piece to show him that this is the reason. At that level, it is subconscious understanding. They are beyond sitting and thinking all these nuances on the board. They all already know.
Nice story there again about open. No, but this way openings really, as you say, can become super fascinating because there's so much depth in them. And Pragg knows all of that. He goes D takes C4 in the game. Bishop takes C4. What did he play here? 1 second. B5, Bishop D3, and Knight A6. Develops the Knight to A6, but he has good enough time. In fact, Yakubov is down to 1 hour 28 minutes, and now he goes Bishop E2 back here. Maybe to defend the threat of Knight B4.
Yeah, that is to defend the threat of Knight B4. He doesn't want to play A3 because then B4 is a possibility.
So
that
this
is
might
why
be Pragg's. Pragg should be prepared in this, I believe. So Bishop E2 being played, and now Pragg is thinking he has this nice Knight B4 and Knight D5. So he has got a great opening. Pragg has got a great opening from black in some way.
Well, I would say satisfactory opening. Okay, it's just an equal position with its own nuances. The only concern is now Pragg has to justify the knight on A6 and a weak backward pawn on C5. So the middle game will revolve around. At the end of the day, white is very solid because he doesn't have any weaknesses in his position. And just one move, Bishop B2, and another move, castles, he is fully developed and castled also. So basically, if at all you can point out any weaknesses in the position, they all belong to black. So, this will basically be a battle of black learning to survive, black finding ways to survive and equalize in the position.
Got it. And guys, we do have got all the bars on the screen. So if anything huge is going to be happening, do let us know there.
For some reason, everyone has been pointing out to the game between Narayanan and Tari, is it? Is Narayanan playing today? Yeah, he's playing Aryan Tari.
Okay, something must have happened in the opening. We'll check that out.
Oh, Narayanan is winning already.
What? What?
Why is he winning?
Black. What?
No, this is just a transmission error. I mean, you cannot be a rook down in.
Rookie 80. Rookie one.
Queen just a transmission error, guys.
Yeah. So basically,
we will be as happy as you if it had happened, but it didn't happen.
So he must have taken rook f d1 here. That would be the main point. No, Narayanan is not winning. I mean, it's opening stage. Going to Vidit's game, did he make a move? No, man. He's down to 1 hour 10 minutes. What would have happened? Like, it seems like, did he kind of go blank or something?
Of course not. He's just making sense of Queen D8. I'm very sure about that.
What is Queen D8? Has Nakamura played that before?
Definitely has played it. I've seen his blitz games. He has definitely has played Queen D8 before. Well, what to say? Once again, there will be nuances with Queen D8 also, just as we were discussing our own openings. But one thing beats me as to, he just gives one or two tempi free in the opening and with black pieces also. So let's see what will happen. Let's see. It's going to be interesting.
So Arjun's game after Queen C2, after last H3, Rook 8, Knight F3, Knight BD7, he's gone Queen C2 and Kuzubov is thinking. Kuzubov is taking a long time. In fact, for the last from H3 point when Kuzubov had 1 hour 41 minutes, in the last totally 2 moves, he's down to 1 hour 13 minutes, half an hour he has used. So Arjun's H3 has definitely worked in that respect slightly. We can say that. Guys, Narayanan's game, there is a problem.
More than being a move, now basically, Kuzubov would be working out how it would affect the future positions, this early H3. And more than anything, he will try to take advantage of H3 in some way or other. That is how Kuzubov would be thinking. That's my guess.
By the way, Rakshit says we are just 82 subscribers away from 1.42 million. Let's reach that milestone. Guys, do like and subscribe the stream. if you haven't yet subscribed.
So what are the subscribers get in ChessBase India YouTube channel?
No, for 1 lakh, they get to see the videos. So that's it. Yeah, they get the
Someone's asked
notifications.
that if I'm having gin and tonic, if I'm having gin and tonic, obviously in half an hour I'll be retiring from commentary. There you have.
Oh my God. So, okay, Arjun's game we saw, Pragg we saw, Vidit is thinking, having a quick look on board number 2, Caruana is white. This is the position
By
he's
the
playing
way,
with backrow.
that move Queen D8,
Yes.
among others, it has been played by Magnus Carlsen himself.
Oh, when did he
So
play? World Cup? Was it in
he
World Cup?
played it in a blitz game, and he played it in the Olympiad, Baku 2016. And it has been played by who's who of the world chess, like Nepomniachtchi, Swidler, Andreikin, Arjun Erigaisi
Oh.
himself, Fabiano Caruana, Alexei Drev. Just one of those moves which everyone plays, which just looks funny. That's it.
That's why Vidit is thinking actually. I mean, okay, it's not like he's gone blank or something. It is the move Queen D8 which has got him into the thought. Harika has also played with Arjun has played, yeah, you were right. With Carlsen. I mean, Carlsen was white and Arjun was black. That was in September 2022. And how did Carlsen continue? He went knight c4 and knight e5. Then exchanged the knight. So this
Yeah,
is how
Carlsen has played it in both sides. By the way, okay,
yeah.
Carlsen has faced it with white pieces against none other than Arjun Erigaisi, this move Queen D8. And that game ended in a draw in a blitz game.
Right. So Vidit has basically options of knight c2 mainly played 718, knight c4 and bishop f4. So these are the three moves we might be expecting on Vidit's. Hello? Hello? 1 second, I can't hear
I think
you.
Zoom crashed for a minute or I got discontinued. Anyway, we are back
Zoom
now.
disconnected for sure right now. Oh, but even the stream? No, stream should be fine, guys. We are back. Stream was fine. Zoom disconnected. Maybe there was a lag in the stream, so it is. Can hear you now. Arey Asim Khan, welcome. What's up? Don't know what went wrong, but we are back and this is the game. Stream is back. Yeah, maybe the OBS hanged. Maybe OBS. I mean, I did not know anything. I did not do anything, but we are back. Let's go to. We were looking at Nihal's game here. Nihal versus Hashanbad Nicholas. Nihal is white. This is their position. C4, E6, taking you through the opening moves. Saravanan, if there are any nuances which we should know, do let us know. In the opening, Bishop G2, short castle, B6 here, and Nihal goes D4. Nihal's game generally they go very slow, I think, and then towards the end something is happening, but it's generally
This
that
is
the
a
pace.
typical Nihal thing. Actually, this is a very cunning opening by white. The thing is, black is going to get a hanging pawn structure. See, let us say, for example, let's play some random moves. Bishop b7, knight c3, knight c6, rook c1, rook c8, e3.
It will not take knight f4.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Yeah. And why do you talk about e3? Let's just make some moves like rook e8, rook e1, bishop f8. Let's say now I play a move like rook e2, something here. For example, the point is all three of these moves, black is tied. Black can never take cd4. And let's say instead of rook e2, let us say white plays something like d cross c5 here. Once d cross e5, b cross e5, the pawn c5 is played. Now, black can start doing something. He has a d4 push or whatever. He play knight e5, whatever. But white will not capture d cross c5 early unless there is a need for that. So, there's actually a very clever opening system for white. It's very difficult to find clear-cut ideas to play for black pieces. There's actually a very good choice at the top level of chess. Among others, one of the specialists of this question with white is Peter Lico.
Peter Lico. But normally, so one is that it can lead to hanging pawns and then it will become very dynamic. The other is white doesn't take and holds on to the d4 pawn. But if he does that, eventually does he finally take, like with the regrouping of pieces, or what is the other plan if he doesn't take?
That's short. I'll just wait. It's a cat and mouse game. It's a
Okay.
cat and mouse game, and I'll just wait. So it's a very interesting opening. So I'm very curious as to what Harshanbath is going to do this basically, how he's going to handle with black pieces this structure.
Nice. Okay.
If there was a game a little early last year or this year between Vincent Kemar and Sashi Kiran. So it's a very interesting game for this position. That is why this position, this opening is after that game, after watching that interesting game by Kemar, I started following this position.
Lovely. Guys, let me tell you once again, there is nothing happening here. Rookie 1 was a transmission error. Imagine you as a beginner will take the queen. So do you think Aryantar is not going to do that? Kuch bhi, literally. And Vidit finally makes the move. He goes after a thought of 36 minutes. He has played knight c4. That's what Magnus also played with Arjun Erigacy. And Nakamura also started thinking, or what? 4 minutes. It's been 4 minutes since Nakamura is thinking. Let's go to Arjun's game because he is trying to, also make his opponent Kuzubo use the time there. Rook e8. Here we saw in 3 moves, half an hour was used, and a5 played by Yuri Kuzubo. a5. Is he saying that I'm already preparing against your long castle, if at all you want to think of this plan there?
Well, generally long castles is not a good idea after committing knight f3, such position, because playing g4 after long castles is generally not a very sound idea. I think white will just play double O. a5 is a little surprising for me. a5 in the long run, it is just a discouraging move against the typical minority attack in the queen side. See, now white will play a3 and b4 in this position. Typically, of course, after preparing it with rook b1 or so. Generally, black doesn't weaken the queen side with a5 early. So I'm trying to work out what are the nuances behind a5 here.
So then that is a slightly good news for Arjun, right? In a way, the a5 choice by...
Not really.
Not
Definitely
really.
not. See, in a very, very, very orthodox variation like this, if 26th Grandmaster plays a move like a5, definitely he would have made his homework. That is one. And see, second is, it is not possible to know all the nuances in all the openings that you're going to play if you play too many openings, right? So Arjun should remember the exact details of this particular position and know what to play in this particular position. But still, Kuzubo would have definitely worked out something about this position as well. So there is no, it's too early to say whether it is a good news and all, or rather it's probably a little bit of exaggeration. Maybe somewhere he may be slightly pleasant than normal, we can say.
Yeah, we will know. Rakshit says, very surprising that Hikaru didn't play an immediate move after knight c4 since it is the main line. Naka is bluffing, pretending that he isn't prepared. But he won't be able to bluff, I think, because Vidit would know that Naka is prepared if he is going queen d8. Or can he try to put some pressure in that sense? Like Vidit is thinking that, oh, is my move not the best idea? Otherwise, Naka would have played quickly.
See, stuff like bluffing, not remembering, forgetting, not analyzing, etc. These are not applicable to chess players whose bread and butter is playing chess at the world top level. You have to assume that they generally know everything, you know. So after that, you have to work out as to why they still do something. That's how it goes.
Nice. So going to Vaishali's game there after b4, because what did she come up with? She went d4, bishop a7, rook e1 was played in the game. Short castle. No, sorry, she didn't play rook e1. She played bishop e3 over here. Short castle by Sophie. Still not using any time there. Vaishali goes knight bd2 over here. h6. That too, she did first moment where Sophie thought for 12 minutes and she goes h6 and Vaishali has now gone a5.
This is one of the points. If you play b4 early, then a5 becomes a possibility. And in the long run, the pawn on a6 is a chronic weakness generally. See, for example, Vaishali is just ignoring the pawn on b4. You know, allowing black to capture cb3, cb3. Typically, after some point, she may go queen e2 and bishop c4 and start attacking the a6 pawn. So to prepare for that, I think she is strengthening her d4 pawn with bishop e3 and knight bd2. This is typical. So I believe black's last move was h6. Okay, this is
No,
something
a5.
interesting. A
Sorry.
little interesting for me is she played a5 allowing knight g4. The idea of h6 is, if you go one move before a5, black played h6. So here the idea of h6 is now black is generally threatening knight g4. See, the previous move, instead of h6, if black plays knight g4, white will play bishop g5 here. So to stop bishop g5, black goes h6. But Vaishali ignores that threat and still plays a5, which is very interesting.
Yeah, what
So
happens
my
then to
guess,
knight
my
g5?
guess is now white goes bishop d5.
Wait, bishop d5, you're pinning here.
Yeah.
I can go bishop. Actually,
Bishop
which
d7, then.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I might go, let us say, d cross e5 first. Okay, no, d cross e5, 93. Sorry, not d cross e5.
Bishop e3.
Now maybe white can go c cross b4. I don't know. It already is very messy, this position.
Yeah, computer recommends moves like queen e2 or queen c2 or even h3. Even h3.
Yeah, forcing knight into 3, allowing c cross b4.
Yeah.
Yeah, see the point is that pin on of the knight on c6 to the rook on 8 by the bishop on d5 is annoying. So probably this is what Vaishali has in mind. She doesn't mind giving up the bishop because suddenly the d5 square is very important. And look at the bishop on a7.
Yeah.
It's like it's biting granite on the diagonal. The d4 pawn very ably supported by the e3 pawn.
Yeah, absolutely no life for this bishop for a long time from anywhere. This is very interesting the way you can allow knight e3 and fe3. So a5 by Vaishali allowing knight g4, but Sophie is thinking, and if Sophie's she goes knight g4. See, she in fact goes knight g4. A better way to continue was to take here b takes c3, b takes c3, and these exchanges with e takes d4, c takes d4 could have led to some complications with these files opening up, rook b8, rook e8, and all that. But knight g4. Now Vaishali should be happy with your analysis of bishop d5.
Yeah, that's the trade-off white gets. Absolute control of the d5 square as well as pressure on the c6 knight. But in the process, giving up the bishop on e3. So, yeah, now I think, this is a very clear-cut opening strategy by Vaishali, middle game strategy by Vaishali. Give up the bishop for the sake of the d5 square control. This is going to be a very interesting game today.
And guys, did you check out Pragg's interview yesterday? Sagar has taken a nice interview, and he does talk about Vaishali as well. So very nice one. Do check it out. If you saw that video, let me know how did you find it. Okay, Vidit's game after knight c4, bishop e7, he now plays faster and he goes bishop d3 over here. And Naka taking his time. Arjun's game, Arjun has gone for a5 move, he goes bishop f4. So what is the idea of this move, taking your bishop back on this diagonal? Can you please explain here?
See, instead of bishop f4, if white had gone normal castle, now black generally goes knight e4 in this position. So knight e4, bishop e7, queen e7. And if bishop into e4, d into e4, knight d2, f5. This is a very common variation here. Now generally white plays rook a e1 followed by f3. It's a very common plan in this kind of positions. Now, in that kind of generally plan, the pawn is generally not on h2, h3, it is on h2 generally. So, probably Arjun's logic of playing bishop f4 is that, if you can go back to that position. Yeah, here by playing bishop f4, Arjun has stopped this main idea, the counterplay with knight e4. That's the point of playing bishop f4. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, because white has already played h3, see that is one of the plus points of h3. Because white has already played h3, black plays knight h5, the white has a square, bishop h2 here. So, at the cost of giving up a tempo, white has avoided black from freeing himself. See, for example, now if you go knight f8 followed by knight e6 and all that, white can continue as normal, playing castles.
Knight g6.
And for knight g6, I go, let us say, bishop h2. And now black has to go bishop d6 to exchange the bishop. See, the point is I've kind of achieved exchanging the dark square bishop. I'm talking about white, without allowing that knight e4 simplification. So bishop d6, queen d6 here, in this position. Now, if let's say white plays rook a1, rook a, b1, a3, b4 and all that. Now, this is a minority attack without the dark square bishop. So, if we can see that black is slightly worse in this position.
Oh, so this exchange is for the minority attack favors slightly for white.
Generally, yes. Okay, in this whole Kalpa structure itself, exchanging the dark square bishops always prefer white, because after all, the pawn structure, white pawns are on the dark squares, black pawns are on the light squares. So typically, black bishop is a bad bishop, white bishop is a good bishop. And because of h3, if you can see now, the black bishop doesn't have any scope at all. So this is the kind of strategic edge that white gains. But in the process, of course, he loses a couple of tempi probably.
That's
Today
a
it
nice.
Is so far too many explanations, too many.
No, it is amazing actually. A lot of opening.
I hope the chat is enjoying it. I hope the transmission.
Chat also loves openings, right? Chat. So how are you finding the opening depths over here, which Saravanan is sharing with us?
So shall we look at our
we have to look at Gukesh's game, but before that, Rakshit asks, if Hikaru castles, can you go g4? G4 over here.
When?
Here.
Oh. And I think it means in the Queen's Gambit decline game, which we just showed.
In Hikaru's game. Acha, are you talking? I'm not
Arjun's
sure. Maybe he's talking about this Arjun.
Arjun's game.
But Arjun's game, knight f8 is played. Here he means if g4.
Yeah, somewhere around that. I mean.
Yeah, how is in fact there have been games with g4. They have been played. I don't know if Arjun will go something for it. Also, with the pawn on a5 doesn't look like very practical. But Arjun is Arjun. What is Kuzov's style? Like, is he also aggressive kind of a player, or
Yeah,
how
he's a
is
very
he?
aggressive. He's a very aggressive player. In fact, he used to play the Kings Indian as well. So yeah, he's a very aggressive player. Yeah.
Got it. So Gukesh's
Most of the
game.
Ukrainians,
Hmm.
most of the Ukrainian chess players generally, they have an original style compared to a theoretician style, and at the same time, they are quite imaginative and aggressive players.
Hmm.
Of course, it all starts with the great one and only Vasily Ivanchuk.
Also, I think in Georgia has a similar thing, yeah? Very aggressive and creative.
Very creative, yes, very creative.
So knight c3, bishop g7, Gukesh is white playing with Nicolas Theodorou, 2619. And yesterday was first win for Gukesh and Pragg in this tournament. So let's see how it goes today. Knight f3, short castle, bishop e2 and e5. We have
Kings Indian defense. Gukesh played and
castle.
lost to Narayanan a couple of rounds ago with the Kings Indian defense, and now today he is facing the Kings Indian defense himself. There you go. Did Black play h6 in that position?
Yes, he did. H6,
Okay.
rook
This is
e1,
crazy.
knight
H6
d7.
is
H6 is what?
crazy. See, basically in that position, the main plans are two. One is Black plays knight c6, which is the main variation. So white pushes d5 and then game goes on. Black goes to knight e7 and all that. The black doesn't want to play knight c6. He generally plays knight b d7 straight away. So knight b d7, let us say rook e1 now. C6. Black should again wait. Bishop f1. So this is the starting point of this variation. We call it as the tabiya. Tabiya. Tabiya, the starting point of the variation. So it's puzzling as to why black plays h6 in that position. So, these are again one of those opening nuances where you play a move and then let your opponent get confused as to where and why it will impact whom by
So
playing h6.
there is
But
a reason like in a
such
here.
situation,
Hmm.
generally in such situations, black doesn't have that much of a luxury of wasting a move or playing a waiting move with a move like h6.
Absolutely right. And here the reason is the computer is saying h6, so that's why Theodoro is prepared and he still has 1 hour 43 minutes. And what is something, what is the new idea with h6? Rook e1, he goes bishop f1, rook e8 was played, d takes e5, Gukesh takes on
See,
e5.
this is the point. This is the point. If you
Hmm.
come back 1 minute, yeah.
Here.
See, generally in such a position, a common move would be bishop e3 here.
Ah,
Okay. See, if you play d5, it's a bad move right away because black will immediately play knight h5 followed by something like f5. Knight h5 will be played. So here, white has to make a decision. You get me?
yes. Either you
See,
take or you go
yeah,
d5
whether
or
you
you just
push.
maintain.
If you play bishop e3, which is the most common move here,
Ooh.
now black can play knight g4. Because of h6, there
Hmm.
is no bishop g5 possible.
Yes.
You have to invent ways to justify what you have played in the game with a move like h6. That is why, what current players do, they kind of try every move, work out the nuances, and straight away go and play it on the board because with the belief that, such nuances cannot be worked out unless you are also sitting with a computer opposite to you, which of course your opponent is not. So the effect, it has given the effect. White has taken d cross e5, right?
Yes, he took d5.
Generally, in King's Indian defense, d cross e5 should never be taken because, again, if you go one move before, see, now you have a white pawn on d4, black pawn on d6. After d cross e5, a center pawn has been exchanged for a backward pawn. The d4 pawn exchange has been exchanged for a d6 pawn, which is a unequal exchange. You get me?
Yes.
So this is actually not a very favorable exchange for white. Fundamentally, I would say.
Good. Wasn't there a line in King's Indian where actually it used to be somewhere d takes c5, d takes c5, and then you go bishop g5? you pin it, the queens get exchanged, and then the knight jumps to d5. I think Vidit has played it quite a lot, but
Yeah, that's a
exact
normal exchange variation of the
exchange
classical,
variation.
yeah, classical exchange variation.
Got it.
I mean, that's done before the knights and the rooks get developed and all that. Even white plays it before playing it, before playing castles in it.
So he did play de5 over here then. This is the decision Gukesh takes. D takes
Yeah.
e5 and queen c2 still doesn't put his bishop on e3. Maybe for that reason of knight g4 ideas. c6 was played. Now bishop e3 and now queen e7 was played. Could black also think of knight g4 over here attacking this bishop?
Well, yeah, knight g4 can be played, but white will just retreat bishop d2 and play rook a d1. So knight g4 doesn't serve any purpose really.
Just a
So
waste
the
of
point of queen e7 is now black will reroute his knight to c5
no,
and
sorry.
then yeah, directly to knight c5. That is one idea. He may just station the knight on c5 itself by playing a5. These are some ideas in this. And so generally, sometimes black knight comes towards the d4 square also. So queen e7 is a move to get ready for all these maneuvers.
Nice. Queen e7, h3 played by Gukesh, and he takes care of the square permanently. Also, maybe after knight c5, bishop g4 ideas. Knight h5 now by Nicholas. Gukesh goes rook a d1, knight f4, and here Gukesh plays a3.
Honestly, looking at the time Gukesh has taken, he has consumed more than half an hour, whereas Theodoro has taken hardly 15-20 minutes here, which means that, probably Theodoro has done some kind of preparation. I wouldn't say that black is better or he has equalized. White is still slightly better. I mean, remember our quote about the King's Indian by Tigran Petrosian and all that. Thanks to King's Indian, I've been able to provide my family with meals 3 times a day. Tigran Petrosian doesn't value the King's Indian too highly. That's the point. But all said and done, white is slightly better. But the point, that is the point with King's Indian. In King's Indian, black doesn't fight for equality. He rather plays for dynamism. It's not very easy to prevent black from getting dynamic. It is possible for black to keep on inventing moves to create some dynamism. So this is going to be very interesting. Hey, did he play that?
Yeah, he
That's it.
played g3. In fact, right now, this maybe a very good timing, yeah, when the knight is on d7 and he can afford to play g3.
Correct. Yeah. But black now goes knight e6. Remember, I was telling about the black knight may come to d4 here.
Right.
This is one idea. There is another idea. Black bishop will go to f8 and go to c5 and exchange of the bishop on e3. So to prevent all that, generally white plays b4 in such positions.
But the question is over here to the chat.
Yeah.
Why was knight h3 not working?
Yup. That's a good way to start our conversation with the chat today.
Yeah. Guys, why is knight h3 not working? Tell the second move, please. Second move. Levon and Hans ended in a draw, by the way. That's the update. MRS Transport is saying, Saravanan please give answer why this opening is called King's Indian.
We answered it a couple of days ago. There's a Wikipedia article on why all these openings came to be known as Indian defenses. It's because of an Indian named Mahesh Chandar who played with a Britishman in the 18th century or something. So he founded all these defenses with black. So many of them are called as Indian defenses.
Yes, wow, second move. You guys are giving it right. Kya baat hai? But it was not easy to write the second move directly. So guys, wake up though. Let me show you how many people have found it. 10 people: Abhigyan, Tushar, Som, Shweta, Himanshu, Garvit, Shade, Kaivalya, and Tanvish. You guys have found it. That's the right thing. Bishop takes h3, Queen takes f3, and d7 was hanging. So you lose another piece, and that's the reason knight h3 was not possible. So great timing. That was the idea maybe of rook a d1 to kick the knight away. G3, and knight goes back to e6. Gukesh goes bishop g2, defends this thing. Now at least black doesn't have those whole ideas where with the g2 h3 structure to move the knight to create some sacrificial ideas when the knight
Right.
has been kicked away. Yeah. So bishop g2. Okay,
Actually, this
Hmm.
position, black is having a tough moment right now. This is a turning point, as we call it in chess. This is a moment where previously whatever you played doesn't matter.
Hmm.
You have to take a fresh look at the position and you have to have a rethink and you have to go for a new plan. These are called as turning points in chess. This is actually a turning point because it's not clear at all what black has to do here. See, you have to develop the bishop on c8, bring the
Yeah.
rook on 8, d8 and all that. And there is a kind of traffic jam between knight d7, knight e6, rook e8, queen f6 and all that. Yeah. And of course, on top of all that, you have this terrible bishop at g7. So this immediate next move is a very crucial move. Honestly, I'm very curious because
Hmm.
black's position looks a little worse for me. This
Hmm.
whole idea of queen f6 and knight e6, and it sounds very artificial.
Yeah, if let's say if I try to, because bishop f8, bishop c5 will need a lot of time for such a position. Maybe I don't have that much time. If I go bishop f8, white should already
White plays
be one
b4.
second.
White plays b4 there.
Yeah. If I play bishop f8, then you can already go b4 over here.
Yeah.
You've covered the square, so that would be a little slow. If I go knight g5, will you take it?
Well, generally I shouldn't because you know, in a cramped position, you shouldn't allow black has a cramped position. His pieces are in a cramped position. So when your opponent has a cramped position, you should not allow him to exchange pieces. So knight h2 seems to, or even knight d2, Amruta. Knight d2 is interesting. The
Why
point
why not
is,
knight h2?
knight d2 has a very nice plan. That is
Okay.
why. See, now I'm threatening h4,
Yeah,
followed by
okay.
somewhere I'll go b4, c5, knight c4, and knight d6. The knight on
Oh,
d6 is
nice.
connected with the d6 square. So this may be an idea, but anyway, we have to wait and see.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so we will come back here when Nicholas makes a move. Do let us know what he would have played. Going to Vidit's game right now, because after knight c4, bishop e7, he went bishop d3. Naka went knight b d7 after 11 minutes of thought. Vidit played bishop f4 quite immediately. Naka went castle also immediately, and Vidit now goes a4, secures this knight on c4, stops b5. Naka is thinking over here what.
You know, Nakamura is a kind of a player who has this fluent style. He plays his moves fluently. There is a fluency about his moves and all that. He keeps the position simple and just aims for clear-cut, simple play. So basically, now I was under the impression he was going to play b6 and bishop b7. Yeah, so b6, let us say castles, bishop b7. So the drawback seems to be a5 here.
a5. So what if
Yeah.
b5? The bar is not working for a while.
b5, knight d6. I feel knight d6.
Hmm.
White knight jumps to d6. And now I am attacking
Wow.
b7. b7 bishop as well as b5 pawn, which is very
Wow.
decisive.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is amazing. But here black has a good move to still defend.
Yeah.
Uh, Queen c7. It's like directly going into the lion's cave.
Really?
Yeah,
That sounds
crazy.
anti-intuitive, anti-professional, positional, everything.
But bishop d6 is the threat, and if you move the knight, queen f4. So what do you
Yeah, of
do?
course. I get that. But what happens to knight into b7 then?
Queen takes f4, I believe, and I don't have the.
And knight into c5? So I'm exchanging, white is exchanging the black uh, bishop on b7 for the bishop on f4. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But at the end of the day, your b5 pawn is hanging, right?
For rook b8, you have c4 over here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. No, I can. Yeah, that's just a loss of a pawn. Yeah. No,
Hmm.
Amruta. I
Yeah.
think instead of knight into c5, I'll take bishop into b5 directly. Keep the knight on b7. There is
So
this
over here,
old
knight
theory.
c5.
No knight
You
c5.
won't take knight c5, bishop
Direct bishop
b5.
b5.
Attacking this.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm not sure if that. I
Hmm.
mean, queen d6 looks so attractive, but I don't know whether it's really working. Yeah.
Okay, it's stuck here. Even I don't know what the follow-up is. But yeah, this does look weak now. Actually, practically it seems tough to continue. Knight
So what
b7.
I wanted to say was a fluent plan like b6, bb7 is not working means maybe black is in some kind of trouble. I'm not sure. So for a5, I have a feeling black has no other choice but to capture bishop into f3.
Bishop f3, queen f3. Then white
Yeah,
should be happy, no?
yeah, but c cross d4, e cross d4, and white is left with an isolated pawn. So even though black might have given up the double bishop, white has an isolated pawn on d4. Maybe Nakamura is going to go for this because, again, he doesn't mind a strategically sound position rather than a tactically weak position.
Okay, here I think there is a problem, which is the c6 square. Because if you move the knight, then there is knight jumping to e5, and the square looks very solid for white. So if you don't move the knight, then how are you going to able to put pressure on d4?
I thought black was going to play b5 himself here.
Directly you are going b5. So if I go knight e5, you can take.
I can take, no, the b5 pawn is hanging as of now. So
So what do you do?
maybe b5 is not a good move there. Maybe black has to first play knight, rook c8 to cover the c6 point first. Yeah.
Yeah, and rook.
But see, all said and done, the pawn
Hmm.
on d4 will remain there forever,
Yeah,
right?
that's an
So
idea.
I think that is the way that, for giving up some squares, that is the only positional compensation that black has, I feel.
So Vidit actually, I mean, he might have used a lot of time in the opening, but he is thinking right in the right direction with a4 wanting to short castle. Yeah.
Because here is it 27, 20. Definitely you will be thinking right, and he's a sole leader after all. So yeah.
Nice, nice. I don't see any good plan for black, says Hariharan. इतना भी खराब पोजीशन है ही नहीं. Black doesn't have a bad position. So of course,
Yesterday we were discussing this theory by Joseph Dorfman, right? Basically, when the position is equal, but one of the sides has a positional weakness, like Hikaru, sorry, Vidit might have got because of the d4 pawn there. Generally, a thumb rule is white has to do something active tactically. So generally, in such positions, white is always cooking up a kingside attack. That's what will happen in such kind of positions.
nice. But the good news is that I mean the opening is fine, but time is something with it. Will need to be careful. 54
Yep.
minutes. That is like a 20-minute difference already on the clock.
Very correct. Very true.
Arjun's
So
game. If I go, do you want to see Vidit's game?
Yeah, Arjun's game. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Arjun's game after bishop h2. I mean, not much has happened. Bishop f4, knight. Oh, knight f8 did happen. And he went bishop h2. Even without knight h5, he prepared for it, it seems. But
Yeah, the
bishop.
point of bishop h2 is now white will play knight e5.
Okay. But then what is the difference if his bishop is on f4 and he goes knight e5? So over here, if he would have gone knight e5, what is the difference?
And now black might play knight f d7 right away, which may, it's not clear as to whether knight e5 is useful at all in such kind of a position. Whereas now in the game, for bishop h2, bishop d6, knight e5. So let's ask this question to chat. What happens to knight of d7 here? What will white play for knight of d7?
Nice question there. White to play. Yeah, guys, come on. Questions have started now because openings, I think everybody was thinking, taking a bit of time there. But now, middle game, we are entering middle game, and Nikhil says playing AICF National Under 19 Championship tomorrow. Oh, all the best, Nikhil. By the way, in Asian Para Games, we did get the blind team. They did got the gold medal, so which was an amazing
Wow.
achievement. So yeah. Guys, white to play over here. Bishop d6. What are you going to do? Think, think, think.
Think.
Narendra says in SL game it was illegal move by transmission. Yes. Now is that fine? Also, if Gukesh's opponent plays, do let us know. Okay, let me show you the answers over here. We have knight f7 and also bishop h7 has been considered. So let's go to the board. Knight f7 on bishop h7. So knight f7, absolutely right. Disco there. You can see this bishop. If you take, then bishop d6, you have won a pawn. But why all of you wanted to go bishop h7? Did you just forget that there is a knight on f8? They thought knight d7, but they forgot that this knight was on f8. Jago guys, jago. 12 bhi nahi baje. So knight e5 over here. Arjun actually has got this position. Knight e5. Well, the king is in the center and c5 break has to be considered with the knight on e5. It can get complex, yeah. This position, this is not going to be a simple game. It is.
Yeah, it is. It is already very complex. See, for example, now if you play a normal castle, let us say, white plays castles.
Okay.
C cross d4, E cross d4, knight e6 is a bit of a trouble. I'm threatening the d4 pawn. And a move like knight e2 will not work because of knight into d4 maybe.
Anyway, you're going
Right?
to play.
Yeah, you're going to have that e5 bishop is hanging. So if white is not able to play castles, a normal move like castles, natural move, that means he might be in some trouble or it is very complex already. See, for example, it's very interesting, Amruta.
Yeah.
There is a bishop on h2 and there is a bishop on d6, okay? Now we'll ask, let's start asking general question to our chat. Now,
Okay.
let's say white plays f4 in this position, for argument's sake. Look at the bishop on h2, it looks so ugly, okay? Now let's say black plays c cross d4, e cross d4, now knight e6, and now white plays knight e2, let us say. See, look, I'm just throwing some moves. It may not be sound play by both the sides. Now it's a very interesting question. Bishop on d6 and bishop on h2. Whether bishop h2 is a bad bishop? It's a very interesting question to ask. After all, See, bishop on h2 has a very solid role, right? It is supporting the knight on e5 through the f4 pawn. But this is one of those very, let us ask chat. What do you think, guys? How do you comparatively see the bishop on h2 and bishop on d6? Is the bishop on h2 a bad bishop compared to the bishop on d6? This is the question.
Now that's a tough question for you all. Or maybe I'm wrong, maybe not. For them it's easy. Ninad says
Maybe I
if you love.
So that means you are wrong or not.
If you long castle, it's a good bishop, says Ninad. Not bad, says Tejas. No,
Okay,
no.
it is a bad bishop. It is a bad bishop because see, if the bishop on d6 does not have any other scope in this position, then white on bishop on h2 is justified. But black can, for example, give bishop b4 check here. And he has a role to play on the queen side after all. So actually the bishop on h2 is bad.
So some people
So
have said if f5 can happen later, then this bishop will not be bad. So what is your thing about
true,
that?
but whenever f5 happen, knight into d4 is a problem, I told you, right? The bishop knight on e5 will hang in such positions. So playing all natural and forced moves if white is not getting a satisfactory position, that means black has dynamically equalized.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is this is these are higher understandings of chess basically as one goes towards the grandmaster titles. This is basically how very strong players analyze their games.
Yeah, this piece understanding that this bishop is here slightly in trouble in that sense. So, Arjun, like c5 would be definitely a, thing, a little bit of risk here for white. He had
Exactly.
to work out.
C5 would have been a better move. I honestly don't know why he didn't play C5. He went for Queen E7 here.
Yes. And
So
now
Queen E7
Arjun can
now,
castle.
yeah, castle. So
At
one
least.
of the point of Queen E7 is that for castling now black can play knight E4. That's the point of Queen E7.
Oh, so if I take here, you
Yeah.
take here, and if bishop takes e4, then let me ask the chat this question. What is the move which black should play? What should black play here? Come on, guys. 25 people should get the right answer. Try.
So already we have about 1,000 people with us today. Very nice. So as the game goes on, we'll get more. Very nice.
Wow, 13, 14 people have got it right. Few have got it wrong, but not bad. The speed is increasing. That's the right move over there. F6 by Hariharan, Santosh, Sweta, Samyak, Timothy, Anda, Sharvesh, Jwal, Nagendra, and RJ Man. 22, 23, 24. Yes, well done, guys. 25 people getting the right answer. F6, and this is hanging, and the main problem is you don't have the intermezzo. Do not forget this knight again. So knight e4 is a threat of queen e7, as you, so if, but still I think still c5 looks so deadly that the first instinct comes it like just castle and relax there.
See, the point is why black doesn't play c5 in that position. The point is that, see, c5, when you play c5, you cross a bridge. That is, you no more care about your pawn structure. You are playing for dynamics after that. But because you're making your d5 pawn isolated in the long run, and you're collapsing your central pawn structure. By playing a move like bishop e7, I'm threatening a natural thing. For castles, now I'm going to play knight e4, as I said, yeah?
Yeah.
So this is a better way to play if you don't want to compromise your positional integrity.
Right.
So, this is a much more subtle move than c5. So I like it actually. C5 is
Nice.
a nice.
And normally in this kind of a scenario, they take with the bishop, right? This knight is generally taken with the bishop and d4. So this is highly possible that black will have double bishop and white will have bishop and knight, but there are these nice outposts in the position, some weak squares can be considered. So queen e7 here, and Arjun is thinking what to do. In the meantime, Vaishali over there went for, after knight g4. If you remember, we were looking at bishop d5 was a good move. She
Yeah.
went h3 first. So knight takes e3, f takes e3, and Sophie played knight e7, now stopping bishop d5 ideas. But while doing so, yeah, you can't take the pawn, because actually, why can't you take the pawn? This is
You
defended.
can take the pawn. You can take the pawn, but black will probably bet compensation, playing for compensation, because now white's position is a little ugly. Let's say black just plays rook b8 here. There is no satisfactory way to support b4.
Yeah, rook a4 doesn't seem right. Anyway, there is bishop d7. So black will recover the pawn. That's why knight e7 has been played. And Vaishali is singing. But you know, this position is quite to Vaishali style. This bishop there, the f file, and the ideas which can happen with knight h4. She's going to feel very excited about this moment.
This is typical Vaishali. Generally, Vaishali's chess is based on tactical considerations rather than strict positional rules. See, for example, now I'm very sure white should be dying to play knight h4 followed by queen h5 here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
So already Vaishali has got the position she wanted. And I think today it is going to be let us say, a fight in favor of Vaishali rather than. And yeah, Amruta, she has more than 30 minutes, 40 minutes more than her opponent on the clock. I think
No,
first time in this tournament,
are you sure? Because 97, 40, 55 minutes with Sophie Millet, and Vaishali is having 45 minutes. Earlier she had 49 minutes while 97 was played. So,
probably in chess 24, it is a different.
different. Yeah. So 97 right now she has 45 minutes, 10 minutes down, but I think she will be considering a move like knight h4. Okay, so good position for Vaishali, slight initiative. Going to Vidit's game against Nakamura after bishop f4,
Yeah.
short castle, a4 we saw, b6 was played, Vidit castled, bishop b7 happened in the game. Here we were looking at the move a5, but Vidit went rook e1. What is the possibility of they going for a knight h5, bishop d2, knight f6, bishop f4 draw? What is the possibility you think?
Nakamura wouldn't do that because,
Hmm.
much higher seeded as well as a person who fights all the time. Nakamura wouldn't do that. Whether Vidit will take the draw, it's anybody's question, but I have a feeling that we are going to see a fight today. Definitely no one will be drawing today. See, after all, if you play knight h5, bishop e3, knight f6, I'm not obliged to play bishop f4 again, right?
Hmm.
I can play more like queen e2, idea rook c1 and all that. So why would I play? Why would I not play constructively when I can, rather than taking a draw?
Yeah, and maybe yeah, Vidit also would love. I mean, it will be a fight. You're right. So Rook E1 played by Vidit Nakamura. Now, a good news is he's come down to 1 hour 3 minutes. So the time gap is only 10 minutes. So which started 25 minutes or 35 minutes, something like that. So that's
Correct.
and
20 minutes. Yeah.
Gukesh, did his opponent make a move here after bishop g2? Not yet. As you said, a critical position, and he does understand that, but it's been half an hour, 23 minutes he had, and plus 2, 25 minutes since he's thinking. Going to Pragg's game, he was,
Yeah, carry
uh,
on, carry on.
yeah, we left at knight a6, bishop e2 was played, knight b4, queen went
Uh-huh.
to b2, Pragg goes knight d5, short castle a6. Actually, a5 is also recommended by the computers. a6 he went, knight e5, bishop b7, knight d3, stop c5, queen b6, bishop d2, and Pragg plays knight takes c3 over here.
I think somewhere Pragg has misplayed his position a little because he has a problem with his bishop on b7 in the long term. It's not easy to solve that problem immediately. So I have this feeling that.
Actually, I think he played knight c3 because maybe he thought that bishop c3 will be an obvious move, and here he wants to go b4. And
But
for
I can take
bishop, sorry,
I can take queen. I can take queen into c3 there. I need
yeah,
not take.
yeah, queen c3 is important.
Point of
You
bishop in
don't
c3
allow.
is b4 is not possible, and now for knight e4, we can ask chat. White to play. What will you play for white?
Oh, nice question. There is white to play. Very nice question.
Hmm.
Wow, I don't think this is so easy, but let's see. Arjun says regarding the poll, I selected long complicated draw, even though I want VD to win. Yes, guys, by the way, we do have to have a poll in the chat. So four options there. What are the results as of now for the poll? As of now, we have got around 3,300 votes. Vidit wins is 50%, Naka wins is 13%, plain or simple draw is 20%, and long complex draw is 18%. That's the poll.
See, this is a very curious question. When you are answering a poll, should you be pragmatic or should you be patriotic? It's a very interesting question. Being a chess player, you should be pragmatic, but you being an Indian, you should be patriotic. Very interesting. It will be, you should have a poll. You should have a sub poll for a poll. Whoever answered Vidit will win. Did you want Vidit to win or you think Vidit will win? There's a difference between both.
Good
Yeah.
one, good one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, please go on.
Prasad Duwari says biased, very sure. You're neither patriotic nor pragmatic, you're biased. That's a good one. That's a good one, Prasad.
Okay, we have 27 people actually who found to move Queen A5, which is a big
Nice.
surprise. Amazing. It was not an easy question. Moses, Pranav, Nobulakesh, Andabargar, Abhimanyu, Himanshu Kumar, Samarpit, Kishan Bua, Mani Jain, Tejas Chitnis, Himanshu Kumar. Are you the Delhi guy?
I know that guy too. Any guy.
Yeah. So bishop queen a5 is the move, right move, and actually if you take here, bishop takes a5, and positionally black is gone because of this bishop behind the pawns, and if you don't take, then anyway what do you do? Next move, white will defend the bishop. Bishop goes to e1. Beautiful position. So yes, you are right. Maybe for Pragg it was important. It was important at which point? Firstly, a6 was maybe not the most necessary, but okay, we can't go that back because it's not too much of a difference there. Bishop b7, knight d3, queen b6, bishop d2. Over here, another option was to try and exchange this knight, but you are allowing something again tactical with knight c5, takes, queen takes c5. So this would get complex again. You don't want to get into something like this with the black pieces. Tough position. So he goes in knight c3.
That's what somewhere around here is where Pragg made a mistake. Here, instead of knight c3, if you can go one move before, let's ask. Yeah, this is a nice thing. This is a general question I'll ask chat. What is the problem for black in this position? By problem, I mean to ask, is there a piece? Is there a square? Is there a pawn? Like that. What is black's problem in this position? If you can just point out one factor, what would it be? This is understanding this is the key to understanding what could have been a better move than knight c3? Very important. So what do you think is a problem factor black in this position? You are getting many correct answers already, Amruta.
Yeah, because you have told them 3 to 4 times about this bishop now.
Bishop, yes, but I'm looking at another factor also here.
Ah.
C5 point. See, the bishop on b7 wouldn't have been a problem if the c5 square is not so weak, correct? So
Hmm.
here, c5 square is a weak, which is the white piece which is influencing the c5 square. It's the knight on d3. Okay. So if you're black in this position, what is the correct way to fight for the c5 square?
Hmm.
Think like this. c5 square is a problem. Knight on d3 is a piece which is influencing the c5 square. So what is the correct move for black here to fight for the c5 square? Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent. You
Nice.
got really nice answers immediately. Very nice.
Nice.
Guys, we are having positional lessons today. Good.
So knight b4 over here. That's
So
the
I am
reason you
threatening.
start thinking of this move, knight b4. Okay.
Exactly. So knight b4, now I'm threatening knight into b4. I'm sorry, knight into d3, bishop into d3, c5 is my idea by playing knight b4, correct?
Okay.
So now knight b4, what can white play?
Yeah,
There are
this
two
move over
drastic.
here, which is the computer recommended move, not an easy move, yeah, to think and calculate knight c5.
Exactly. I was about to say that. So instead of giving up the influence on c4 square, you can go for a drastic decision with knight c5. The point is, now you got some time before black plays c5. So you sacrifice a pawn on c5. So let us say bishop takes, black plays bishop cross c5, d cross c5, queen c5. Now let us say white plays a3 here. Okay.
Yeah, a3 or rook c1 would be the consideration.
Yeah, let's say a3. So knight b d5. Yeah, now simply white can play knight into d5 directly. So my point is for knight into d5, the natural knight d5 is a mistake. Because now white plays b4 followed by rook a c1 and c5 pawn point is completely under white's control here.
Oh, but there is a tactical shot here. Even better than before positionally, absolutely right. But tactically, there is a good move for white. White to play
Yeah.
this. Can you find it? White to play.
Are you talking about e4?
Yes. That's
I'm sorry.
fast. No, not a problem.
I didn't
But
see the problem there because knight e7 black and one.
and then bishop b4. Queen
Queen
g5 you
g5.
wanted to play. f4, queen
Hold on.
h4,
Queen g5 f4. That's nice. Wow, nice.
g3.
Sorry guys, I spoiled your fun, but hide my excitement.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So e4.
So yeah, so this is a good move for this is good for white. So let's assume black has to take queen into d.
Maybe c takes because I want to get rid of the I'm happy to. Okay, that's another mistake. Okay, directly bishop b4. No ed4 or cd4.
Yeah,
So then
exactly.
Forced queen d5 in fact.
Queen d5. Now with b4, I'm still controlling the c5 square because for b4, black c5 is not possible.
It is possible. That's what.
And white can go bishop f3, right?
Bishop f3.
Black goes knight e4.
Knight e4 is strong. That's the reason. But your b4 is. I mean, your idea of c control on c5 is right. But do you want to go b4 immediately?
Yeah, maybe. Shall I go rook f d1 first instead of queen d5? Can I go rook f d1 first?
Yes. After
Okay,
queen
the point
d5,
again, the point I will make is that by playing this way, basically, sacrificing a pawn and then regaining compensation for pawn. 1, 2 bishops, and second is white. Black is still struggling with playing c5 here. Yeah. So this is a very interesting position. Very, very interesting position. So this could have been played by black rather than playing knight c3 and giving up the control of the c5 square. That's what I mean to say.
So finally, after understanding everything deeply, where this bishop is literally struggling, I mean, it's suffering in a way. Here it is very important that you don't go a6. A6 doesn't help you in any way. So that's why a5 is important. In the same scenario, when you go knight e5, bishop b7, let's say we compare this with Pragg's game where this happened, knight d3 was played and Pragg did go queen b6. Same scenario, what did he play? Bishop d2 was played, right? Bishop d2. And now if you take on c3, this is the main difference. For queen c3 or whatever you do, you have this b4 idea always with the pawn on a5.
Black has knight e4 here simply.
Knight e4 is also there, b4 is also there. So the bishop, even to consider this bishop all the time as a bad bishop may not be necessary, because it has some ways to get out. But nice, a5 is important. That's the moral of the story.
Okay, so shall we?
Yeah, let's.
Vidit, what's happening with Vidit?
Vidit, rook e1 was played, knight h5 he did play. Oh my god, bishop e3 and knight h6 is played by Nakamura. But still, it is possible that if Vidit repeats and goes bishop f4, Nakamura might not.
If it happens, I will not forgive you. Definitely not.
Oh my
God. We all deserve to see a good fight today between two of my favorite players, Vidit and Nakamura.
No, but I don't think Nakamura will still go for a draw. The reason is, now look, Vidit is having an extra thing to think about. Not just the calculation, but even whether I should go for a draw or not. That's another thing.
I don't think he is even thinking of a draw here.
No, yeah. So bishop e3, they have not really repeated. If Vidit goes bishop f4, then they might repeat twice and we'll still get to know. But if he doesn't go bishop f4, the other ideas Vidit does have moves, right, to develop, as you were mentioning. Queen e2 is there. Queen e2 is there. Rook.
See, for the first knight h5, Nakamura thought about 7 minutes. Bishop e3, Vidit took 2 minutes. Knight h6, Nakamura went immediately. Now it is Vidit who is thinking more than 7 minutes. Generally, when two guys are thinking too much about such repetitions, generally the game ends in a draw immediately. That is my advice. That is my experience in chess.
So too much thinking means this 6-7 minutes you are talking about. At this moment, it is like a too much thinking. Like it's going to end in a. Oh,
what I mean by too much.
Yeah,
I told you. So the point is, why you are thinking too much is you are caught in the non-chess confusion of taking a draw or not. See, if you do not want a draw at all, there is absolutely no way you will make your move immediately. You won't think for 6 minutes. So that means that you are in a kind of a dilemma whether to accept a repetition or not. Okay, guys, it may be early dinner for Vidit today. If Naka plays knight h4, now let me say that Nakamura will not play knight h5. Okay. We are going to pick a fight today.
Yeah, this is the moment. Chat, what do you think? Will Nakamura play knight h5? Okay, another thing, even if he plays knight h5 here, that's still second time. And sometimes the third time, like we all know what Ding did in the World Championship. Do not repeat thrice. That's what he did. But what's your guess?
I have something much more bothersome actually. There is a guy called Manish Kumar who just made my life hell. He says, Saravanan is drinking water and I am having my beer.
Enjoying this life.
That's so unfair. That's so unfair. Okay, so will it be knight h5?
Yes, no way. Draw. Okay, finally, guys, just to keep it easy, e4 if you think it's going to end in a draw repetition, and d4 if no draw. So e4 or d4, we will once have a vote here on chat chess moves. We also use it in this other way, Saravanan. That's what I wanted to show you. I'm drinking coconut water as I make my lunch, says Prasad. Wow, very healthy. Now, Sarah, how do you feel about coconut water?
Coconut water at 12 o'clock, 11 o'clock, please. So Caleb John is asking me what chess book you are reading right now.
The 800 page one, no? Or no?
That is cannot be read. I'm just going through it and enjoying the positions. I am reading a very interesting book, How I Became a Grandmaster by Vinay Bhatt. He's one of my favorite guys. He was a friend when he was playing chess. He quit chess and he went into a corporate career. This is a fantastic book. You know, it is not always that a top chess player's memoirs and top chess player's game explanations only have to be instructive or interesting. Vinay Bhatt, a guy who reached somewhere around 2600 and quit chess. Of course, he played seriously till he got to that point. He coolly describes, through his school days, through his college, how he played chess, how someone who's a second generation Indian growing up in the United States, son of migrants from India, how he kind of tried to manage chess and studies together. But more than anything, how he approached his chess development, told in a very, very pragmatic way. I simply love guys who have, it's not just writers, even among chess players, those who have a level head on their shoulders. This is a kind of a guy who has the levelest head on his shoulders, very, very pragmatically, in simple terms, with a very simple outlook about life. He describes how he played chess. Please, you guys should definitely read this, a book by Quality Chess. Excellently written book. I would wholeheartedly recommend that. So that is one I'm reading. And
Nice.
another I am reading, I borrowed from Sashi Kiran, a book by Sergei Tivyakov, his autobiography. So, it's the name of the book. It is called as Power Chess? No. Rock Solid Chess. I'm sorry. Just the name is, see, unusual names escape you right away. So, I'm reading these 2 to 3 books at the same time. Okay, Rock Solid Chess is about beautiful positional concepts played by a player with a lot of clarity. It's a mystery to me why he didn't become one of the top players, super top players ever. Maybe it's a temperamental issue with him, knowing him a little. But again, a very nicely written book with very, very clear ideas on the chessboard. You guys, anyone who wants to know logical chess, positional chess, you will really enjoy the games presented in this book. And Tiveco has done a very good job of giving not only his games. Let's say if he takes a theme of something like the Karlsbad structure, and if
Yeah, we should be back. We should be back. Yes, guys, just refresh.
so, what did you guys hear till?
No,
Till what?
they heard everything because until that point it was going on. Yeah.
Sagar
Yeah.
Shah is here. Hey,
No,
Sagar.
that is me. I said refresh. Because I wanted to tell them to refresh, and we also had this voting just to first quickly show you the D4 guys. Well done, you were right. The game has ended in a draw. Sarah, they repeated, and please don't kill me.
I told you. You have to give me the stream in Zoom also. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So it ended in a draw.
Yeah.
So obviously
yeah,
they have their own reasons for taking a draw here.
Yes.
I mean, Vidit just, he's on the top. He doesn't want to rock the boat too much. And Nakamura, because, he's fine with a draw with black pieces against a player who's definitely good in form now. So that's the reason. But to be honest, it's disappointing.
No,
Anyway,
do you
let's
think
move on.
disappointing? Because I think it is a great one because at the end of it,
For me,
Vidit,
it's disappointing. No, I'm not talking about Vidit's viewpoint. For me, it's personally disappointing because I would have really liked
to
it
see
if
the
there
game. Like you would have loved to see the game. That way, like we would have had
full-fledged fight. Yeah, full-fledged
a
fight.
fight.
I would have.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
but for
In
us, it's a
Vaishnavi,
good just to end with it. For us, we still have one player as of now, sole leading or joint leading. We can say that will be known at the end of the not joint lead. Na, if somebody wins, still Vidit will stay in the joint lead. That's an important thing. And based on the last FIDE Swiss, he needs at least 2.5 out of 4 for Vidit. And for Arjun, I'm not sure if it will be 2.5, 3. Similar that way. So okay, going to Vaishali's game here, she played. Yeah, she did play Knight H4. That's what we were talking about, and it's there on the board. And look at what Sophie Millet played here. She goes for chaos with d5.
D5 opens up the position fully. Generally, when the position is opened up, it will generally be favorable for the player with the two bishops. But in this position, it's not yet because both the bishops are kind of still not well positioned. So after d5, I would go for ed5 here. The point being, for ed5, if you go knight d5,
which happened in the game, like, oh, knight d5 is a
we
mistake.
did.
Maybe firstly, I should also ask the question to the chat while I get to adjust the bars. She played knight d5, and maybe Vaishali is at the moment of finding the best move. Sarah, if you don't know, you could also try to think, but I think you will just get it very
I
quickly.
got them. Yeah. White has a beautiful shot here. Very, very cute. Actually, this kind of tactics, it's not very common you get on the chessboard. I mean, this particular theme, I haven't seen it at all. Nice. Oh my God, people are getting it immediately. Awesome. Thank you so much for your compliment. Nice of you. As Amruta Mokal has commented me, I am receiving your compliment. I'm thanking.
Wow.
Nice of you.
Amazing. But that means that Vaishali, like, this moment can completely change the result. Yeah, if she gets such a huge advantage as of now.
Yeah. So the thing is
Let's
for
see.
Ikra's D5, okay, let people answer and
Yeah, people have answered. We have got oh, only 8 people found it. Gaming, Ankur, Arpit, Endra, Samarpit, Yug, Nagarajan, Salej, and Vishwa. Most of them wanted to play Queen F3 here. They wanted to go Queen F3. But Vaishali does go Knight G6, right move. Yes, Sarah, can you explain?
yeah, knight G6, the point is if the first thing is if the rook E8 moves away, I just capture the pawn on E5 with knight into E3.
Stronger. There's
And
something stronger.
something stronger, maybe queen F3.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because E5 is hanging as well as F7 is hanging. And if for knight G6, if you play FG6, so white has rook F8 check. And if queen F8, white goes bishop D5 check and A8 rook is hanging. And if king F8, I have queen F3 check and I capture the knight on D5 next. And black's king side is in terrible shape. So it's just a winning position. So knight G6 is a wonderful move. So because of which for ED5, knight D5 cannot be taken. So for
No, she
ED5,
took knight d5. I mean,
oh,
just
she
to
did.
knight g6, and right now Vaishali, as we asked the question, Vaishali actually made the move knight g6. So Vaishali has found a
Yes.
tactic, and Vaishali is winning because after knight g6, the position is just clearly better. I don't think there is any compensation also for black in any way. Crazy,
Amrut,
no?
you predicted knight h5, bishop e3, knight f6, bishop e4, and the draw happened. You predicted knight h4, d5, ed, knight d5, knight g6, and it happened. I will definitely not make an enemy out of you today. Whatever you're predicting is happening today. I
D5
will
I didn't predict. Let me clear
पंगाने
myself. I didn't
पंगाने ले
predict.
पंगाने ले लूंगा मैं पंगाने ले लूंगा आज.
आज
You
के
predicted
दिन
knight g6. You predicted knight d5. You predicted knight g6.
yeah, knight h4, knight g6. But
That was just fun. That was just
this
fun.
is amazing because Vaishali already on number 1 in the ranking, and with this game, like if she wins this, then what a
Hey,
great
by the way, there is
chance.
something very interesting, Amruta. For knight g6, what happens to knight into e3? That's a nice question. So if knight into e3, okay, chat. White has a
Oh,
beautiful
not
move. Come
easy.
on.
That
Come on, fine.
definitely gives me time to set up the bars.
Beautiful. Beautiful movement. Yes.
What?
MRS Transport says, मैडम एक बार बोल दो मैं करोड़पति बनूंगा शायद शायद बन जाऊं
Oh God.
बोल दो ना मुझे भी बोल दो मैं भी बन जाऊंगा
बाप रे, सब बन जाओ करोड़पति. Aronian.
What is the quality chess book you're reading? I missed the title. How I Became a Grandmaster by Vinay Bhatt. That's the book I said.
Yes. Yeah, we've got the answers there. Quite a few people found it actually for this tough move. Rook f7, Pulkit Gaming, Santosh, Sai, Som, Utkarsh, Ved, Shweta, Kaushik, and Pranav. You guys have
Wow.
got it right.
Hmm.
Rook takes f7. Rook takes f7. If rook takes f7, then the point was loose pieces drop off and queen f3. Nice question there, Sarah. This is amazing. So it is possible to miss the move like knight g6, or do we call what kind of a blunder would you say it is?
I mean, which one is the blunder
Here,
you're
knight
talking about?
d5 was played by Sophie. She went d5, e5, and knight d5, right? And she
Simply
missed
a
knight
lack of sense of danger. Basically, when your sense of danger is developed, you should first of all you should see the danger signals here before if you keep the knight back on e7 and pawn on d5. You should first of all see that after e cross d5, you should see that the bishop on b3 is a monster and it is looking at the f7 diagonal and then the king. And then the fact that, somewhere in future there is a knight g6 because of the f7 pawn being pinned by the bishop on b3 and then a rook on f1. When so many factors are converging and also the fact that white queen can come to f3 or h5 immediately, this is the position where actually it's not a very difficult thing. This was actually quoted by an old master named Schleiman. One of his very basic rules about chess is that whenever this is basically this is the way they say beginners should be trained. Anytime before you're going to play a move, let's say you're going to make a move like knight d5, ask yourself 3 questions. Am I making an immediate blunder? What is my opponent threatening? These are questions you should ask with each and every move. Once you ask yourself what is the move, whether knight g6 is a threat, whether queen f3 is a threat, only after you get a satisfactory answer, you should go and play a move like knight d5. That's what, whatever your experience as a player and, however strong you are, Sophie Millet is an international master with a rating of 2391. But still, chess is a difficult game, So it is a sense of danger which, let us say, makes people, a lack of sense of danger which makes people to make such blunders.
Nice sense of danger, very important. Also with Vaishali, very alert tactically, because if you miss this move here, like if you don't go knight g6 and you go something like queen f3 immediately, then black goes bishop e6 and it's black who could have been better. So it was necessary to be alert. Knight e3 played by Sophie Millet, and once again, will Vaishali find rook f7 is the question. If she has found knight g6, of course, that's the follow-up there. But there is another tempting move to make, and that temptation of a move like queen h5. What do you think that? Yeah, how tempting is this move queen h5? If you take, then it's over. Knight f8.
I was thinking, okay, first of all, you did find a win there and told our audience with rook f7, right?
Yes.
So my question is, why not just rook f7? Why queen h5 at all, I'm asking.
No, your
Okay, queen
Vaishali,
h5 also you're
yeah.
winning.
No, Vaishali, I think will play rook f7. But if queen h5 is a tempting move, and if she says no, I don't want to play rook f7, then this is another option which she will have to calculate. But I think black will be able to kind of still stay in the game a little bit. Queen g5, and it will have to go on. So Vaishali will have to kind of avoid this. Takes, takes, and knight e5, and this is something she should not get into this when rook f7 exists. That's the point.
So having found one win, you're trying to find another win for white. Yeah, I like that. Nice. This is really patriotic, guys.
So yeah, so guys, let us know if Vaishali plays rook f7. She's down to 27 minutes. How much time she has taken? Maybe 5 minutes until now. 4 minutes. 4 minutes she has been. Oh, she plays. Oh, she plays. Okay.
She
Clean
plays.
and clear. That's it.
There she goes.
Vaishali winning there. What a great day today going on. Also, top board Vidit versus Nakamura. All those who have joined late, the game has ended in a draw. Going to Arjun's game. Oh, look what actually is done after a5. Bishop f4, knight f8, bishop h2, bishop d6. This we saw knight e5, queen e7. Kuzubo did not go for c5. And we were talking about short castle, but Arjun goes long castle.
Hmm.
And Kuzubo goes bishop b4 right now.
You know, they say moves of chess are nothing but reflection of your personality. Yeah. So if you very strongly agree with that and very strongly observe that, Arjun Erigasi is a violent guy, I tell you.
Yeah, like this long castle is such a brave move. And he's done that, right? He's done in one of the game where he went this king d1 and all those ideas.
You know, I really like this attitude of taking the gauntlet, picking up the gauntlet, and going for complications and going for a kingside attack in a position where just with a normal short castle, you could have maintained a slight edge probably. So now you understand, Amruta, from the opening, this was always his intention. Why he played h3, why didn't he play below? Why he played bishop 4 and then bishop h2? Why did he delay so much? Nice time to ask a classic question. Who in the history of chess, I'm talking about classical players,
I
let's say
love this question.
before Bobby Fischer, who in the history of chess was known for delaying castling till the last minute? I mean, as much as possible, delaying castling in the middle game. Who was that greatest player? You know, these are not answers which you will find it in any book. Unless you have analyzed games of great players, analyzed books written by them. Such fantastic points, such fantastic, facts about chess you will never be able to get. So let's see who are the answers. Smyslow, Petrosian, Fischer, Sultan Khan, Kramnik. I said before Fischer, guys. So Vichy, Tal, Capablanca, Kramnik, Petrosian, Kramnik, Tal, Capablanca. Okay, the name has already come, obviously, but I'll just wait for some more time to see people are seeing. Murphy, Kramnik, Jacob Murray. Are you a real fan of Jacob Murray? Himanshu, are you the Himanshu from Delhi? Are you trolling us? Crouch, Botwene Kasparov. Okay, it was Tigran Petrosian who delayed castling as much as possible. Okay, now I'll ask a
Oh,
second trivial question. There is a modern master, let us say, who was in the top 5 in the world in 1990s and so on. He has written a very nice treatise book on the middle game in which a chapter is devoted to telling, do not castle early. One of the chapters of his middle game book is do not castle early. Do you know this modern master? Clue is he's not a world champion. He was never a world champion. He was in the top 5 in the world in 1990s.
these are
Okay,
my
this is
favorite questions asking about a player. And somehow
this
I
is
think
too tough.
Petrosian is winning the race. Like he's becoming the answer number of times for your questions. So maybe you
You know,
like
that
him
is
really
Amrita,
well.
the reason is Petrosian was a unique player. See, if you see brilliance wise, my favorite players are Mikhail Tal, Bobby Fischer, Gary Kasparov, of course. Okay, if you talk about the generation before Fischer, it was definitely Mikhail Tal and second say. Okay, I like Paul Keres a lot, and of course Alexander Alekin. But when it comes to personality, sheer personality, Petrosian stood head and shoulders above the rest. By the way, do you know, Amruta? Petrosian had a physical uh, setback. Do you know this?
No.
Towards the end of his life, towards the end of his career, he had hearing issues.
Oh.
Anyone who comes out of such setbacks in life and still being a world champion, and you should read what Kasparov has told about Petrosian. When Kasparov was a teenager and getting into 20s, he traveled together with Petrosian for 2 or 3 tournaments. And Kasparov says he took me under his wings and he protected me. He taught me so much.
Wow.
Again, these are the qualities in players which I like a lot. And for many reasons, okay, I can talk about Petrosian the whole night actually. Okay, the guy who wrote this book and chapter is Evgeny Barev. If you are interested, I can get you the name of this book. This book is very much worth reading, especially for coaches, because there are many unorthodox. Yeah, the name of the book is also very funny. I'll give it in chat somewhere here. It's called as "Say No to Chess Principles." Look at the way
Yeah.
a guy names a book. Yeah, so funny. Say No to Chess Principles by Evgeny Bare, where he says, "Do not castle early."
Yeah.
So Arjun Erigasi,
Also,
not
Bariv is a
castle.
very funny guy. He's a very funny guy. We recently
You
met
mean
him
to
in the
say good
Netherlands.
sense of good
Very good.
sense of
Yeah, 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 yeah.
sense of humor. Yeah. There is another brilliant quote by Evgeny Barev. So, a tournament for which he was supposed to, he tied with someone else. I don't remember the details correctly. I don't remember. I remember this much that he tied for the first, and they asked him, "Okay, in the tie break, you got this guy, so you played like this and won. So what would you have done if it was Topolo? What would you have done if it was Ivan Chek?" So he said, "This is what I'll play. This is what I'll play." Then they asked him, "What would you do if your opponent was Vishy Anand, whom you have to play in half an hour chess?" Barev answered, "I would have simply resigned." Yeah, I know about Barev's sense of humor. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, okay. Adi has already typed down the name of the book, Say No to Chess Principles by Evgeny Barev.
Which publisher you
Finally,
remember?
Say No is it's the publisher from Belgium
Ah,
who
so maybe not. Because why I asked is, guys, tomorrow night we will be releasing the new books on the shop.
hmm,
So I will also check what I have and what I don't have.
the name of the publisher is Thinkers Publishing.
Ah,
By the
Thinkers.
way, this is not Barev's best book. The Barev's best book is a brilliant book, From Moscow to
Hmm.
Elista by
Hmm.
Evgeny Barev and
Yeah.
who's the second author. From Moscow to Elista by Barev and a journalist, yeah?
Not Sosonko, no?
Not Susanko, no, not Susanko, a Russian journalist.
Yeah, he
From
just
Moscow.
recent,
It is
very recently. Hmm.
basically about Vladimir Kramnik's 3 matches against from London to Elista. I'm sorry, from London to Elista. It is by three matches of Kramnik at Elista, um, Prague, and London against Topalov, Peter Liko, and Kasparov. Levitov, Ilya
Hmm.
Levitov.
Ah, yes,
Yeah,
yes. Oh, of course. That's why right now we went for Levitov Chess Week, right? In September end. There
yeah,
we
yeah.
met them, and they also have a very nice chess channel, Levitov Chess Week. So
Yeah.
where Bariv also, plays and does a lot of things. You can check that out. That's interesting.
Yeah. And that basically, what to say, one of my most favorite books. In fact, I don't know why nobody noticed. There are a lot of explosive revelations in that book, actually. A lot of controversial details. Somehow, I never seen a debate on what Barev and Levitov mentioned as took place in that during those 3 tournaments.
We'll check it out. I think I also should have the book.
It's
I'll
by
ask Sagar.
it's by New Chess. It's a New Chess publication.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Slowdown says, what a tough question. It was a tough question. Yeah, it was a tough question for them, Bari. But Nice one. These are we should make sure, Sarah. Every day you ask them at least some question where they have to guess the name of the player. Tushar says, "Man, it's been so long. I last watched a chess live stream." Yeah, you would not be able to leave this today. Vidit is the sole leader. Firstly, today his game ended in a draw. Vaishali is just completely crushing it. This is her position. And after Rook F7, she goes Queen F3. So Vaishali on course to winning there. Arjun's game very going into a bloodbath, I feel. Slowly and steadily, Bishop B4 has been played. Here, a very tough question for white to play. Can we try white to play? I am expecting only 5 people could consider. I mean, I would not have got it, honestly.
What
I
a
would.
way to encourage. What a way to encourage the audience. 5 जन के ऊपर कर नहीं सकते. By the way, as they are thinking on a very interesting detail, the top board game between Anna Muzichuk and Antonetta Stefanova has ended in a draw. So 2 joint leaders have ended their mutual game in a draw, which means if Vaishali wins this game, Vaishali is going to be the sole leader of the tournament. How
Oh,
is that?
nice.
How is that? How is that? Who would have imagined 10 years ago Indians are leading in both sections of the Grand Swiss Open? Fantastic progress.
So cool. Guys, look at this. The top board ended in a draw. Anna versus Stefanova. Actually, then Stefanova is playing really well here. And
Well, a
Vish.
former world champion.
Yeah.
Actually, they both are former world champions, right? So, yeah.
So that's
As we're
okay.
talking, give me a minute, I'll be back, right?
Sure. And there we have, if Vaishali wins this 6.5, she will go to 6.5. Anna Stefanova will be on 6. And if Goriachkina beats Stan Tsongi, only then she will also move to 6. So that would be the update there. For open section, Vidit's game has ended in a draw. Rest of the Hans versus Aronian has ended in a draw. So Vidit on 6, and we will see who all are going to join him at 6. And what is the answer? Let me also try to get in fact, let me have here, because it's not like one move and people will be able to clearly see the move, see the right answer. So g4 is one move which you want to play. Then there is knight a4, and then there is knight a2. But g4, knight a4, knight a2, I've got the candidates from the chat here, which is great. I like this suggestion g4, very important, very natural move there. But moving this knight to a4 or e2 was another suggestion, and the move knight a4 is exactly the one I was talking about. Also, it's the recommended by the engines, but you see there are these squares c5 and b6, the weak squares there. The reason I said it looks tough, because you have long castled last move, and here black is waiting to expand, and with knight a4, b5 is just happening immediately. So why is knight a4 okay with allowing b5? So this has to be understood, because practically it can get extremely dangerous to go into something like this. Knight b6 and knight c5, the moves to consider. So this we were talking about, knight b6. You can't go rook b8. That would be a big blunder. Don't forget this, and don't also forget this guy there sitting quietly with a telescope watching, stargazing there. So that's the problem. And black would have to play rook a6, attack this, and this exchange is what we were looking at. So this position has to be assessed. What Arjun played is king b1. He went king b1 directly. And also few of you have said g4. You wanted to play g4. Tell me something. The bishop went to b4 last move. Now, does this mean Kuzubov is saying that in this scenario, I don't like your knight and I want to exchange my bishop with, I mean, this is the trade which black is preferring for himself.
Well, bishop c3, I think, is indeed the idea. Definitely. Basically, the idea of bishop c3 is to lessen white's control of the e4 square. Like black is threatening bishop c3, queen c3, followed by knight e4. That's probably the point behind it. So for bishop b4, I was actually expecting something like knight a4 there.
Yeah,
So
knight a4. So that was my main question, Sarah. Knight a4 is a very good move. But isn't this so scary? Like you're calling for this b5 and you are entering into something very precise.
yeah, see, my point is after knight a4, b5, knight c5.
Knight c5, okay?
Yeah, the bishop on b4 will definitely get exchanged to the knight on c5. In the resultant positions, the c6 pawn is a chronic weakness. And generally, when there are only two pawns on the queen side to attack in such positions, black doesn't drum up a... Now, yeah, this is the point. Now I'll take queen into c5.
Yeah, queen takes c5.
Bishop c5.
And
Queen takes c5. And the endgame is clearly but for white, because solely because of the c6 pawn and the two bishops, basically.
oh.
So knight a4 is not dangerous. In fact, now after king b1, what Arjun has played,
Yeah.
yeah, now king b1, bishop into c3, queen into c3, knight e4. Now my problem is, let us say, I think white is forced to play queen c2 here. So after queen c2, now I have a feeling that the position is equal after, let's say, bishop f5 or bishop, even bishop e6 for that matter. You got
This
the trick,
can
right?
get, yeah. What is
I
the
mean, if
trick?
you take bishop e4, d4, queen e4, if you take pawn.
Ooh, yeah. Nice question.
Yeah,
Black to
okay.
play.
Black to play. Come on, chat. Black
Nice
to play.
question.
What would you do? Yeah.
By the way, Anirban Bhattacharya, thank you for your super chat. AD seems like you must be in Dubai or somewhere, but he says for all the interesting stories. So thank you.
Thank you. Nice of you. Thank you. This is very nice. Yeah. This is a hidden tactic for black here.
Oh, lovely. That's a great question, and people are finding it very quickly. Tushar, Anda, Siddesh, Mihir, VH, Sahil, Seema, Adi, Mriganshu, and Nafis. That's the right thing there. F6
Spite of
here.
so many, spite of so many gin and tonics and beer, still the audience is very sharp today. That's nice. Kidding.
You can't move the knight because of bishop a2 check, and that's a disco there. So that is the reason this cannot be taken. In that case, knight e4, bishop e6 looks strong. So over here itself, the knight, if it is taken, bishop takes as per engine's recommendation. Bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and now once again to look at the dark squares and move your knight away to c4.
Okay. So bishop e4, d e4. You want to play
Knight
knight
c4
c4
and bishop e6. So this is a position which looks like...
The point is, Amruta, after knight c4, white doesn't have any objective targets at all. What is white playing for is a huge question here, correct?
Absolutely.
Bishop e6, you cannot take knight a5. That's, I think, too simple a tactics to tell chat to find.
Yeah.
So probably we'll tell them knight a4, white followed by bishop into a2. Bishop into a2.
So, okay, bishop
into a2 followed by b6. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a cute little tactic. So, the position is already equal because there is no objectivity to play for. There is no objective weakness or anything, targets or anything in black's position to play for. See, that is why I think king b1 was a little bit of a lethargic move, I feel. But okay, Kozubo is still thinking, I suppose. And okay, one more thing, they have about 15 minutes gain in time for our man in their clock, respective clock positions, which is good. By the way, what's happening to Vaishali? Must have
Yeah,
gone
let's
towards
go there. But
climax.
also, let me point out, as you mentioned, 15 moves have done,
Mhm.
26 moves to be made by Kuzubov. He has 23 minutes. So
Yeah.
it is going to get in time pressure. Vaishali after rook takes f7, rook takes f7 goes queen f3. Oh, let me show you. This is a very simple one, but of course you couldn't take the queen here because there was this double check and you anyway win the queen back. So queen f3. Black, like, to survive, he will have to go queen f6 over here. And once again, the question to the chat, actually, white to play. So this is a whole combination, yeah. Vaishali has to make sure, like Vaishali will make sure, but guys, you have to make sure that you are following up. White to play. Many tempting moves, but white to play.
Actually, to analyze this position is like there is a Tamil analogy.
What is it?
To to beat a dead snake effectively. How to effectively beat up a dead snake.
But nobody's falling for something like, I thought many people will say, oh, queen takes 8 and win the rook. But nobody is falling for such kind of traps. But some people are falling for this move. By the way, queen 8 was a move which I thought few people will find. Yeah, two people. But bishop f7. See, I'm telling you, there are people, even if 30% of the people are looking at bishop f7. It's gone, yeah, combination gone
You are
wrong.
happy. You are happy.
And why
30%.
not?
Well, so knight e5 is the strongest move here, and I mean for queen f3, black plays has already been played, Amruta.
No, queen f3 has been played, but suppose
Yeah.
queen f6 is not played. But if queen f6, all those who said bishop takes f7, the point is queen takes f7. And now, if you want to take the rook here, effectively material wise, you are an exchange up. Queen takes g6, you are still attacking too many pieces there. Queen c8 check, but after king h7, this position, black has a great compensation. There is a mate threatened, so exchange. So it was important to see this, not go wrong, because very tempting that back to back you're winning material. Direct queen 8 also doesn't work. Same, queen g6 is the problem. There is a mate threat. Sorry, not here. Direct queen 8 doesn't work. Queen g6, same mate threat is threatened. So queen f3, important move. Knight takes e5 for queen f6, and there you go. This should just relax. Yes, the dead snake is beaten again and again. All good.
Even more dead. The snake.
Which
Okay,
game?
so looks like our girl is doing very well there. So Vidit has drawn. So Erika is his game. We just had a look at. So shall we have a look at Pragnananda's game? What happened there?
Yes.
Yeah, Pragnananda was not a very pleasant game for Pragnananda, and many things have happened there.
Oh, okay. Pragg
Why did
after.
not take any decision? That's big shock, big surprise.
Exactly. This was very critical. Bishop c3 is a good news for Pragg. b4 there, he gets, I think he might be out of the problems now. a5 he goes, and see, this is the move, like at the end of it he had to spend one more move. That's why direct a5 would have been better. Rook fc1, and now he gets out this bishop a6. There is a pin over here. Rook c2, rook, he goes bishop b5, bishop e1. So this is the position for Pragg. Yes.
Well, this position looks quite comfortable. I think Pragg's problems are behind him. And it looks to me that it's tempting to say Pragg is on the better side of equality simply because he has more space, no doubt about it. And difficult to get inspired by the bishop on e2 and bishop on e1. You know, really passive pieces. The only problem is c6 pawn continues to be a problem. If the pawn on c6 doesn't exist, black would have been definitely better. So c6 pawn continues to be a problem. So it is equal, but no way this position is still without a bite. Black has still all the chances in the world to to play for concrete objectives in the position. For example, somewhere there in the future, there is an a4 push. Of course, only after developing black's rooks, either rook rook fc8 or doubling the rooks on the a file, whatever. So we can confidently say time position is also fine, right, Amruta?
Yeah, 39 minutes for Pragg, 20 moves to be made, and Yakubov has 28 minutes. So I don't think any of them is as of now under time pressure, but in the next 5 moves, it could get complex.
So overall, it's mild advantage of Pragnananda in every respect, we can say.
Which is a great
Shall we look at some other games which we
Gukesh.
haven't seen at all?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
That
Gukesh, we'll
Gukesh position was critical. We'll just look there what happened. When bishop g2 was played, after a long thought, knight d f8 was played in the position. Knight d f8. Gukesh went queen c1, attacks the h6 guy, and g5 by Nicholas. Now b4, knight g6. He went b5 over here.
It's a very strange.
Yeah, I mean, normal
extremely
c5 is the
strange.
most natural one, right?
C5 aiming for the d6 square for either of the knights,
Yes.
B5 is a very, very strange move by black because now black has a clear path to equality with bishop f8 and he played it.
Yes, he
Black
played
played
it.
bishop f8.
B takes c6.
C, bc, queen c2. What exactly was in black's mind is a puzzle because now after bishop c5, white is left with dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, but what is happening
I
to
think,
firstly bishop takes a3?
okay, bishop takes a3, I have queen a4, I suppose, right?
Double
Queen
attack.
a4 and take the pawn on c6 as well as attack the bishop on a3. But
So bishop
I'm
c4.
really puzzled with b5 in this position.
Yeah, what was he thinking? Also queen c1. Okay, he wanted to maybe provoke g5 and all of that. But even if he would have got c5, let's just try to see c5. For black, was there anything that Gukesh felt was a little riskier on the king side in any possible way? But
See, definitely, Gukesh basically likes activity in chess. So his idea of going b5 was concrete. Instead of c5, he wanted to go b5 to capture bc, and then go queen c2 and queen a4. It's obvious. That's what he wanted, and that's what he has gone for. But the problem is, see, in this position for queen c2, black need not take bishop on d3.
Yeah.
See, for example,
Bishop
even, okay,
c5.
bishop c5 is there, knight c5 is also there, Amruta. Knight c5 stops queen a4, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Now it's difficult to find moves for white in this position.
Can I go knight a4? I mean, I don't like this exchange, but let's say if I want a queen on a4.
Knight a4, you want to go. Isn't it a little dangerous if black plays knight into a4, queen into a4, and g4? Starts attack on the king side, let's say.
Oh, g4. Yeah, if I take, then it looks like
Remember, King's Indian has nothing to do with positional correctness. It's all to do with tactics. And this is the kind of tactics you should not allow black to start in.
No, you don't want to get into that for sure.
I mean, very soon, as they say, one thing may lead to another, and suddenly you may be facing a dangerous attack. So I'm a little concerned about Gukesh idea of b5 and bc6. He's a dynamic player, so he naturally looks for dynamic ideas. But I'm trying to understand what he might have overlooked in this position. I think he overlooked knight c5.
But anyway, his opponent played rook d8. So it was not even like a must to play knight c5 or something. In general, only this plan has given equality to black.
Okay, now it looks like all is fine. You can go queen a4 as envisaged.
So queen a4, you are attacking this pawn.
Yep.
Firstly, how do I defend? Like a move like c5 would be the worst possible move to give the
Yeah.
d5 square.
Heartily, you can congratulate your opponent for being a friend
Yes.
after that.
So that's not going to work. Apart from that, if can I move the knight to c5, defend the c6 via the queen?
Exactly, some kind of a tactics like this. So let's say queen a5 here.
You have to be alert, like
Yeah, and
overloading here.
then black has to do the ugly knight b7. Yeah.
Yeah, or rook d1, but give up the d file.
Yeah.
But this what next? Okay, you went knight b7. If you are going to repeat, then I'm sure Nicholas would be happy to repeat in this
Yeah,
position.
that's the point. I mean, even after Nicholas playing rook d8, white may not be having a way to push forward, which is a concern once again.
Yeah.
So a little bit of mishandling of the
Hmm.
middle by Gukesh in this game, I believe.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, so this one, Gukesh, we will come back again. You wanted to see some games which we have not had a look. People are saying Tanya is winning and it's converting right now. So let's just have a look at it. Same colored bishops. She's a pawn up. Should be clearly winning. This is hanging. It's on the light square. So bishop c6 later on in the air. Okay,
Yeah, this
Tanya is
is like
winning.
the advantage. Yeah, she should be definitely pushing.
Vantika is playing with Savita Shri today, and Vantika is right now having a better position there with these weaknesses. So Vantika better with Savita. What is up with Harika and Divya? Let's have a quick roundup. Harika is white. Harika is going for some kind of an attack here, but the pawn on d3 does look a little dangerous. b3 here. Complex game for Harika. And for Divya, she's playing with the black pieces against Leena Nasir, 2066. So there's a huge rating gap, but it seems that Leena is having this slight edge. The d5 pawn is under attack. Queen b3 was the last move.
Sounds okay, but okay. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. So going to the men's section, finally looking at Vaishali. Oops, sorry, Vaishali. Anything happened there? Queen f6 has been played. So this is the last move of the combination. Vaishali has to play knight takes e5, which she will find. Let's go to Arjun's game after he long castled. After he played king b1, bishop c3 was played by Kuzubov. He took the knight, queen c3, knight e4, queen c2, and he already goes f6, kicks this knight away. So Arjun has to decide now what to do. He has some options of bishop e4 and f3 as well.
Well, it looks like, this is going to be equalish, kind of. So I think time pressure will ultimately decide how the game will swing because
Mm,
uh, what to say, both of them have not even completed 20 moves, whereas Arjun has a healthy advantage of about 10 minutes ahead of being ahead on the clock. So this looks like going equal, but we never know because time pressure is bound to kick in right now.
yeah. One thing I like about Arjun's position is that he has this g4 and pushing the knight, and then there is a pawn break possible on g5. Plus he has pieces looking on the king side a little bit. Whereas for black, it's this rook and this pawn, but nothing immediate. Like you might have bishop on e6, but the center is closed. So that way, practically Arjun's chances like in the war are look very decent. But in time pressure, it is important how the opponent continues. With this kind of a great play until now, Kuzugo has shown, may not be so easy. Which game do you want to see, Sarah?
We haven't seen our other boys at all today. I mean, I would love to see what's happening. Nihal, first of all, and Narayanan
Yes.
game.
Nihal,
All
we
those
saw.
games, we can have a quick look at all
Yes.
of them.
By the way, Anish's game, Rook End game, and it seems like it's going to end in a draw because it's a Rook End game. That's what I'm saying. But Nihal, we had seen at until this point, I guess, Knight H4 he went, Rook E8, Knight F5, Bishop F8. He takes on C5, Knight takes C5, Rook C1, G6 was played, Knight E3, everybody on that D5 pawn, Knight A4.
Did you say everybody on the d5 pawn?
Yes, like the knight, this knight, bishop, queen, and this pawn is like, मुझे माफ कर दो. Knight A4, knight.
Actually, one question was e4 possible, d4 possible in that question? Ah, it
Here,
was white to, no, instead of bishop g7, the previous move, previous move. Yeah, here was d4 possible. Ah, okay. White as a tactics. Come on, chat. Find the tactic. What will you play for d4 here? Little tough one is right. You have to
this
see
one,
about
no?
3, 4 moves ahead. Yeah, this one is a little tough.
Wait, it's getting updated. Stuck.
If anybody comes and teases us on stream that you're having a beer, this is how we are going to pay back by giving you a tough one to solve.
Bishop B7 and Knight A4. So it was a tough question. Nobody gets it, yeah?
Nobody gets it?
Was that nobody gets it? Or was that their answer?
So the answer was in case of d4, white is going to play knight c d5 here. Very cute move.
So if you cannot take here because of
Knight f6 check or
this
bishop
opening
f6,
up,
either of that. Yeah,
yes,
this opening up.
beautiful.
And
And
another nice variation for knight c d5. If you go knight into d5, okay, we'll ask the second question now.
yeah, it has to
Now white to play,
follow.
what will you play? Yeah, very nice. It's a cute one. So everyone fell on d5, and even that fallen fellows comes forward, we still have our answers.
Follow up, follow up. Come on, guys.
What is that famous Hindi movie dialogue? ये मेरा इज्जत का सवाल है. इज्जत.
Wait. Wow.
Yeah,
That was quick.
many of the things get it. Very nice. Yeah, Queen d4 is a very nice answer here. That's a nice piece of tactics there, actually. And ultimately, you're winning the won the d4 pawn. So nice, actually. So that's a nice detail there. So Amruta, you can go ahead with the game now. What happened?
Yeah, so this was a nice question actually and pretty tough. He played bishop g7, knight
Yeah.
a4, came to e4, bishop went to d4,
Yeah.
queen d7 now, rook c2, rook c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, and queen a1. This is the current position for Nihal.
Typical Nihal keeping a very, very solid position with positional pluses because of the d5 pawn. And his favorite way of playing chess, he once told, is to make simple moves and preserving the position and keep playing. So he's playing his favorite kind of chess today. Very, very impressive.
But so like it's funny that he loves this whole speed chess, the bullet and everything, And here
Oh,
in
yeah.
these games, he can just have that patience to be slow and calm and,
See,
extreme.
that is something very important. Very wrongly, chess enthusiasts and chess fans think that playing quick chess is about quick calculation. It is not.
Hmm.
Playing quick chess is having a feel of what to play and keeping the pieces in the right squares. It helps if you are good in calculation as well. But generally, people who are very good in speed chess will have a very good feel for positions,
Hmm.
strategy. So actually, it's the other way around. More than the calculation, it's the strategic chess which matters.
Nice. So Nehal's position, I still think it's complex, and some moments, maybe some strategic decisions could have been better. But this position is right now equalized there. Uh, which other game would you say? Arvind's game has ended in a draw.
Okay.
Nihal is better. Arjun is
Hari Krishna.
Hari. Let's go to Hari.
Okay,
Hari is
so
playing with the black
Hari.
pieces a little bit.
So
Just
he is playing another young talent, Renat Jumbayev
Rinat
from
Jumayev,
Kazakhstan.
the guy Arjun played such a long game and had a beautiful end to the game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure, sure. Yeah.
Hari is in
So,
trouble, no?
playing- yeah, he seems to be somewhat is in trouble because of what is that? As we are talking,
What is what?
uh, I think he just played. Let's wait till you get in your transmission. I don't want to spoil your fun.
Okay.
Look at
A5 was
what
the
Hari
last
played.
move.
Yeah,
Is it
AFA was the
shocking?
last
The
moment.
last move which he
It's
played?
very surprising. Guys, try to guess what Black played here. Really
Hmm.
surprising. It was gonna be released on your screen anytime, so you have to think quick.
Try to think. Black to player. Black to play.
Okay, some guys got it.
D3? Is that what he played?
Yup. D3, CD3, knight D4. He just gave a pawn sacrifice over there.
And that was the computer's best recommendation as well.
Oh, really? I didn't see that. Basically, instead of, being in a tough position and defending it, he instead lashes out with an pawn sacrifice and then gets a very attractive square for his knight on D4.
Hmm.
This is
Beautiful.
very interesting. So D3, CD3, knight D4.
Hmm.
Okay, let's go. I think king D2 is not possible, I suppose.
No, king d2 is possible. But there is a good move. In fact, here again, black to play. You
King
will have to
D2, am I
follow
not
up.
having
Hmm.
am I not having knight B3 check simply?
Nice.
Just
Actually, very
win the
nice.
exchange.
Yeah, knight b3 is possible. Why
exchange.
is the computer liking this for white?
The
Because
computer doesn't like it. Yeah, sure. Okay.
ah, this position, he says white is better. White has a great compensation for the
Yeah,
exchange. I still don't
definitely
understand.
understandable.
F6,
Yeah,
e6
white
is
is
good.
gonna play D4
Hmm.
now. White is gonna play D4 now, and he has the
Knight
D6
d6
as well. So
and
the bishop on
e6.
G2 becomes very strong, as well as there is a problem with the pawns on B6 and C7, B7 and C6.
Got it. So
Yeah.
knight d4 check king. So king d2 is possible, but here the move is important. Oh, this one was nice. Actually, if we would have asked the question here, black to play, most of them would have said knight b3, and that would have
We
been
should have
it.
done. We should have done
This
that.
was like the most amazing moment to trick them. But
We should have
guys, you were saved.
really
Yes.
wanted to take a. I really even now want to take a revenge on that beer guy. So we should.
अरे guys, knight b3 से बाहर आओ. Knight b3 is giving great compensation to white. You're not winning. I mean, the material is not enough. Great compensation. Nightbot says, dosto, don't forget to like and subscribe. Yes, guys, while you're thinking, do that. But what is the move? It's a tough one. Quite a tough one to maintain the, you know, otherwise you'll be just a pawn down, plus not a just a pawn down. Here also you have something happening. The bishop is a monster. So what is it? Nobody, Sarah, nobody
My
finds
clue,
it.
my clue would be think logically. White is crushing it on the queen side. So think logically, what should black do? It might give you an idea what to do.
In a minute,
Yeah,
I will
first
give
time I
you.
think today our chat is not getting it. Yeah. Yeah, one guy got it already. Nice. You know, this is a tough one simply because after a pawn sacrifice, our general perception is to go for tactics, not necessarily. That is the point. If you want to, you know, what to say, if you look at the position and pretend as if material is equal, then follow everything only according to strategic guidance, then you will get the move what to play here. Okay, I'm seeing finally that many are getting among you. That's nice to see. We wait for Amruta to come back, of course. One worrying thing in Vaishali's game is that she hasn't found 95 yet, from what I see from my transmission, and she has hardly less than 3 minutes on the clock. It's a little bit worrying. There is a request to suggest good books for improvement of 1300 below. Guys, there are 4 videos, 4, not 1 or 2, 4 videos done by Sagar Shah for ChessBase India, where we talk about chess books and improvement. Please go and study them. Not one, you have 10 or 30 or 40 books to study below 1200. Yeah, Amruta, something, okay, you can reveal the answer here. So F6 was the best move in this position, and many found it very nice. Something drastic is happening in Vaishali's game. She is under a minute and she has still not found 95,
What?
which is very, very worrying.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the right
Oh,
expression for me too.
so, so she, I mean, Queen F6. Oh, now she plays.
Ah, she did
Oof.
90. Oh, she has 5 minutes on her clock. That's okay then.
But how
All is
much
fine.
time did she take actually for Queen F6? She had 28 minutes and then she made sure, and now she plays knight takes c5.
There is another very interesting principle about this. Lev Sakis told me this. Sometimes when the game is going towards its end, Kasparov will consume a lot of time. Kasparov's logic is that this is probably the final concentration needed from him to finish the game. So if he gives one concentration seriously, he can finish off his opponent, and then he has the evening for himself, and the point is safe and secure. So when going towards the end of the game, if he has time in his clock, Kasparov never plays fast. He keeps his emotions under control and takes all the time. He knows that he just needs this one final concentration to win the game. So
Nice.
we
Because
may
one miss
be
wins
able
gone
to
otherwise. One miss is gone. Like, you know.
exactly. So we may be able to justify Vaishali's 95 time taken for 95 with so many minutes based on such belief also. Anyway, good. Vaishali seems to be winning. So shall we have a look at our man Arjun?
So f6, a nice move here in Hari's game. Few people found it. We'll go to now Arjun.
Yeah.
Queen c2, f6. He went f3 here.
Yeah.
And now knight went
F6,
with
he went
g.
F3. He didn't come back with, okay, he didn't play bishop E4 or anything. This is very interesting. Anything which causes confusion in this world is really interesting.
Knight g5 went. But now Arjun again.
Will he chase a rat with H4 again?
Yes. He has
He
to.
does?
No, he has not done it. He's thinking.
That's the best move.
But he needs to, yeah.
Again, this whole idea is to cause confusion, nothing more, nothing less. So let's analyze this a little. Let us say white takes H4. And if black goes knight G E6, white also has an unfortunate square to come back to, which is knight G4. But one good news now is that in the process, white has got his focus a little more on the king side. Yeah. Whereas black's attack is yet to even start on the queen side. I think if this is how the game is going to shape up, Arjun is doing better. White is better in this position. That's my opinion.
Nice. He plays h4. And in fact, we reached this position. Very quickly, they made the last two moves.
Not
Kuzubo
bad.
is on 10 minutes, by the way. Oh, and he has to make 20 moves.
Okay.
Nice. Knight g4 over here. What can black do? Like, he needs to start to create an attack, but the question is how? Like, earlier the bishop was going to e6. Oops.
See, that's what. There is traffic jam and there is dark square weakness. So many things in black's camp here. You know, this is a kind of an uneven position which cannot be played only with logical thinking. You get what I mean. Computer comes up with some logic to make sense in this position, but then you look at which position, whose position has more logical feel, white, right? Because his pieces are in a good setup and all that. So it is difficult to play with black pieces, easier to play with white pieces. And our man Kuzubo goes c5 here.
Yeah.
What is
No, it just feels actually this question, black needs to do something. It's just that frustration that black needs to do something, and he plays c5. I think it's rushing. He needed to play a4. That did make a difference. But what can Arjun do for c5? Let's understand this position first, because it's a direct question to Arjun.
Actually, he need not do anything, right? It's indirectly got at the d4. So you can just go h5, h6, I think.
But c4, you're not worried about c4?
c4, I have a square at f5, right? So should I be worried?
No, actually, you need not worry.
So let's say c4, bishop f5. Having a pawn on h5 in such positions, it's a big comfort. So I don't think I need to be worried about c5,
right.
c4.
So c4 is not a problem, let's say. What else?
Yeah.
After, if you go h5 for black, c takes d4. Let's say I just open the c5.
Yeah, c cross d4. I'm happy to play e cross d4 because my backward pawn on e3 has vanished.
And knight takes d4. Firstly, are you going to play bishop h7 or what's your plan?
Of course, I'm going to play bishop h7. It's a bishop, but at the end of the day, I'm weakening your king side. So, and also I'm creating a weakness for you on the d5 pawn with the isolated queen pawn. So,
yeah, but don't you love your bishop? Like it's a beautiful bishop, no?
I love my bishop, but I love my position even more. I love to win even more. Yeah.
So bishop
So now
F4.
after rook into d4, now again look at this. Black's king side is even weaker and he has a weak pawn on d5. Suddenly there is a structural weakness. You know, structural weakness is something you should always welcome in your opponent's camp. So giving up one of the bishops in the process should not be a concern there. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so this position does look good. I mean, the bishop on h2 suddenly at some point will become active. Bishop f4 and h6 and those ideas are there. Or maybe not h6, maybe the pawn on h5 is beautiful. But c5 is definitely, with 10 minutes, this decision will create a lot of chaos for his time pressure as well. Arjun, how should he try to think that he needs to play fast, or he should just take his time as much as he needs to think? How should he, according to you?
The worst thing you should do in your opponent's time pressure is to play fast. This advice has been told for decades now. When your opponent is in time trouble, the best thing to do is forget that your opponent is in time trouble. You know, play your moves as if you will play any time. The only thing you should be looking at is you should not come into time trouble. That's it. It doesn't matter what your opponent is done. All said and done, there are certain techniques. For example, you should change the contour of the position. You should change the nature of the position. You get me? If you're in a middle game, try to go into an end game. Exchange some pieces. Bring a new position on the board where the opponent has to orientate himself freshly. He has to reorientate himself in the position. So that is what you should be doing in time pressure, not play fast or slow. That should not be a consideration.
Got it. So in that sense, what you're saying, in fact, Kuzubo himself has changed is trying to go for this change with C5. But
That
it's a
is
tough
that is
one.
basically the pent up
Inertia.
energy of a man under pressure who wants to release. So C5, C cross D4, take the knight on D4.
Yeah.
You know, these are natural instincts which come to you when you're under pressure.
But I like Arjun's position.
Why do people do all kind of mistakes under pressure in life? Even up to committing murders, people conduct in life because of pressure. You can't withstand pressure. That's the point.
Right. And Arjun, while we were talking, does find a move h5. So Arjun is slowly getting this slight edge. Now Yuri Kuzuba with 9 minutes have to make some important decisions. While he's doing that, Vaishali's game, everyone's saying go to the game because something, her advantage did reduce. Queen takes f3, knight d f3. Material wise, she is a pawn up. B takes c4, but of course this guy is also no material wise. Rook down, but this rook is hanging. B takes c3. C5 was played by Sophie. Vaishali took the rook. King went to f8, and here Vaishali went back to b3, which was not needed, but okay.
See, here the computer suggests d5, but I tell you, practically it is very difficult to decide on d5 because the bishop on f7 may suddenly find himself without any support. Bishop on f7. So I think bishop e3 was a practical move. But my only concern now is Vaishali is down to her last 5 minutes with another 25 moves, 26
15
moves to go.
No, she has 3 minutes 40 seconds. She has to make 16 moves, and Sophie Millet has 15 minutes. So time wise, yes, this is definitely, if you consider the advantage Vaishali is having and the time is less, she will need to be careful till the end. I thought that it's very clear, but it's not that clear. In fact, you still need to be a little careful.
It's not clear, but not completely clear. Yeah.
Rook b8 is the move which Sophie Millet can go for, attacking the b3 bishop. And then also rook b2 threat is a little irritating, attacking the g2 point. That's why the move bishop b3 is giving some counterplay here.
Sure.
Okay, so that's Vaishali's game. We'll keep coming back here. Arjun's game, after h5, Kuzubo is down to 7 minutes. Pragg's game, let's quickly go to Pragg's game as well. He had got that pawn on. Yeah, some things there after rook a c8. Here he played rook a c8, knight c5, was played by Yakubayev. Knight c5, dc5, queen a6, and these exchanges happened. So we have gone into the same color bishop endgame. Rook f d8, that's what he played. a3, b takes a3, he had to take. Queen takes a3, and now rook a8. So c5 is a weakness for white. I mean white's weakness, and a5 for black. So that's in some sense this could be the war between e5 and c5. But also b3 is a weakness which black can attack, and c6 is not possible to attack anymore. So so Pragg should have this initiative, right? Are you talking? One second.
Sorry, my mic was off. So yeah, it does look like a weakness, but honestly, the position is a lot reduced in terms of material. So realistically, I don't know whether he has any winning chances here, but of course, he will still be pushing definitely.
Okay. So I think we will check Gukesh's game that where he had got this c6 weakness, queen
Yeah,
c2, rook d8, only one move in the whole time. Queen
yeah.
a4 was played, and black went bishop d7. So they are on move number 23rd. They have to make 17 moves. Nicholas has 13 minutes. Gukesh has 22 minutes. So this is also going to go into a big time pressure. Um, Abhijit Gupta, by the way, yesterday the guy who was in the chat, live chat at the end of the live stream, he's playing with the white pieces against Haik Martirosyan, and yeah,
But
seems
all of you should pray that he finishes his game fast and comes and trolls us again. I mean, very nice guy to have fun with for especially online. Is quite a troll. He quite has a quite a good sense of humor online.
I didn't know that much actually. Now it's good to know.
Oh, he's a lot of fun. Very
Hmm.
fun-loving guy and very good sense of humor and takes himself lightly. Doesn't mind
Hmm.
jokes on him. Doesn't mind getting pulled. So
Nice.
good
See,
fun to have him around. Yeah.
yeah. Here we have Adiban's position, but it's opposite colored bishop. He's a pawn up. I mean, not a pawn up technically, but this e pawn definitely is a passer, but it doesn't seem like much. You can't, no progress, yeah? This should end in a draw.
Yeah. He's a pawn up, Amruta, but yeah, okay. This is an opposite
Oh,
color bishop.
yeah,
Yeah,
he is
he's
a
a pawn
pawn
up.
up also. So, anybody else who is, I think we covered most of the games. Hari's game. We can check quickly whether he got this f6 move. Oh, king e3 is played by his opponent. He did not go king d2 or anything. He went king e3. Same thing. First, knight c2 is what you don't even go to win the exchange, because that will give the nice compensation to white. It's the Petrosian like sacrifice, exchange sacrifice. So king e3 there, and Hari once again has a very nice move. Black to play, guys. Can you try
Oh,
to
yeah. That's nice.
black to play? So the important thing was for king d2, the move might be different. For king e3, it's different. So the alertness is not like whatever you go, I'm going to do this move. I think that's what people were supposed to start. Tushar Kumar, I think you thought in the same way, but exactly try to think different.
During this Tata Steel Chess India Rapid and Blitz at Kolkata,
Hmm.
so during commentary, Vishy Anand, Robert Hess, and Tanya says they were commenting, and Hari was playing a nice game, and Tanya came up with a nice line. I like this so much. This is very, very Hari. Vishy Anand is just quiet,
Yeah.
and Tanya says, Vishy, what do you think? And Vishy says, I am so caught up with that very, very Hari thing.
Hurry. Very, very
So,
hurry.
I really like that very, very hurry of D3 followed by knight D4 and all that.
Nice. Wow. You remember your memory is amazing. Anyway, Shalaja, Anda, Abel, Shankara, Narayan, Krishna, Tushar Kumar. Well done. That's the move there, which Hari should find. Knight takes e5. If knight takes e5, then you pin the knight here. And if f4, then you attack it further with f6, and the pawn sack was very very beautiful. The knight on d4 cannot be kicked away, so Hari is going towards equality, like he solved his problems. That's the better way to put it. Okay, going to Vaishali's game, because after bishop b3, what happened was rook b8 was played. She gave this check, knight g6, king went to e8, and now she gives bishop a4 check. So Sophie is thinking bishop d7. 12
We
minutes.
are going
Actually, this 15
towards
minutes will change every 10 minutes. Maybe in 10 minutes, we will in fact get a clarity for Vaishali's result.
Amruta. We are going towards a mind-boggling position here. White's
Okay.
best move is rook e1, bishop a4, rook into e3 check, and we have a very peculiar situation of a rook and two knights against rook and two bishops.
Wow.
How often do you get that in chess? Very, very rare
Mm.
occurrence. And the thing is, this is one of those positions where two knights may be as powerful as two bishops because,
Hmm.
so many jumps, so many squares, and
Hmm.
so many jumping around. This is going to be real fun. My only concern is, Vaishali should
Time.
keep her advantage. Also, but all said and done, it's extremely difficult to convert the advantage in this position. To be
True.
honest, Vaishali's conversion is not going to be easy, in my opinion.
But because the another thing what you said about the rook and knights, the king is weak. That's why white should be better. But the position looks so open with such less pawns that it is a wonder that having double bishop and still white is having a better position. Kind of a bizarre scenario, I would say.
White is having a better position because she's a pawn up. Yeah. So that doesn't.
But weaknesses. But
That's a
here
nice
black
one.
has to find the right move. Guys,
No,
by the way.
the point is white has a clear advantage again. Sorry, I missed something. For king, I'm assuming black has to play
Wait,
king f7 here.
that's the point. Where should black go is not an
King
easy
f7 is
question,
not
no?
good.
Yeah.
That means okay. Still Vaishali is in the driver's seat, but the
If king
worrying factor is
f7.
yes, she
Hmm.
has less than 2 minutes on the clock. That's the worrying factor.
If king f7, it's a blunder. You have rook e7 check. King takes g6. Rook takes a7. Now you are attacking this. C takes d4, let's say. But you have this with a check, an intermezzo. And then you win the pawn. And then you are 2 pawns up. Healthy 2 pawns up. So that is winning. If you don't go king f7, if you go king
1 minute, 1 minute.
d7.
Well, there was a cute variation there,
Okay,
Amruta.
show me.
King f7, rook e7, king g6, rook a7. So now instead of playing cd4, if you try to protect your pawn with bishop b5,
Hmm.
white has this cute resource c4 here.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Beautiful. That's
Yeah.
what you have to be alert for the forks. Lovely. So what
See,
she so after rook e3,
coffee always
you played
helps.
coffee. What that's a mug. Show me that mug, by the way. Because I always think that's a water bottle, but that's a coffee
It's a
mug.
mug.
Yeah.
Basically, it's not a mug. It's a small flask basically. So it
Oh.
keeps any thermos flask. It keeps any warm drink warm for about 6 hours. So
That's why I
this
have
is
to take a
basically to
2 minute
combine.
break and I have to heat the coffee, which I have to prepare before the stream to make sure.
Just buy a mug, girl. Come on, just buy a mug. Don't be annoyed with me. Just buy a mug. Buy a
Exactly.
flask.
Hmm.
So basically, this is a very tricky ending where, okay, go back to King E8. Did you ask
Yeah.
your question or are you going to ask your
No,
question
I
after
just
King
showed
E8?
King
How
D7
to play?
also, Rook E7 is the problem, and then you lose the piece. So King
That
D8
means
you were telling. Uh-huh.
King D8. The point is after King D8, the white knights jumping around the black king can pose as many threats as two bishops in an open position. So that is a logical reason why here, in spite of two knights against two bishops, still white is having an advantage. But again, the concern is clock, not the position anymore.
And not just the clock. By the way, some moves have happened. Not just the clock, also the accuracy which the position is demanding with those knights and the rook is pretty high. That too for the clock, as you say. So it's a pretty tough position suddenly. Rook e1. She played c takes d4. Sophie did not take the a4 bishop. First cd4,
Yeah.
cd4. Now she takes bishop takes a4. Rook takes e3 check. And this is the situation. What is Sophie going to do? 10 minutes on the clock. I'm sure she won't go anywhere on the 7th rank. King d8 looks safer. So she will go king d8. And Vaishali will. Oof, man, such an open position. It's a hard one. Hard one.
Moves have happened in the Arjun Harika's game.
Okay.
I was
h5,
confusing
e4.
this. Yeah.
c4 was played. Bishop f5. And now knight e5. Exactly, this is what we were looking at.
I don't like knight g5 for white, for black.
He wants to exchange the bishop c.
Can I ignore everything and go h6 here?
Whoa.
No,
And
no,
we're
no,
not
no,
worried
no.
about g6 now.
No, h6 doesn't make any sense.
No, it does. It is the best
Yes.
move of the computer. But I also don't know, like, my question is, logically, if g6, then it's all closed, yeah? Where is the pawn break? Or you don't care about the kingside pawn break anymore? Bishop c8, rook
See, that's what
a6.
after h6, g6, I don't know why computer thinks they're the best move, because after h6, g6, bishop c8, rook c8, it's very difficult to find a way to progress here.
Firstly, right now, can you suggest something after rook c8 white to play? He says bishop f4 with the idea of later he wants to go e4, I think. So for bishop f4,
See,
what are you
bishop
going
f4
to
is a bishop f4 is a very, inhuman move, because you give a tempo for knight f e6 here. Knight f8 to e6.
Got it.
It's very difficult for a human being to settle on a move like
Hmm.
bishop f4 in this position. So
Agreed.
I have a feeling that slowly, white may be slipping towards equality here. I mean, I don't think it is possible to find moves like bishop f4 on the board for a human player, moves which are considered to be the best by the computer.
But in the game, what he played was bishop takes c8, same thing without h6, rook a c8, and now he went bishop f4. But the problem is, I think the reason why computer preferred h6 was now black can go h6. And earlier, maybe the g6 square is not something which computer is very happy about. The g6, provoking g6 and weakening 7th rank with the idea of e4 in hand was something I think that's why computer preferred that. Okay,
Okay,
so
I think in the long run, white may go for rook f1 and e4, but that's a long shot away.
Knight g6 played by Kuzubo. In fact, what's the time scenario? 6 minutes for Kuzubo. He plays knight ge6. Quickly, we will shift between Vaishali and Arjun maybe. Quickly, let's go to Vaishali.
Sure.
Bishop a4, rook e3, king d8 was played very quickly. In fact, Sophie is managing her time well. Rook e7, Vaishali goes. Rook b1 check. King went to f2. And now rook b2 check. So, yeah, king e3.
Okay.
1 minute.
Very soon, the black king may get under mating threats. So, actually, pressure is on Vaishali in this position.
You're talking about black king will get mating or white? White. You mean white?
Black king. See, that's the point. This is a position with two bishops, but actually the two bishops don't have much of a scope. For example, here, king e3 is a fantastic move. I'm not bothered about rook into g2 because let us say after rook into g2, white has rook into a7. And if you go rook into g6, suddenly d5 is a fantastic move.
Wow. And with the knight and the pawn, you will still be able to create some back rank mating nets. And
exactly. And in such a kind of a position, bishop on a4 is a very irrelevant piece because it does not create. See, the bishop belongs to either the A8 H1 diagonal, or at least the A2 G8 diagonal. This bishop A4 to E8 diagonal, actually black bishop will be quite powerless. This ending is quite good. So if white cannot take, black cannot take the natural move of rook G2 and rook G6, that means she is in trouble, right? So
Yeah, she has to find bishop B. I mean, she has to just pull her bishop back for now. Bishop B8 and rook G7, rook
exactly.
G2. This is where we might go.
Rook G7, rook G2, and still I will continue applying pressure with. I cannot go rook B7. Is it? Can I go rook B7?
You can go rook B7.
Rook B7, king C8. I have rook B4 still, isn't it?
Rook B6.
Support the knight on G6. Okay, fine. Computer's power. Okay, we should wait for the players' moves, because
Yes.
somehow playing correct chess, there won't be much of excitement. I mean, so yeah, computer's moves. Only when the players' moves come up, that will be much more exciting.
Nihal also needs to make 18 moves in 6 minutes. That's what Parth has said. So Vaishali is thinking here. Arjun's opponent did go at 6 here. Now Arjun needs to make this move. Next move, E4, to stay in the fight. E4 is a strong move.
E4 is a natural move as well. I was thinking he will prepare and play E4, but he can play E4 directly as well. I mean, you have one pawn break and you make it, and you have two pawns in the center with E4, D4. That's every white Queen's Gambit player's dream. It's very natural. So I think from here on, time position of both the players in the game between Arjun and Kuzubo is going to make a big difference. Black has how many minutes, Amruta?
1 second. Let me.
In Arjun Kuzubo.
Yeah, Arjun has 19 minutes. Kuzubo has 3 minutes. Oh my god, he has to make like 14 to 15 moves, and plus Arjun is already doing well. If he finds E4, then it will become very difficult for Kuzubo. Also, it goes with this thing, right? Your opponent is in time pressure. With E4, you are kind of changing quite a lot of scene here with E4.
Quite a lot of scene.
From night time, it's going like to daylight. Yeah, it is going towards the daylight here. So
that's nice. Nightlight to daylight. Nice. Well trained by Sagar, I should say.
Well trained. Okay, that's cool. So E4 here. No, that's true. That's true. I had never even realized. I kept hearing so much of him that half the time I feel I'm not talking. It's Sagar talking. Okay, Nihal's game, I'll have a very quick look because he has to make a lot of moves, as the chat is saying. 23rd move here, H4 was played. Nihal has 4 minutes, and okay, the position is pretty slow, guys. It is going to get stressful soon.
Well, honestly, not much is happening in Nihal's game. It is still early days.
Yeah.
Don't worry about Nihal and the clock. As famously said by all the Indian players, Nihal starts playing his chess when there is half a minute on his clock. So just don't bother about Nihal and his time pressure, guys.
Yeah.
In fact, Nihal is a treat to watch when he is low on time. It's a pleasure to watch when he is low on time.
So here, Sophie is thinking, I mean, the gap of, in fact, they had around 10 minutes gap, and this is good that she comes down to 1 minute. That will be a good news for Vaishali, will help her. Arjun has to play H4. So these are the two critical moments we are waiting for.
Quickly, maybe we can have a look at Gukesh game. Because we haven't looked at it for a long time, when the 10s Queen A4 that get started.
Here we have, he's in trouble according to the evaluation.
Yeah, in trouble. Yeah.
Was the
I mean, white's pawn structure is really ugly, and the bishop on G2 is super ugly here. This is the problem which I was talking about long ago. If black manages to exchange the dark square bishop, white will be in real positional trouble after that. That has happened. So
The only thing I feel
Gukesh
like in
has
this, the f6 square and the h6 and this knight here, which can go to g4. So the chances of Gukesh creating something, uh, but if Nicholas is able to manage those threats, then he should be clearly better looking at the pawn structure. You're right, strategically.
the black can coolly go knight e7 here for 9g4. So
Yeah,
ultimately,
that
black
way.
should be able to neutralize in this
Hmm.
position. I mean, white plays knight g4, black can go knight g6. That's what I mean. Okay, let's switch
Yeah.
back to our boys.
Okay. Arjun, no, he doesn't play he doesn't play e4. He goes bishop h4 now. And but what is the idea of bishop h4? Because I don't is he intending sometime to, if this knight moves going queen g6? Oh,
I don't like this move, bishop h4. Doesn't look like a move with any clear purpose. There are some tactics probably after bishop h6 because of the, looking at the f6 pawn and all that, but that's a long shot. But anyway, black doesn't have so much time to think of the correct move. But one thing which worries me, Amruta, in such a position, the natural thing to do for black is to play b5, b4, and all that, and that happens to be the best moves in this position.
yeah.
So actually, Kuzubo may find this move just by feel rather than
Hmm.
calculation. Yeah.
True, very true. Yeah, and that can get very dangerous now. This maybe Arjun, would you also think of something like Rook h3, Rook g3, just completely in a different mindset? Oh,
A
Knight
very long
h7.
shot.
Hmm. Knight h7 played by Kuzubo over here with 1 minute 42 seconds on his clock and 13 moves. Time wise, it's a huge pressure on Kuzubo.
Hmm.
What about
At least
Vaishali?
now he should continue e4. He should continue e4 here.
Here? Here e4?
Yeah, e4, yeah, for knight h7, yeah. I mean, isn't it the obvious?
And then okay, what if knight g5? Is it sorry, first take, but
Yeah.
then taking with the f pawn, and then if I
Very
go
difficult to give these two pawns in the center.
hmm,
I mean, but anyway, for knight g5, I have rook d1, let's say. Let me be rational, calm, and quiet types. Rook h e1, I mean.
where listen, are you
Yeah.
first taking on e4, d4, fe4, and then knight g5? If black goes, then white has a strong move here, very strong
You,
move.
you want to ask chat or you want to ask me?
Anyway, chat can also try. You would to get it. That's the point. Asking you is like, you're going to get it. You're going to get the answer for sure. White to
Yeah.
play with your feel.
Coffee always helps. Yeah, I got the move, I think.
Nice. What's your move?
Should I say?
Yes.
I think e5 makes a lot of sense here because after fe5, a move like fe5, knight e5, knight is good.
Hmm.
And e5 is threatening the powerful d5. So
Oh, for 95, I
e5
think
can
we
just
missed
be
this knight d4, which earlier, this guy
okay.
would be
Then
handling.
just d5 in that case, just d5. Now the bishop on h4 makes a lot of sense. There may be some
Pin.
tactics associated with the pin on white is threatening rook d6 here. All said and done, this may suddenly be a good position for white.
Even stronger for d5 is this move.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I don't like d5.
Fine.
D5, but then why did you have to give the e5 pawn? Because white also had d5. So yeah, that was also a good move. But giving this pawn was maybe, as you said, to get this pin and then going d5. What's happening? Leech is going crazy. 1 second.
What happened?
No, the moves leeches automatically was going back and forth.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, knight at 7, e4, d4 takes, knight g5. So the idea of e5 could be to force this, as you said, the pin here, and then go d5. Wow. And then Knight e3, knight
The
f5.
point is, no, not knight
No?
e3, knight f4. Now play knight f4, for example.
Yeah.
The point is d6, threatening d7. And if queen d7, I might have bishop g5 and h6 there. Quick attack.
Oof.
And all hell breaks loose.
Nice.
Right?
Beautiful.
Yeah,
I love
this
it.
is
I mean, I don't care what the computer says because computer is hanged, but I love it. So knight at 7 and Arjun is thinking, while Arjun is thinking, has Vaishali's opponent made a move? Yes, she has. She went bishop b8. Vaishali takes the pawn on g7. Rook takes g2. 33rd move there. 7 moves pending. But Millet Sophie has also come down to 1 minute 37 seconds. 7 seconds for Vaishali. Oh, she has to make a move quickly. Yes, she plays rook b7.
Hmm.
Good move. Good move.
This is where the players' objectivities are going to go out of the window, because in such a complicated position, it's next to impossible to find the best moves. It is just now reflex versus reflex. So now what will matter is who is the better player among both of them in reflexes. Chess reflexes, by the way, not muzzle reflexes. So this is now will become a combat, a game by combat.
Yeah. But also looking at the position, Vaishali had found such a beautiful combination. So reaching here was something which would, like, if this game doesn't end in a win for her, that would be a little bit of a sad thing. Like, she'll definitely feel sad. Vidit Nakamura analysis on FIDE channel is interesting. Vidit was disappointed that he didn't continue with Queen E2 instead of castling and misevaluated the position, says Tanmay. Okay, got it. 95. Then all those tactics. Wow, Millet Sophie also down to 17 seconds. Now in time pressure, at least it is a fair, fair situation. Rook at 7 next. Black to play here. So black has to first defend the bishop. He can go king c8 or bishop can go to c7 attacking a5. That would have been good. King c8 played by Sophie. And Vaishali is thinking rook b6. We were looking at this position with rook b6 defending and attacking.
And one more thing I'll tell you. One thing white should not allow is for black to develop an attack on white king. This is a very basic necessity of this position. On no account, black should be allowed to attack the white king. See, for example, suddenly if some bishop e2, rook d2 starts, then white will be in real trouble, because in time pressure, it is very easy to attack rather than to defend any position. Absolutely. Anyway, with a pawn on d4, you always have a knight e5 move, which will just equalize everything, which will just neutralize all the threats. I mean, white will not lose, in my opinion, here. But all said and done, very, very important not to allow a king attack.
Yeah, and look at this, Sarah, because bishop c7 is played. Important is Vaishali. She will be careful, but rook a6 would be a big blunder. You cannot take that pawn. Your rook will be attacked over here by bishop b5, and the rook doesn't have much there. If rook e6 will be played, big problem. That's what I think you were talking about, the bishops and the rook. Exactly. She goes rook f6 over here. But then what about bishop a5? Can you go bishop a5? Or now you have rook a6? Yeah.
No. Bishop a5 is a blunder because of rook into a6. Actually, it's not so simple. Anyway, having said that, did she go bishop a5, by the way?
No. Rook f6 is the current position. 10 seconds for Sophie. She is thinking. I don't think she will take here. But then she can just go bishop b5, because once again rook that defends the a6, and white has to think what to do.
No, you give me a move like bishop b5, immediately white will go knight g e5. All threats are finished. That's what the consolidation which I was recommending about some time ago. So black should, basically not allow the white king to be tucked in behind any kind of a wall.
Got it. Oh, that is good. Like one move and then you get knight g5 and the coordination and also the hinders of this bishop will be gone. But don't forget that if your a5 pawn will be lost, that is also okay, yeah? Can be considered with the d
Definitely
taking.
not okay. If a gets lost, then a6 should be captured for sure. But see, for example, it just requires two moves for white to start something serious, d5, d6. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just waiting because this move is extremely crucial what black is going to play.
She played bishop d8. She
Bishop
played
d8. It's a
rook
very
takes
strange.
a6 now. She
Rook
did
takes
have
a6.
time.
Guys,
Time.
can you guys see for rook takes a6, black has a very attractive shot. Can you guys see now? Black to play?
In the game, king b7 was played over here.
Played already? Okay, I was looking at rook e to check here actually.
Okay.
Okay, now I can
Nice. Okay, this
very
was the
safely
right one.
say that after king b7, there is no danger for white losing this game because
Hmm.
there's not enough material on the board to lose this game. Unless there is a bad blunder, which I hope won't happen. Okay,
So
players are playing very fast. The moves
yeah,
are coming very fast.
she played knight f4 over here. Knight f4.
What?
But that is going
Rook
towards
a6.
equality completely because she had to go rook d6 and still uh, keeps the
Yeah,
pressure with knight f4. In a way, it's that release, I guess. King takes
knight
a6,
g2, and
knight
now
g2.
this will
Can
just end in a draw. This will just end in a draw.
no chance, you think?
There is no way white is going to win this position because two bishops are now too strong in an open position. However might you will jump around with your knights, with two bishops, I should be able to hold a draw. I very strongly feel that.
Uh,
This is going to be a draw.
Man, what a combination she had played and everything was perfect. So time, if she had a more time there for 95, I think it all changed. So much time to take.
Hmm.
Very sad, very sad. King takes a5.
See, this is what Amruta, at the end of the day, when you are less on time, it is always going to affect somewhere. It's very important not to be a time pressure addict in a chess career. Very important.
In fact, I would say even the sometimes what happens is some not the best moves are played, but and they are criticized. But rather, if they are still played quickly, I don't think they need to be criticized as much because many of the movements, like let's say Arjun, clearly is getting this time advantage. You the perfect chess with thinking a lot is worse than imperfect chess. If you make imperfect means I'm not talking about blunders and all, but in terms of practical assessment.
Well, imperfect chess might also be called as practical chess, right?
Yes.
I'm just making the
Yes.
move which are practically the best rather than going for perfection and getting into time pressure. Okay, having all said and done, we can never criticize chess players because chess is a
Yes.
very difficult game at the end of the day. You know, it's next to impossible to find move after move the correct chess. That is one. That is because it is impossible to understand what a chess engine will call as correct chess all the time. The logics are beyond human understanding already. I mean,
Mhm.
as Vishy Anand famously said, the battle is already lost. So don't even bother about checking what is the engine implying all the time. So
Absolutely.
shall we go back to
Yes,
Arjun now?
I'm on Arjun now. Knight at
The
7.
time pressure is going to start, I believe, correct?
Rook h1 he played. He took 7 minutes for this move. And Queen f7 played by Kuzubov allows the queen to jump to f5 now. He had attacked h5, but queen f5 defends. Also keeps an eye on d5. Knight ef8 saves the pawn. And finally, Arjun goes e4. D takes e4. And this can get rash at any point. c3 incoming. Oh my god. Bloodbath. Right prediction.
Bloodbath, yes, but one good news is c3 looks threatening, but if you see closely, there are not many pieces on the queen side for black to attack the white king. Whereas the black king is kind of surrounded by three pieces. So if at all someone has an advantage in this position, it is white in my opinion.
Completely agreed. Also, what computer says is black doesn't go for this counterplay of c3, then he's in big trouble anyway. Because what can he do otherwise? Just passively defending is not going to take him anywhere here. Also, like, you don't
See
have
the
rook e5, rook c5, nothing.
my very first coach back in Coimbatore when I was 13 years old
Yeah.
told me once that this is the worst pawn structure you can get. H6, G7, F6. Worst pawn structure in the middle game on it. So I'm just remembering him and thinking that the words come true and White gets an advantage here.
And that must be like how many, 30 years ago or something, but it is, in your
Yeah,
mind.
mid 1980s, yeah.
Yeah, 40 years ago. Queen e6. Queen e6. Oh, he doesn't
What?
go c3. He goes queen e6.
Queen A6 is a mistake
Yes. And not like one only
because
move or something. It's just in
no, now
general.
White just crashes through.
Hmm.
Queen into E6, knight into E6, E5. That's a large advantage for White.
Yes.
The point is
Nice king.
the bishop on H4 all this time was kind of kept inside a cave because of all those pawns on the king side. But once I create a passer pawn with E5, see, essentially now White should get the D passer. That's even more powerful than the E passer because the
Yeah.
D8 squared is guarded by the bishop on H4. So FE5, knight E5 or FE5, rook E5, either of those two moves.
FE5, D5.
After that,
Our first idea is D5, and
uh,
it's promoted with too many tempis there because too many tempi.
you are very
D6.
spoiled by the engine, Amruta.
No, but engine told us long back. I'm just telling
That's
you.
what I'm saying. You are very spoiled by the engine. It's a very nice move. D5 is a fantastic.
Yeah, and then D6, and then
Yeah,
this
practically
bishop.
even our man came back Queen F3, unfortunately.
What did he play?
Queen F3.
That is also
Queen
pretty
D6.
decent. It's pretty decent.
Decent, but I would have preferred the ending. Remember what I told you? When your opponent is in time pressure, you should change the contour of the game.
Hmm.
Go
Hmm.
for an ending where suddenly you have to deal with a monster on D5. I think it would have ended in a win. But anyway, still keeps the position complex. So we still have a lot of hope here.
Yeah. And these threats E5 and D5 in hand. So Kuzugo's time pressure is going to be 39 seconds. What did he play? Ah, no, the moves are yet to get updated there. Just until Arjun is thinking, he's down to 6 minutes. A very quick look at Vaishali if things have changed. No, no, they are. This doesn't seem like anything at all. Also, one bishop can give for one pawn and the other bishop can give for one pawn, but I don't know the zone of this H pawn. So maybe black doesn't need to do that at all.
Black king, if it comes to C7, it should be a draw. So black just has to watch out for tactics there. That's all. I mean, I'm meaning the Vaishali game.
Got it. By the way, guys, Predike's game with Fedosiv has ended in a draw, so nobody has moved to 6 there. Other games are all going on. If we look at the bars as of now, Arjun has a better position. No, I don't have Fabiano's. Fabiano's position is, Caruana is pressing here with the IQP. There's chance that Caruana could go to 6. Esipenko versus Keimer. Oh my god, Esipenko is completely just crushing pawns on e6 and c6. So maybe Esipenko also goes to 6. Wojtaszek playing with the black pieces is in trouble against Bogdan. So maybe Bogdan goes. Today, a lot of decisive games are happening on top board, it seems. And Firuza also in trouble. All the black side is in trouble. Did you see that? From board number 2,
Okay.
second, third, then Arjun's board, then Bogdan, then Predke was a draw, Samuel Sevian, and Richard Rappo. What it is? Richard Rappo also dead lost here. Oh my god. All whites are crushing it.
Why is your Arjun game is not getting updated? Other servers, it's getting updated very fast.
Okay. Maybe let me just refresh.
Yeah.
No, not yet. Let me see other game. Arvind won. That's the news. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Arvind has won his game against Mars. Let me check Gukesh's game if we are getting any. In fact, Vaishali's game, let's check because they are playing fast. Gukesh still in trouble. Vaishali's game, has it been updated? No, Leeches is not getting updated. Okay, so Leeches is the problem. Okay. But can you tell me the moves? Can you tell me the moves for
Yeah,
Arjun?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Arjun came queen f3 back
Okay.
for queen e6. So queen f3, black went queen b6. Queen b6, b for Bombay.
Queen b6.
King a1. Queen b4. Here white could have won with e5. He missed e5. He played rook e3. Again, a time pressure reaction not to allow c3. So rook e3. Now black went knight e6. And now Arjun played e5, which is very effective. So e5, fe5. And now Arjun is thinking whether to play d5 or knight e5 or rook e5 here.
But in this
It looks
moment,
to
if
me
you go
that
d5, knight d4 will jump in,
yeah,
right?
knight d4 dangerous. So knight e5, I think, is winning here for white. I mean, gives a clear advantage for white in my.
Normally, when he was playing knight e5, the problem was there was knight takes d4 when you didn't have the rook to defend and you were losing this knight. But in this case, he's able to take.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if if this knight also jumps into g5? Knight g5.
Yeah, so knight of g5, I think knight h g5. I think white can just go queen g4, yeah. Or can't they just take bishop into g5? Bishop into g5, knight into g5, queen g4. The point of queen g4 is just to keep an eye on c8 and eye on d4. That's all. So I think all is fine. White is better.
Yeah. Yeah, the games have been updated now. I think Leeches got updated. So f takes e5. We are at this position. Knight takes e5. We are at this position, right? He's played knight e5.
Yeah.
Okay. Gukesh blundered. Nihal. Guys, such batao.
Guys, actually, in the bar, if there is some unevenness in the bar, movement in the bar, doesn't mean that it's a blunder. Maybe a small deterrent, it may be a small dubious move or so. Blunder means the whole bar should disappear. White side disappears, that means white blunders. Black side disappears, it's black blunder. We are keeping in focus of Arjun's game because it is competitively very important. That is one. And second is it is time pressure. So any time action may start. That is why we are keeping up ourselves here. So what is happening? Isn't does Kuzubo have so much time to take so much time?
No,
in this
I
position?
think Leeches. Maybe if you get the moves, then you can let me know. I will put them here. Maybe
Yeah,
Leeches
sure.
is a little bit down.
Uh-huh.
How many moves are remaining in Arjun's game? Now, guys, only 5 moves are remaining. But it is showing that Arjun is thinking he's down to 5 minutes 30 seconds. I'm not sure if that is a correct or not. After
Yeah,
FE5.
Arjun has around 5 minutes, whereas Kuzubo is down to his last minute, and both have 6 moves to make, I think.
Then it's correct. So then Arjun has not yet played 95, correct?
Yeah, he hasn't played 95. He's
Okay,
thinking after FE5.
Oh, if he doesn't go 95, what is he thinking? Because you can't go d takes e5, right? That is something which can create issues.
Pragnananda's game is probably a straightforward draw. We need not look at it at all.
Okay.
Nihal is struggling. But it's not a big struggle. Ultimately, I think he will equalize. It's not something to worry about in Nihal's position. And I'm having a look at Gukesh position. I mean, if something alarming is happening in other games, you can have a look at the other games. Yeah. So Arvind Chidambaram won, as you said. Abhijit Gupta just has a level position against Martirosyan. Very interesting opponent. Adiban is having an equal position against Alexander Donchenko.
Oh, Gukesh is equalized now. Actually, I thought the bar
Really?
is showing something wrong, but he did equalize there.
Uh-huh.
And currently, this is the position. He's exchanged down, but I think it's he's giving perpetual. Knight h5, king f8, knight f6.
Somewhere there is a perpetual. Yeah. Somewhere
Hmm.
there is a perpetual.
Because you can leave this rank. Queen c8 check would be devastating. So that's the reason maybe for black to find a plan. And now these double pawns have taken all the squares of the knights.
They're a very good fortress now. What was your weakness is now your fortress.
Very
That's life.
interesting.
One day you're a double pawn, next day you're a fortress.
Lovely. So that's why I think Gukesh
One day you're a
will.
double pawn, same day you're a fortress.
Knight h5. Oh, maybe they've repeated again twice. Can Gukesh even try? Not sure. But okay. So that's Gukesh going to Arjun. He has. Oh, he played. Few moves happened. E5,
Arjun played
fe5.
bishop e1. He didn't play knight e5 or d5. He played bishop e1. Black went queen f8.
Oh, but black.
Now rook e5. Now white is slightly better again because now once again there is nothing on the king side. I mean, no quick king side attack or anything. So once again, Arjun has a clear advantage.
But he played rook e5? Or is
He
he
need not. He can
thinking?
just play queen into f8, knight into f8, and practically it should be a very good position to play. You know, I mean, white has a passer on the d
Hmm.
file, and now after bishop e1, finally there is a focus on the a5 pawn, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
practically, I would say just exchange the queens and proceed with the endgame because endgame is a much better way to play in this position because of time pressure. He did that. He took knight into queen into f8. He did queen f8, and black is yet to play.
He will take with the h7 knight
So now
unless
Arjun
once
has
again.
Arjun has a little more than 2 minutes compared to Kuzubo is less than 30 seconds here.
But
Why is
this is a
Kuzubo?
safe advantage now, we can see.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. It's better to go for the endgame. Now 95 is called for, obviously.
Knight
95 I think
hf8.
is a kind of an obvious move.
Thinking.
So 95, knight f4. Still the technical task is a lot, but somewhere around here, white has reasons to be optimistic.
Yeah, I like that the bishop on e1 is now eyeing on this e5 guy.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
That is one
Okay,
good.
he went rook e5. Rook e5 he went. I'm assuming b6 is post, yeah?
Because if you go a4, you will lose the pawn later. Rook a5, I guess.
See, this is the position where the threat of d5 is very intimidating. You get me? So I would now gladly go for something like d5 or even bishop c3 preparing for d5. I think both are good enough here. So Kuzubo is back to 1 minute on the clock. Arjun Erigaisi having just about 2 minutes on the clock. 3 more moves to go. 37 moves have been completed and just 3 more moves to go.
Oof.
And what is happening in Vaishali's game? They have not
That's
made any progress as such. Amruta, they are giving perpetual check. Very soon they'll be drawing.
bishop d1 check. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
bishop
because
d1.
they've finished the 40 moves, so they have some time to think. Right. b6. b6 has
Yeah,
been played.
Arjun played bishop c3. Idea d5 here.
Now threat is d5.
Yeah.
But definitely, until the 40 moves will be made, I think Kuzubo also gets a lot of time to think and to find better defenses. So it's no more.
Actually, Amruta,
Hmm.
computer is searching knight f4 here and proclaims that it is probably almost equality.
Okay.
This position, it is not equality.
Hmm.
Let's say rook b5.
Yeah.
The point is, this is a position where black has a clear weakness and white has a strength. It's extremely difficult for the human brain to dynamically equalize this position. So
Hmm.
this is basically where we are puzzled by the computer as well as where we can learn from the computer. Let us say this
Nice.
position can be made into a training position where each and every move of black should be analyzed to understand why it is an
Hmm.
equal position.
Very good.
So this
Very
is
good
where
question.
you walk the dog properly, which I was telling yesterday.
Very good moment. And it must not be so easy for sure. I mean,
Not
for
at
white,
all.
it is
Not
the bishop here. He's already aiming for d5. The g7 looks weak. The rook is so active. So, what is the
all
counterplay for
that.
black? Knight e2 is one which I think taking away this bishop, maybe that's one. The king, maybe the back rank.
No,
That
but Amruta, the b6 pawn is hanging. Rook b5.
So rook
So you
b5, I
should
don't have
protect
time for knight e2. Yeah, rook
knight e2.
c6. No, but
So
then d5, rook d6. Yeah.
actually, it's already a very difficult question for white black, I think.
Yeah, knight d7 he needs to play right now. That's
Okay,
what the
yeah,
computer says.
knight d7 he needs to play.
Hmm.
And if he plays knight d7, what about knight e5?
Oh. Oh, not d5, yeah, this time because your rook
No.
on. Then knight e2 is a problem. So
What?
knight. If d5, if I go instead of knight
Sure,
e5,
sure, sure.
knight e2 is a problem.
Sure.
So knight e5. What if I take on e5 and then go with knight e2, or I don't have time?
By the way, knight d7 has been played and it is the 39th. Only one more remaining in time pressure now.
So Arjun has how much time? 1 minute 46 seconds, and for 97 he needs to go knight e5. Very nice
Hmm.
idea actually. Knight e5.
Yeah,
Knight takes e5. We will take d takes e5, and
obviously.
and if knight e2 now, you are going into a rook endgame, telling that your king is closer to this pawns somewhere. Is that the thing?
Yeah. I honestly don't know. The only thing I know is if you capture rook b6, it becomes equality.
Hmm.
Yeah, actually, knight e2 is a very nice resource which I didn't see when I went for all this. So probably black should just go king b1 for knight e2.
Knight
Knight e5,
e5
knight e5,
takes
d5,
takes
knight
knight
e2,
e2
king
king
b1.
b1.
Yeah, but okay. After knight c3, bc, something like rook e6. Yeah,
Yeah.
all rook and pawn endings are drawn. So looks like our man's game is going for a draw today.
Or maybe he doesn't go 95, but then if he doesn't go 95, things keeping one extra piece on the board. Uh,
Hmm.
what else can he do?
It's extremely difficult to find
He knows.
ideas to complicate this position. If there are more complications or if there are four more moves to go for time control, Arjun would have retained a better chance to win the game.
Also, in this 40th move, normally the mistakes happen, but here the 40th move is knight takes e5, which is the
Okay,
most natural one.
all that has happened. 95, 95 D has happened, and now 40th move is over, 41st move is over, and now they have half an hour more to think. And our next inning starts.
Oh man, and Gukesh also has drawn the game. That is the update for us. Let's also look at it. Thank you, Benjamin. Yes, we have a lot of fans for Tanya. She has been an amazing commentator. So, Tanya has a lot of fans, yeah, from all around the globe.
Tanya basically is one of the prominent commentators today in the whole world. I mean, she has really, really specialized her craft over the
Hmm.
years, I would say. Has become a very prolific commentator today. So no wonder she has fans all around.
Pragg's game, this game, rook and game, but c pawn. There should be chances, yeah, in this rook and game. What do you think? Or is it very tough with the rook behind the
Seriously?
pawn?
You seriously think rook ending there are chances?
No, there are no chances.
Well, there are chances definitely, but see, there is this theory that closer let us say you are the side with the extra pawn, and closer you are, the pawn is closer to the dominating side. That is, the king side, both have 4 pawns against 4 pawn. The closer it is, the pawn is closer to the dominating side, the easier it is for the defending side to defend because the king can come out very easily and defend. See, it's a different ball game if the pawn is on a6 and the rook on a5. Then, white has to be careful because there'll always be complications all around. So the closer they are to the dominating side, it should be a draw. This is the basic as far as I know.
So then this is going towards a draw by Yakuba.
I think so.
Yakuba is the Qatar Masters winner, by the way. Gukesh
Of course, our man Pragg is going to play for another 2 hours. That's a different story.
I don't think anybody is going to let you sleep today.
I will sleep today. It is you who is in trouble. I will sleep.
Look at that. Look at that.
Let's be very clear here. This is where I will hold my age as my trump card and say, I need to sleep. That's that. Especially
if the game's after 2 hours. Then when you wake up and say, okay, it's a draw. Anyway. But then if Arjun surprises, that would be. So, a quick thing to check our men's results here, if we have on the chess results, so that we know who all are playing right now. Yeah, these are the updated results. So second, third, fourth, fifth top boards, absolute fight is going on. Pragg has drawn, so we don't have yet the results much for our guys. Pragg game as of now seems like going towards a draw. Nihal's game we didn't check, right? But it was also going towards a draw. If I'm not wrong, we will check it. Hari Krishna's Jumabayev going towards a draw. Aryan Chopra we did not check. Narayanan versus Tari ended in a draw. Arvind beats Maurizi. Gukesh game ended in a draw. Abhijit Gupta also ending in a draw. Murli Karthikeyan we have to check what's happening. Ronak versus Shreyas Royal ended in a draw. Adiban we have to see, and Leon. So right now Adiban, Leon, these are the 2 games which we have not, and Murli. These 3 games we have not seen even once. For women's section, if I must check the results, Vaishali's game going on. Harika versus Injak has ended in a draw. Tanya is playing. Tanya was winning. Vaishali Savita Shri ended in a draw. And Divya was a bit in trouble against Leena. So we will go and check that out as well. So these are the results for now. Murli.
By the way, very, very unfortunate blunder happened in the game between Sandro Marocco versus Jeffrey Cheong. And Cheong won in 14 moves. Oh. So the final tactic you should make our chat solve.
Rook C1.
Very unfortunate for Sandro. Sandro's a grandmaster, by the way. 2600 grandmaster. Suddenly blunders huge.
Black to play, guys. Black to play.
Can you believe it? A game between a 2600 and a 2693 ends on the 14th move with a win for black with a massive blunder.
And wasn't Sandro the one who played with Pragg, and he drew with Pragg, I guess, if I'm not wrong?
Did he?
Wait, let me just have a quick look and let
Yeah, he drew with Pragnananda. In fact, see, he actually has had a good run so far. Drew with Granlius first round, drew with Shavchenko second round, Granlius 2689, Shavchenko 2671, Drew with the great Vasily Ivanchuk 26-53 in the third round. Drew with Blue Bomb 26-68 in the fourth round. Drew with Pragg 27-38 in the fifth round. Drew with Pichot 26-50 in the sixth round. Lost to Saric and now lost to Jeffrey Cheong. All his opponents are 2600 plus.
Amazing.
And then this. Yeah.
Oh, this is very heartbreaking, yeah, for him. Unbelievable. Well, and the move, how many of you have found out? Knight EG4 and Knight G4. That's the right one. Knight EG4. There's a double attack here, and you cannot counter attack, unfortunately, because it doesn't help you in any way. So, piece gone.
I should thank Tanmay for pointing us towards that game. Thanks, Tanmay.
Beautiful. Also, guys, yesterday there, Samuel had an amazing opening with preparation with Shiro, and Sagar has taken the interview where he talks about the opening, and Sagar told me that everybody was on his board during the opening. All the players were looking at his game, so it seems he had a nice preparation. So do check that interview out. Knight e2 on the board by Kuzubov. What about Vaishali? Is she trying? Knight f4. She's gone
Now
knight
she's
f4.
trying.
She will keep trying till the end, but the position is drawn. Unless any miracle where she gets a bishop with a knight fork.
She's actually threatening knight f7 in this position, hoping that exchange of one bishop might give a chance, but even that won't. Knight f7, king c4, king c4.
No,
But
right now black to play, no? So if king c3.
right now black to play, then king c3. Okay, that's just a trivial.
Yeah. So that, and what about Goryachkina? What's happening? Oh, Goryachkina is losing against Stan Zangi. This double
That's
bishop.
big news. Can you give me a 5-minute break? I'll be back
Absolutely,
if you don't
please.
mind.
Yes, yes.
By the way, why don't you also take a break once in a while? I mean, at least 5 minutes in an hour will be fine, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I went and had a coffee. Yes, in between I will take a break.
It's fine. Even otherwise, you can take a break. Yeah. Not easy to keep talking for 6 hours, 7 hours. So
No, the point is many times you're telling stories and I'm just listening to them. So
this I don't believe you. This I don't believe you. Thank you so much.
Oh, nice. No, please take a break. And Alireza lost to Sam Savian, says Itachi. Oh, is the game over, by the way? Right. Samuel Savian. Wow. He's playing really well here. This was the last position. He beats Firuza. So he moves to 6. So he's the first one to join Vidit, I guess, as a joint leader. And then we also have no, Samuel was on 4.5. Sorry, he doesn't join with it. Vidit is on 6. Samuel goes to 5.5. Fedosiv's game has entered in a draw. If Caruana wins, I believe Caruana will move to 6 points. Esipenko is winning, so Esipenko on 6. So we are looking at Vidit on 6, Caruana on 6, Esipenko on 6. Arjun's game going on right now looks like a draw, and Bogdan on 6. So we are looking at 4 people to be on 6 points. And actually, the funny thing is, all 4 had white right now. All 4. So, 2 of them are going to get double white for sure. And most probably it should be Caruana has played with Esipenko. So it seems like Caruana, if he has not played with Bogdan, he might play with Bogdan, and Vidit will play with Esipenko. Vidit has not played with. Oh, but Vidit played with Esipenko? No, not yet. Right. It seems like that. But it all depends on still. I'm not giving up hopes on Arjun's game. Going to Caruana to check. No, Caruana is not winning. What? He was clearly better at some point. Or not clearly better. Slightly better, but somehow he was not able to keep up with his advantage in time. Must have landed in time pressure. A nice isolated pawn actually, where Caruana had rooks on the open file, the bishop putting pressure there. He played c3, bishop went to c4. In fact, it was a mistake. b3, bishop went back. He went queen b2. Not much in time pressure as such. e5 started changing here, where black started putting pressure on c3 just around the 40th move. So rook d3 there, and it's like the war is between the d5 and the c3 pawn, and it's not enough pressure. So Caruana's game might end in a draw, which means then Esipenko goes to 6 and Bogdan is going on 6. So 3 people for sure as of now look like they will be on 6 points. Esipenko will join if he beats Keimer. Yes. Tanya won. Okay, let me update the bars there. Hikaru will qualify to candidates via rating points as he has 2780 rating as of now, and Firuza has 2768. Seems like that. Manish is saying, sir, please have a beer. I don't think he's taken a break for that. Giri from circuit and Hikaru from rating, in my opinion, says Sanket. Possible. So there we have. By the way, we have also reached 1 lakh. 14 lakh 20,000. Today we crossed the 20,000 round figure a year on the live stream. So thank you for subscribing. We, as Rakshan had pointed in the beginning, we needed some 80 or so. So we have now crossed 14 lakh 20,090 subscribers. Guys, do like and subscribe to this channel. You'll get a lot of updates if you love chess. Of course, if you don't love chess, it's another thing. No point in subscribing. But otherwise, do subscribe. And there we also have, tomorrow is something exciting I'm going to bring in. Let me not give you a hint right now, but please be here to find out what exciting thing I'm going to bring in. Also, this is Arjun's game. After knight e2, he plays the move a4, going into the rook endgame. We will analyze that. And also, knight takes c3 happened on the board. B takes c3. Also, all those who have been asking how to improve, make sure that you do check this out. Make sure that you do check this out, the Chess Ranga, and there have been some very nice positions here. In fact, from this FIDE Grand Swiss, you will find out this is what Sagar has put, a brilliant tactics, so you can watch it along with the video. It is very interactive, or you can solve it in this way, 2 tries left here. So this is, you also get a hint here. So this is something you can try it out. Also, we have position of the day every day. So this is today's position, which is put up, and white to win here. Very few pieces, but white has to win. Please do try and see if you can find the best move in the position. These positions are not easy. The position of the day, which every day are put up, they're not very easy, but they are beautiful to improve your imagination. And with that, I also remember a book, if you know, it's a little bit advanced, but if for intermediate players maybe, but a book which I would recommend is Imagination in Chess. Amazing puzzles there. Like really, the name says it all, improves your imagination. So beautiful book. Yeah, so do check out chessranga.com and try to solve the position of the day every day. If nothing, then at least वो तो try कर लो पक्का. Oh, you are already solving or what? 1 second. That is cool. Bishop e4, e6. People already suggesting the answer. Well, I have not tried it yet, but bishop e4, if you play, you remember, right? You have an opposite colored bishop. Not correct. Because bishop e4 check, king b8, bishop g2, bishop e5 is only a draw, Itachi. So not correct. So maybe another try there. And only one try has been left. Samir says e6 and then bishop e4. Okay, let's try e6. That's the right move. He goes knight e3 now. Once again, you get two tries. This is not how you solve, because generally you try to solve a little from first position. You try to calculate till the end. Very important not to make one move. But here I'm just showing as an example. So e6 knight e3. अब क्या है? सोचो guys, सोचो. E7 can't stop the pawn. So you want to go E7, and why do you think black can't stop the pawn? Black can. Because there is this knight C4 check and knight D6 if you play E7. Knight C4 check, knight D6. So no, not really. King B3 is what? So, अरे try to find a better move भाई, एक ही try बच गया है. King B3 को भी bishop F6 and I would stop. So okay, so what else? Bishop e4 check now. Wrong. Black holds after bishop e4, king b8, e7, knight c4 check, and he controls. So not really. अरे मेरे ट्राइज 0 रह गए भाई. Right move. It must be tough. What do you do? Knight c4 check incoming. So king b3 was a logical suggestion there. Anda Burger says bishop d3 stopping the check. How is white going to even win this? In fact, I'm only wondering. Bishop d3, what if bishop f6? गए. Hint दे दो भाई, hint. Let's say it again. Passers are to be pushed. That's the hint. So maybe has to be e7 then. अरे यार, some people you were right and I was like, nahi, they can't be stopped. But bishop b4 check is a difficult move. My question is, I would love to see why knight c4 and knight d6 was not working there. But bishop b4 check. If king b4, knight d5, knight e7 draw. Yeah. That's a draw. So no. What? Oh my god, it was by fluke. I just went king d6. Is the knight really getting trapped or what? What if knight c8? Okay guys, you can check this out. It's a nice one. I don't want to give the suspense there, but it does seem a little tough. So do check it out later. It's put up by Shatnik, and every day we have this, so keep some time for it and try to calculate from the beginning itself without. Oops, sorry, when were you back? I did not realize because I couldn't see the screen. That's fine.
Just now.
Okay. So this happened in the game. A4 was played by Arjun. Knight takes c3 was played. B takes c3 and rook c6 played by Kuzuko. So 41 minutes each, which they are going to burn that time for sure.
They're steadily moving into a draw, in my opinion.
So Caruana's game also ending in a draw. So as far as now the calculation, Sara, 3 people mostly look likely to reach 6 points. Vidit, Esipenko, and Daniel Bogdan.
Mhm.
Vaishali's game is still going on. King e6 has knight e6 was the last move.
Mhm.
But nothing much yet. Is she threatening anything? Knight g5? No, this is too unrealistic. it will be a draw. Tanzongi has beaten Goryachkina, so that's a big result there. So which is the most interesting game going on? We can check out Murli's game also, if that is.
Nihal is in some kind of trouble because he's a pawn down in a ending.
Oh,
Rook and two bishops against rook and two bishops ending, he's a pawn down. So
King
Nihal is
G1,
in some
Bishop
trouble
G7.
definitely.
If he goes Bishop B7 over here in opposite, Bishop E5 also attack. Oh no, what if Bishop B7 here? Bishop E5, Rook C8, Rook C8, Bishop C8, and Bishop G3. He's losing all the pawns.
Yep, that's a tragedy. You enter a opposite color bishop, but you end up losing the pawns. That's the problem here. So bishop into G7 is forced. So bishop G7, king G7, and then black is just a solid pawn up.
F7 will be under pressure. So let's say if he goes takes and A4, will Nihal have any counterplay for because the bishop on C8, if it moves, there is Rook B7.
A4, I can move king F6.
Mm.
I mean, just bring the king up and.
Yeah, my king is cut off. This is a big problem. More even like pawn down plus the king
One of
cut
your
off.
problems. One of your problems. So Nihal is in real trouble in this game.
Yeah.
Be an uphill task to defend this position. Let's see what he does.
Aryan Chopra is playing with Matthias Bluebaum, and they have entered in the same colored bishop endgame with with a pawn down. No, Aryan is a pawn down, but it's a double pawn here. There's a double pawn here. C4 was his last move, and the king is completely shut.
That's a very curious detail there. The poor king is quite helpless in this position.
But unfortunately, Aryan doesn't have time to take this king in the other camp to attack any of the weaknesses, because then the d pawn moves. So this is a clear cut
Actually,
draw.
Amruta, there is a very interesting plan here.
Tell
Let's
me.
say take the king to E5 and then push F6.
Yeah, I wanted to get F7 and then F6
No,
and mate,
then
but
G6.
that's too long.
No, there is a chance here, Amruta.
So how?
First, let's make some moves, okay?
Bishop
White, black to
E4.
whatever. Let's say bishop E4, bishop F7 first.
Okay. Bishop B1.
No, don't do bishop 7. Don't do bishop 7, not yet. Don't do, because black can play H5. Now go king E2.
Bishop B1. I do nothing.
King F3.
Let's say. Can
Bishop
I go
D3?
D3?
No, that is when your problems may start. You might get into a zugzwang if you play D3.
Okay, so
if you
let's say
play D3, now I'll bring my king to D2.
Okay.
And then go and grab the C6 pawn, and then come and grab the D3 pawn, and you may be lost in a king and pawn ending.
Got it.
So you can't do that.
Yeah,
so
bishop C2.
Bishop C2, king F4.
Bishop
Bishop B1.
Bishop D3, let's say.
Whatever. Bishop F7.
Bishop B1. Bishop C2.
Now king E5.
Actually, you had to maybe go for the same idea, but with your king E5.
No, now D3. No, don't play king E5. Don't play king E5.
No, don't play bishop F7. Now you are right. Direct
if you don't play,
no.
Then the problem is bishop C2. You go F6 now. You go black. That's a win as well. Yes, I'm winning.
Nice.
So bishop into G6, F7. So bishop into F7, D3.
Yeah.
Bishop G6 wins. G6.
Bishop
Just
G6
bring the bishop to C2 wins.
Nice.
So there is a win for white in this position.
Wow. Oh, this is epic.
Interesting.
I mean,
So
black can't
let's
just
look
do
at
nothing. This. Black will have to be careful.
No. let's look at it. It may not be so easy, but this is really interesting, yeah.
So what is black? How for black he should find.
So let us say bishop E4 in the initial portion after bishop E4, king E2. Bishop c2, king f2.
King f2. Okay.
Yeah, now white has. Why should I play king f2? Can't I play bishop d3? Sorry, king f3 directly?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, now black has a defense with bishop d1 check.
Okay, king f4.
King f4. Now I play d3. I exchange mother pawns.
But king e5, d2. And
This
then
will
you
be
have slow.
dangerous.
And
This will
very
be
slow.
dangerous. King e5 will be dangerous.
Okay, king e3. The same idea, no? What you said, that bishop
King
d7.
e3. Now I just go bishop to g4.
This time g4 is hanging.
Now I have a pawn to
No,
be.
no. You can't take g4.
Why not?
Wow.
Why can't I do g4? You have f6 jhatka. f6 jhatka.
Because the king is such a useless piece here.
I can just play bishop e2 now instead of bishop to g4. So king d2 is posed. King d2. Now I just wait with bishop f1. It's a draw again.
How is
We
bishop
can look
f1
at
working, but bishop now if bishop d7?
That's what when you I'll go to bishop e2. So when you capture c6, I capture g4. That's the point.
Can I ask you a question here for black?
Can you catch me in Zugzwang? Can you catch me in Zugzwang?
Maybe that is leading to Zugzwang. Okay. But an important move for black. Like even Aryan has to be careful. That way. Important move for black.
Tell me. When you go bishop c8, I can go king g.
If you're in bishop d7, yeah.
I mean, not here. Here I can go bishop e2 and still capture g4. But see, I was thinking if you go one more before, I was hoping that I can catch you in Zugzwang by playing, let's say, king e3 first.
Sorry, see, here king d2 you have played. Here you played king d2. So if you go,
maybe I'll not play king d2. I thought maybe I'll play bishop d7 straight away. But
Same
here
problem.
the problem is king g8. King g8, bishop c6. And now bishop into g4, and suddenly black may be winning in this position.
This is crazy, no?
Yeah, it is crazy. So that means it's a draw. White shouldn't get into all this jetcast, mudcast, whatever, trying to win that.
Beautiful.
Anda Burger is coming with a fantastic observation. King is crying in the corner. Excellent. King is under lock and key. That's a very nice way to put it. King is crying in the corner. Matthias Blue Bomb, his king is crying in the corner.
For many of the kids before exam, that's how the halat is.
Really?
Not for you. It must definitely not for you. You would be loving to read the books, I'm sure about that. Okay, so Aryan's game is a drawn game but not without any possibility of blunders. It could change things drastically.
Unless one of them goes crazy, it's a draw.
And Nihal in trouble. Then we have to see just Murli. Is Murli playing still? Murli is playing with Tabatabai. Murli in trouble, yeah.
Somehow in this tournament, Arjun missed a lot of advantageous positions, no?
Towards the end. Absolutely towards the end.
Many of them towards the end. I have a feeling he might have to work on his stamina, away from the board. May have something to do with it. Of course, it's a very generalistic advice.
Stamina is that can be a good advice, Likin. Because it is very clear that it was to be towards the end.
Yeah.
And also his chess was amazing. If you see until a point, like his moves, he was finding some brilliancies there. So that way.
Very true.
So Leon's, so this is Adiban's game. That is opposite colored bishop, dead draw. And in Mendonça, he's playing with black and he's pressing. So, yeah.
I think it's Mendonca.
Yeah,
Leon. Mendonca.
Okay, Leon definitely has a very nice, bishop over here and these pawns. So great practical chances to convert this. So that's about it. What about Caruana? Yeah, they're still fighting, but now as we discussed, the c3 pawn against the d5 pawn should be okay. Esipenko, same colored bishop, but 2 pawns up. He's winning, but this should be winning, right, Sarah? Not much in terms of any counter.
Well, that's what I feel. So, basically, 2 pawns up is too much, honestly.
Mm.
A pawn on the queen side, passer on the queen side, passer on the king side.
So Arjun's game, look, after king b1, king f7, king c2, he's gone king e6. And now Arjun is thinking, do you see anything which is in practical sense Arjun can try for in this position?
See, the best is I play rook d6 check and then rook d6, e6 and try to capture the b5 pawn or something. But the point is, okay, honestly, I don't see much of headway here. Okay, let's say king d5. If you go rook b5 check, then king e4, rook into a5, rook
Maybe I will
f8.
go king c6, no? Because if you play rook a5,
No,
I
I'll
will
come.
get
No,
my
no,
pawn.
always forward, much forward, Kazimierz. So king e4, rook into a5, now rook f8. Black's rook will be very active very soon. So just based on one passer, a passer, you can't take so much risk in this position. And if you don't liquidate and go for such a kind of an ending, there is no progress for both the players.
So if I go rook d5 with the idea of maybe rook d7.
Yeah, I go rook f8 anyway. I go for my activation.
I will go rook d2.
I will go rook f7.
I stopped rook d7.
I can even go rook f5, but anyway, for a moment, I'll believe in ahimsa. So.
Rook. I have no threat if I go rook d. Okay, no, I will go rook d8 then king e5. This time I don't have that tactic. Sorry.
Yeah.
So rook d6 check. Rook d6. ed6 means I will lose my d6 pawn later. In fact.
Yeah. One day you will definitely lose it. So please don't do it. In fact, you may lose it immediately next move after rook d7. So.
Oh my god. So the king, I need to get the king, but the c4 pawn is irritating. I can't have no way to get
Okay,
the
now
king
it
out.
is your turn to receive. Very nice compliment coming from Advani. I have been skipping between commentators. Amruta, Saravanan are easily the most entertaining, informative, and the chat is fun. That's nice. Thanks, Advani. At 1
Thank
o'clock,
you.
midday, early morning, we definitely need that compliment. Nice of you.
Nice, yeah. Wow, Sarah taking compliments nicely now.
What do you think? What do you think I am, jungly or what?
But it's 1 a.m. Oh my god, I did not even realize that.
What type of a person are you? Are you an early morning person or
Night person.
a night
Super night
person?
person, but
No
I
sleep, no sleep. Are you a sleep person or a no sleep person, first of all?
super sleep person. Like
Super
super
sleep
sleep.
person. So you're a super sleep person, but you're a night person. Huh?
Yeah. No, I
That's
will try
actually,
to change.
it's not a very healthy combination, by the way.
Agreed, completely agreed.
Yeah.
And Sagar loves to sleep. Early morning, he loves to wake up, and also very
Huh?
less sleep for him.
Very less sleep.
Hmm.
That's not
But
nice either.
yeah. But I enjoy sleeping. Like it's something which I really love sleeping. It's
Well, I enjoy sleeping as well, but okay. I'm a morning person, so I love to get up in the morning. I love to do stuff in the morning.
Mm, that's a good habit too.
I met, you also recently met him, Decant and Guzantum, the editor of New in Chess
Hmm, hmm,
magazine.
hmm, hmm.
I generally keep in touch with him. So he told me that you guys went to his apartment. Of course, I saw the video and all. So Guzantum told me something very interesting. He said, if you have to be a serious writer, you should have a discipline with your own self, and that involves sleeping early the previous day night. If you have to write an article, which is an important article for your magazine, Ali has been the editor of New in Chess, involved with New in Chess for close to 3 decades now. New in Chess is the best magazine in the world, and it's extremely enjoyable. It kind of makes you fall in love with chess all over. That kind of a magazine. I've written a few articles for them. So he says when you have to write a serious article for New in Chess, at least when he writes, he says he makes sure he has an early dinner, goes to sleep early. Next day morning he wakes up, just like any office person would do. He has a time. He has his breakfast and comes and sits and starts writing very, very seriously and finishes by the evening or then continues the next day morning. He says keeping a routine is very important to produce any creative work. Most of the time when you are a trainer, that what happens. Typically, you train people between, let us say, I mean, you train them between anywhere you start after 9 and end by anywhere around 6, 7. So at that time, you also have to have a early morning and a proper routine and all that. So over the last 10 years or so, after I became a somewhat of a chess trainer, it has really, that importance of routines has stuck in me a lot.
But do you think after chess trainer or even as a chess player, this discipline is pretty important there? In general, chess players have to be disciplined. So they have
Yeah,
to
as a
do
chess
their.
player, I was extremely disciplined as well. But as a chess player, you travel a lot. I mean, in a
Hmm.
year, you about 6 to 8 months, you're out of station. When you're out of station, it's very
Hmm.
difficult to keep a routine. But even
Exactly.
during tournaments, I very seriously always kept a routine. In my case, I've been a badminton player for about 20 years. I used to be an early morning person for badminton, get up at 5:30 and games from 6:30 to 8:30 times for about
Nice.
10, 15 years. Now the badminton part has come down drastically. I want to revive again. But once I became a chess trainer, I became a morning person. That is why keeping awake after 10:30, I can't do without my coffee.
But by the way, badminton player, so that's a big common thing between you and Sagar. Have you played badminton with Sagar anytime?
Uh, I've played with him. Yeah, I've played with
What
him.
happened? Did
Uh,
he?
I have, I have no comments about Sagas match.
Oh my God. Okay, I
Actually,
remember.
there are a lot of good badminton players among
Yeah,
chess
even
players.
Ganguly.
The best is Sashi Kiran, nothing like Sashi. And Ganguly plays good badminton, I would say. Many play good badminton. Hari Krishna plays decent badminton.
Yeah, even Vidit, I
Many.
think, started playing decently.
Okay, I never played with it. Badminton, never played with it. Bhumandal, I have played with. Uh, Ganguly is decent. Um, Hari Krishna was decent.
Hmm.
Arun Prasad was decent. Many have played yeah, now Inian is a decent player now I've seen among the younger generation whom I played with. So a lot of,
Nice.
yeah, as you say, yeah, a lot of badminton aficionados among chess players.
Yeah, before chess, because Sagar was into badminton and it was only the injury, then he can like started.
We had an injury.
Hmm. Yeah.
There is a guy in Pune. He was an amateur chess player who now is a web designing company he runs. He's a chess lover. His name is
Sandeep.
Sandeep Gohad. You know him, Sandeep Gohad. Sandeep Gohad is a very good, nice badminton player, good badminton
Ah,
player.
oh,
Even now, when I go to Pune, I enjoy a game of badminton.
nice. In fact, Hari worked, as I think I mentioned earlier, Hari worked a lot on his fitness, right? When he shifted to Europe and he lost weight and
Even before that, Hari, as a teenager, he was a very good yoga practitioner. He started that way, and okay, he was physically always very fit. So I have a feeling that badminton, not necessarily badminton, even other sports also, he will be decent because of his fitness. So started with the yoga, which was a serious thing. Then yeah, badminton and all that. He's extremely fit.
here, I think Arjun is thinking Rook D4. I mean, sorry, Kuzubo is thinking after Rook D4, but Rook F8 seems like the move. Vaishali
Yeah.
game has no, it's still going on, but Okay, this is a draw.
It's a trivial draw.
Absolute draw. Nihal's game, is he able to find any resources there? Bishop c4 he went for. Even if it is worse for Nihal with a pawn down, what are the practical chances that Nihal can still try to put pressure in a way where he will be able to hold this?
Very tough question, actually. See, let's say bishop c4 is tricky because now you're seriously threatening bishop. I mean,
Rook c8. Rook c8.
I mean, what I mean is, if the bishop moves away, then the white rook goes to b7. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, where does the bishop
This is
go?
actually interesting. This is interesting. So easy anymore, yeah.
So if
I think I'll have to give up. I'll have to give up f7. That's what I think.
Really?
So let's say bishop g4 now, stable square. Now for rook a7, I go rook into a2. So I give away rook into f7. This is the only thing to do, I think. So now king h6 here. Now maybe rook f6. Idea is to go for bishop d3. That's the only way to do. And, I'm assuming rook d2 is the only move here.
No, rook.
So
In fact,
bishop
not
d3.
rook d2 is possible, but the stronger move is
Bishop fa as well. Yeah.
Bishop
Bishop
h3.
fa as well.
But I don't. Bishop h3 because
Rook d2 check.
that's why what instead of bishop g4 for black already bishop h3 was important because then you also have the threat of rook g2, and now if you go rook b7, rook a2, rook f7, same position we have landed up, king h6. So here what will white do, because rook g2 is threatened, so maybe you don't have time to play rook f6. Maybe bishop d5 needs to be
bishop
played.
d5. Now black should start
Rook
pushing the
d2.
pawns, maybe, or
First
rook
rook
d2 makes rook d2 bishop e4 maybe have trouble.
And then okay.
Okay, you can go rook d6 and
d4.
defend, but instead of that, instead of rook d2, I prefer rook e2 maybe. Stop bishop e4, yeah.
God. But no, rook a7.
No, there is
So
something
maybe
wrong
why
with
not a5? Let's see. Why not
a5,
a5?
yeah. So a5, bishop.
Oh no, a5
Rook
is
f6, rook f6, rook f6 first.
rook f6 or even rook b7 and you win the b pawn.
Yeah.
So can't push the pawn so easily. So Nihal definitely has practical chances to hold this.
Well, there is always chances, but the point is definitely black is pushing. I don't think it's a definite win for sure, but practically all these positions, generally the pressing side most of the time wins, provided black doesn't exchange his bishop. That's very important.
Black, right. Rook and game is closer to a draw. So Aryan Chopra, nothing. So king f2. He's got his king to f2. In case any miss by Matthias, then this plan king e5 and f6. But Matthias is Blue Bomb is quite tactical
just
player.
d3, just d3 is a simple draw now. Yeah, as we saw.
Now itself. Yeah.
Just go bishop and bishop e2 and
Nice move d3 there.
Yeah.
Okay. Karthikeyan losing there. So Adiban, why is he playing it? I mean, who is even playing it? It's a dead draw, no? Maybe they are loving the Villa Marina Hall.
There is that small smell of irritation in your voice. Why is he playing? Why is he making my life more difficult? That kind of a smell. So that's why now.
So I mean, here with 50 minutes addition, it's like if you are in a dead draw, then you save your energy for the next game. But they are playing like literally. Is there any practical chance you think?
Have you heard of this magazine, Reader's Digest?
Yes.
It's a global magazine and fantastic English. One of the reasons why I fell in love with the English language is because of Reader's Digest magazine. My brother introduced me when I was very small. And now, though, my son also loves the Reader's Digest. In fact, we read 3, 4 editions of the digest now. The American, the British, the Indian, that kind of thing. So Reader's Digest jokes are very famous. They'll be subtle. They won't be jokes where you laugh, ha ha ha, that kind of thing. They'll be subtle. So you said about interest part, this joke poem came to my mind. So there is this professor teaching Einstein, theory of relativity, quantum physics, and all that. Very passionate physics professor teaching Einstein, classes going on. And there is this totally disinterested student sitting on the front row, absolutely no interest, this posture, and just looking at the professor with dead eyes. Obviously, nothing is going inside his brain as the professor is lecturing. The professor is getting irritated moment by moment, but he doesn't want to show that. He says, be patient, be patient. Let's try to show something to this guy. Some point the professor cannot take it and he says, okay, young man, if you have to describe Albert Einstein in one word, how would you describe him? The student just looks at him and says, dead. So it is that kind of a position from your voice, What kind of a position is this? Draw.
Smart answer. What a smart answer. Amazing.
Not smart answer, frustrated answer, probably.
Nice. Yeah, chat is laughing. Chat is laughing.
No, thanks, guys. There are guys listening still. Thanks. This is a pattern I see every day, Amruta. First time control, so much excitement. In the next half an hour, we don't know what to talk about. We come to a lot of general talks and chats and philosophy and all that. Then again, the second time control starts and it's exciting.
No time.
After which I invariably I say good night and push off. This is what has been happening for the last 4 days.
So a good time for you to maybe relax. Oh, of course, but then we get to hear your stories also. More stories in this time. Nice. But while seeing chess, do you like at that point you feel like, oh, I want to play a tournament soon? ऐसा feeling आता है?
I love to play chess. See, before the pandemic, I was playing reasonably active. I was playing 6 to 8. After the pandemic, it got broken and I lost my form very badly. Last year, I played okay. This year, I played very badly in August. I played in Serbia. So I love to play chess. Even today, I really, really look forward to playing chess and I'm itching to play chess right away. So this year will be the final year when I have to make a choice between playing chess and other stuff because there are so many other stuff I'm not able to do because of playing chess. So this year and next year, probably I've given myself till 2024 to seriously see if I can make any progress in chess, or at least the enjoyment part still remains. So I love playing chess, to be very honest.
Wow.
See, I played badly in Serbia, but I still enjoyed playing chess at the end of the day.
Right. Beautiful. Yeah, with so much knowledge and with also that you enjoy, you feel the joy of playing even if the results don't
Yeah, more
go
than
your way.
anything,
So
the
that is
joy
very
of playing
important.
and more than joy of playing, that enjoyment of competition. And one more thing, see, I was never a serious coach, and the first time I seriously taught anyone who was a youngster was since only 2019. I started working with Pranav only till 2019. Pranav Anand, who
Yes.
subsequently became a GM in 2022. So till then, I was not a serious coach. After becoming a serious coach, I understand chess much better, which helps me to find moves very easily on the board. The problem is with the tactics and the chess elements, the
Reflexes.
fight back and converting winning positions and not leaving the opponent in drawn position, but, frying him. These are things which have come down drastically because of that long break during pandemic and the age advancing years. At least this is how I assess myself. So the love of chess is very much intact and I really love chess, and the competition part I really like a lot. In fact, even now when I lose a game, I get very upset, and a good win, I get quite enjoyable with myself. All those things are still remaining. The degree of intensity hasn't gone down at all.
Wow. But right now, talking about your coaching, so so Pranav Anand is one student. Are there like who are the other students which you can reveal? I don't know if they have kept it like I
Yeah,
won't reveal my
yeah, I
coach,
can
but
reveal a few of
whoever.
them. I can reveal a few of them now. I work with Inian
Hmm.
Inian Panirselvam. I work with Ritwis Para, who
Yeah,
became an
he is in the
international master
chat also.
recently. Yeah, and I mean among known ones I'm talking about.
Hmm.
I also work with Grandmaster M.R. Venkatesh for a very long time. 10
Nice.
years or so I've been working with them. Apart from this, there are a lot of youngsters. Uh, Three of them, four of them are extremely promising. Like we are all, I'm looking at some women grandmasters and grandmasters in the long run and so on. There are one or two boys who are very young. I don't want to tell their names, who are like, one is 9 years, 8 years old, and another is 9 years old. And their chest strength and the talent is kind of, it frightens me. These are super talents.
Wow.
I'm looking at two Magnus Carlsens in front of me. So I'm not
Hmm.
fine. Honestly speaking, teaching young kids is a very difficult thing. It's not easy at all. See, first thing is a responsibility. When you're teaching a kid anywhere between the age of 8 to 12, you have to be with them on a daily basis, which is not easy. So even now I avoid teaching them because I'm doing too many things, commentary, writing, those kind of things. I still enjoy them. But the day I hang up playing, I will probably take up serious coaching for these kind of kids.
Hmm.
These two kids, I'm very excited, long run. Apart from all this, I work for some grandmasters once in a while, like a mercenary. It's just, I work for them mainly on openings. And okay, one more thing, the experience part helps a lot. My experience of playing as well as being a second of some prominent players in the country, that helps a lot for younger grandmasters. So some
Hmm.
younger grandmasters hire me just for specific tournaments or specific
Oh,
occasions. They hire me. These
wow.
things they wish to keep it secret. They don't want me to reveal it out
Hmm.
for obvious reasons.
Got it.
Otherwise, others are cool about it.
Wonderful. Very much looking forward to those players, the next Magnus Carlsens and Pragnananda
Oh,
and
this is,
Vishy
I mean,
others.
you cannot imagine the amount of talent in India. See, okay, I don't want to get into controversies. In my opinion, the only reason or the main reason why chess is where it is today is because of chess parents, because of nothing else, but chess parents mainly. They are the ones who have worked so hard to make their children the best. For example, an obvious and amazing example, the whole world will agree, I'll give you Mittal, basically. Yeah, I mean, you can see the parental support which has helped him basically to come. He recently won the Kazakhstan Open, no?
Aditya Mittal, no? You're talking about?
Aditya Mittal, yeah. So like that, so many parents, literally sacrificing their life, career, whatnot, especially mothers and all. The kind of talent you have in this country is mind-boggling. See, two things are not happening in India. Proper open grandmaster tournaments, absolutely no round robin tournaments for grandmasters. If
Now
these
they
two
just right
things,
now they introduced, no? 50
let's
tournament.
not get into that.
Ah,
Let's
okay,
not
okay.
get into that. If there are grandmaster round robin tournaments, if there are proper open
Hmm.
tournaments means, I mean, something like the Qatar Open,
Yeah.
Abu
Got
Dhabi
it.
Open, and
Yes.
etc. See, it
Rating
has taken
cutoff, majorly rating cutoff
decades
and
and decades and decades and decades to bring one Indian chess league, and that is also that was brought because of Mahindra, no other reason.
hmm.
So if all these things happen regularly, I tell you, we'll be producing a grandmaster every week. Every week. I very strongly
Wow.
believe.
Wow.
Yeah,
Every week. Amazing.
I'm very sure about. Why is it that Indians travel to Czech Republic, Hungary, Serbia to play round robin? Why can't we hold it in India? Think about it for a moment.
I think all open tournaments, majorly one problem is that there is no rating cutoff, right? So where they go to Europe, so they are able to play above 2000 in such kind of tournaments. That would definitely help.
This is where I should say no comments.
No comments.
Let's see what
No,
is
yeah.
Pragg doing. Let's get into those things.
Matlab, you meaning it doesn't matter. So that then goes to the rating system. Yeah, that will go back to the rating system, and it's a completely another subject, right?
Some of my viewpoints are not very, let us say, it's not definitely not to be told in ChessBase India webcast. In a personal capacity, I should be telling it, not in your platform, definitely. So I
Got
don't
it.
want to get.
Definitely.
We have an organization called uh, Chess Players Forum.
Hmm.
Started as a body, and it's not a very active body.
Hmm.
So such a body like that, if we can become active and basically make some kind of change in this country in terms of chess organization, that is the only solution. That is the only way that chess can become much better, or rather, chess can get its due in this country. That's what I believe in very strongly.
Got it. No, but it's great to hear that your students are doing so well, and that, I mean, having a coach like you, I'm sure it is going to be amazing. Plus, I think once you start enjoying the journey of training, that is then altogether different game. And then when you're playing and training, I think that does help in training always when you are consistently playing tournaments in between. Just the touch of playing does matter for a coach when
It's
it is
very complicated.
initial
It's
time. Uh,
extremely complicated. You're right. You're right. I agree with you. But see, the moment you start training, it's
hmm.
very difficult to do well as a chess player.
Yeah, that I agree.
One
It's not
concept
so
which I
easy.
have, because your mind is
Hmm.
just not on
Hmm.
your chess. Whereas, uh, let's say from the age of 17 to 40, let us say, when I was focused only on my chess and training was not even in the horizon, the whole mindset was completely different.
Hmm.
After the age of 42, when I started training to support myself for a livelihood, the play part, the mindset became very different. I could sense it very easily. So
Yeah.
you should be mentally very, very strong to be a trainer as well as a chess player. And I
No.
mean, look at Indians, almost everyone has given it up. And whoever dabbled in training, being in as a chess player as well, all their chesses started coming down in their own levels. It may be different levels, but their own levels. So it's
Yeah.
extremely difficult to be a trainer as well as a player in India.
But this guy Magesh, I think Magesh had done it beautifully. Like when he started training, and he was teaching absolute beginners, and yet he was winning these
Magesh
tough
loves
tournaments.
training.
Yeah,
Magesh loves training. So once he started training, he didn't. I mean, he was not a competitively serious player.
yes,
Magesh is a
definitely,
very rare,
very
what to
rare.
say, phenomenon. As a person, also very rare, very nice guy. We are good friends. Magesh and Ramesh, they quit chess and they became trainers. And in case of Ramesh, a very passionate trainer. In case of Magesh, he enjoyed training with kids and all that. They've done very well in their own domains. But
Hmm.
these are very rare guys.
Correct.
Okay, in
Yeah.
Ramesh case, so many other things as well, his his integrity as a person, his sincerity as a person. Many of his best students, he didn't even charge 1 rupee for training for many, many years because he knew that they couldn't afford and all that. No other chess player in the whole world I've heard has done this except for Ramesh. So, these are very rare people like Magesh and Ramesh and all that. And that's another reason.
Hmm.
Look at India. If you have to point out to the talents who have done it very well in India, the origin comes from a very small band of trainers who have not been recognized properly as well. That's another thing. You get me, no? Where were trainers and coaches before ChessBase India? ChessBase India came into existence thanks to which people got to know about trainers of India. Correct? You get me, right? I don't want to go more into that. So, what to say? There are people who have done a lot of good in India, but all in individual capacities, as parents, as trainers, and so on. That is the reason for why chess is where it is today in India.
All a collective effort somewhere. Yes. Beautiful to know all of these thoughts, guys. Saravanan, have you remembered CJ Arvind? Asks
Yeah, I
Hariharan.
know.
Yes, of
I
course.
know.
Magesh Chandran. He's a grandmaster. He's in US right now. In fact, Sagar also had Magesh and his wife Anuprita, and he covered their love story. Very nice love story there. So yeah,
Magesh Chandran resides in the US. He's an Indian, he's an American citizen now. And
he was a national junior champion.
he,
I mean, of course, Asian also.
yeah,
World
yeah, he
Open
was a
is
very
one.
prominent player.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he runs an organization called
Kings
King's
and
Chess
Queens.
Foundation,
Kings and
as
Queens
well as Kings
Academy.
and Queens Chess Academy, as well as there is this wonderful concept in India called Pro Chess Training, which is an online training platform for different levels of players. That is a brainchild of three of the best coaches of the country: Magesh Chandran, Ramesh, and Suresh Ganguly. So Vaishali
Yeah,
and
Vaishali's game ended in a
Matt
draw.
achieved
Uh,
a great position here.
and Divya won with Leena. That's because she was already slightly in trouble. So she won. That's a great news there. I think women's games, all the games are over. Maybe if the pairings come out, let us know because their time control was different. And in the men's section, they're all playing still. The top four boards, except for Vidit, they're all playing. Caruana's game. It's also going to go very long, I think. Queen f6. Is Caruana slowly and steadily going to kind of trick Baccarat, do you think? In time, given in the second time control or something?
In a way, it's a tragedy, no? There is Caruana, there is Virozia, but we are hardly paying attention to any of them till the second time control.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm watching your commentary from Florida, says Hariharan. Very nice. Oh, yes, Yakub Agad is an amazing
So he's not a US
coach, of
citizen? I didn't know
course.
that.
Who? Magesh, not a
I
US
thought
citizen?
Magesh was a US citizen. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh.
Yeah, Magesh and Arun Prasad, Grandmasters, they both are response. In a certain way, they played a large role in Abhimanyu Mishra
Hmm.
becoming a Grandmaster, becoming a youngest Grandmaster in the world.
Yeah. Tell me, Saravanan, I think Caruana will try to press here, so we can't just discard that this will end in a draw or anything like that. This seems like a long game. I would say it's either Caruana will win or a draw, but I wouldn't say that back row will have any chances. The only reason
Well,
because
definitely White has a straight better position, mainly because, uh, looks to me that White's pieces are coordinating better here. But the problem is a C3 pawn.
yes.
What White is going to do with the C3 pawn. If the C3 pawn was an A2, probably White had a clearly better position.
And if you get something like this, then between the B and the D pawn, will it be like equally both of them are weak?
Definitely.
No, then nothing much, yeah. Then not much. Okay. So Vincent Esipenko is winning, but since a long time he's winning and he's taking a lot of time there. Maybe Vincent also thinking quite a lot with 50 minutes. They are going to think. Arjun, what has happened? Oh, are things changing here? Simply going towards simplification. Rook f6 he played. Rook takes f6. E takes
Hmm.
f6. King f7. Because if you take the pawn here, that would be a big mistake. Rook b6 check and you lose
Nice.
this rook g6. So little trap by Arjun, the king pawn endgame winning for white. So f6 king f7 played, h g6, And Kuzo is thinking anything should be okay, yeah. Rook g6 because you are attacking g2.
G2, yeah. So rook into b6, rook into g2,
King e3.
king e3, rook a2, let's say.
So king d4.
Rook into a4. Should be a comfortable draw for. Oh, no, 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 no. Not so easy,
No?
not so easy. King e5, king e5, rook a1, rook f7 check. Now I should be very careful where I choose. Okay, king f6 should be a draw. Yeah.
King g6 should
Sorry,
be
f8,
tricky.
f8, 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 f8,
Ah,
f8.
king g6 is of course a blunder. First you give a check and then you get f7. So not king g6 but king f8. And then if you go rook e, there's no shelter like the Philidor position.
Essentially, it's a Philidor with some extra pawns for each side. That's
So yeah, rook b6 has happened on the board. Maybe the same variation we are getting into. Okay, so it doesn't seem that they are going to go for the next time control. Seems like it will end in a bit.
So who else among Indians are still playing today? Nihal's game.
Yeah, what is happening? Because that is an interesting bishop c4. Bishop f5 was played. He didn't go bishop h3. Rook b7, king f6.
Yeah.
And Nihal took on a7. But why did he not
Hey,
take f7 and then a7? It was a check, right?
exactly.
King e5,
Suddenly,
king
Nihal
e5.
is fine. Nihal is fine suddenly, right?
Yes, it's equal.
If you go bishop f7, okay, he has played king e5.
Yeah,
Okay.
king e5, and now he's going to take
If
f7.
you go bishop into f7, now I
King
will go
e4.
king e4, idea king f3. Suddenly, black's king might become a monster.
Wow, it's not easy. Yeah, it looks very
Yeah,
scary.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I think now Nihal is out of danger zone, and I think he's going to comfortably draw this position. At least draw this position, I think.
And if you take with the bishop, if you take with the rook and allow rook a2,
Well, I
then
say thanks. Tell you thanks. That's it.
yeah.
I mean, why would I mean that will be better for black, I think. Because
Yes,
now I
that
have an
is.
extra active king and only equal pawns, right? That's a disaster that would be after
Yeah.
k2. Yeah.
Clear cut plan. Okay, so king e5, Nihal is thinking, and
Well, Nihal is achieving a draw. Good for him.
Abhijit Gupta is still going to play till the end, it seems. Murli Karthikeyan, yeah, he is now almost lost. And Adiban seems to have drawn now. Because I don't see his game going on. Right. Leon pressing. Leon still pressing. Queen c6. c4 is weak. Have the results come for women? Pairing has come for women or not? I will just check. No. But Vaishali maintains her top spot after the round. 6 points. No, right now she was playing with, yeah, 5.5. So Anna, Stefanova, and Vaishali on 6 points. And Vaishali has played with Anna. So it's clear for Vaishali, maybe she plays with Stefanova. She has not played with Stefanova. Pairing is clear. Yeah. So next round it will be Vaishali versus Stefanova, and Anna will play with 5.5, somebody from.
Okay, Amruta, today I'm
Yes.
thinking of taking an early leave from you.
I agree. In fact, I was going
Yeah.
to say that to you because also the games seem like going towards a draw
Mainly
as well.
my coffee has dried out today, so
Please get
Tomorrow I
some
should.
good sleep, and you need to be ready for the last 3 days.
Is there any change in schedule from tomorrow, or is it the same one?
Same.
Same, yeah. So
Yeah.
tomorrow is 3rd of November. Amruta, I think there's a change in schedule from tomorrow.
Why would it be, Nikhil?
Only tomorrow we are starting 3 hours earlier than normal. Have a look.
What?
I
Really?
suspected. Yeah, I heard about this from someone who's playing there.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
do you, where are you looking at FIDE, the official
I'm looking
website?
at I'm looking at chess.com, but anyway, I can look at FIDE also.
And you know the reason by chance, or are you not aware of the
No,
reason?
not at all. No, not at all.
Okay, tournament info regulation schedule. Okay, I'll confirm because in the schedule they have the same time, 2:30. So maybe it could be.
Which
Yeah,
schedule?
start time for this round is being reviewed. That's what they're saying. So I'll ask Sagar for the 3rd November.
Reviewed in the sense?
On the in the official website for Isle of Man Chess, over there for the schedule which they have published, there they are mentioning a small note that start round for this round is being reviewed for 3rd November. So I should confirm
Uh,
it.
okay, I'm looking at grances.fide.com.
I'm looking at iomchess.com. So Isle of
Okay,
Man
in
Chess.
grances.fide.com, Fide's website, there is no such thing. It clearly says every day the game was at 2:30 and tomorrow it's at 11:30 for open and 1 p.m. for women. What is that?
Because of 50 minutes, so they will anyway end at same time. Oh, but then only the men's game start. Wow. That's interesting. Mayur says chess results round is given some timing. Wait.
तो अपना 5:30 होगा अपना 5:30 बजे होगा अपना. So
Yeah.
I'll join at 5:15 probably if it is true, otherwise 8:15. Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. See you. Good night.
Bye. Good
Thanks.
night,
See you all.
Sarah.
Hope you enjoyed today. Bye. Good night. See you tomorrow.
Guys, that was Saravanan for you with some amazing opening lessons today. Also, as usual, wonderful stories and some more insights about him as a trainer. So it was all wonderful to have him. Oops. Wait, maybe let me just adjust here a little bit. Guys, how do you find the overlay colors which has been changed? Because in the first half of the tournament, we had something bluish. Now we have some bright colors. How do you like it? Do you like this better or any opinions? That's what Abhidaya had asked who had made it, so we can let him know. Andavargar says looks better. One day I have to take a survey whether you all like dark colors or bright colors or jackass. Other rounds at 2:30. So for men's, I think it is at 5 o'clock. I'll check it out. I'll also keep a message if during the stream itself we get to know. Let me put it to Sagar anyway. Okay. So there I have dropped a message. Kaustubh, you confirmed, yeah? At 5 a.m. tomorrow, 5 p.m. Okay, that's fine. Nah, this is ended. Rook b6, rook g2 check by Kuzubov. King goes to e3, h5. He's not even going for the a pawn. He's just pushing this. So, but what if rook b5? It double attack, no. h4. If you take on a5, can you go h3? If rook h5, h2, and if king f3, there is rook c2. Yeah, this is nothing. This is just going towards a draw. But actually, in the position in this game, for all of those who have joined late, it was very interesting position which Arjun had, and there are a number of moments where he had the break e5. Somehow in time pressure things did not work out the best, but this is the current position. Rook b5, he's gone for this. We're going towards a draw. Women's pairings, if they get updated, do let me know so that I would love to show them on the screen whenever it gets updated. And Vidit had a early draw. In a way, he saved the energy. Tomorrow he will be black. Going to be exciting. This time changes also will happen, will affect. Sometimes it could affect the routine because they all have a routine set. So for chess players, it's sometimes, I would say, the best when it is one single time every day. But yeah, what to do? And something exciting tomorrow, I would let you know some nice thing. So be alert. Do come on the stream. Make sure about that. Many of you might have some guesses there. Any guesses? But anyway, even if you guess, I won't be able to confirm if you are right or wrong. Tomorrow only we'll get to know. So rook a5, rook g3 check. He doesn't even go h3 there, because if you go king d4, oh, can I keep giving side checks? Check. You can't go king c5, blunder. Check. King b4, and don't forget, काफी आगे बढ़ चुका है जिंदगी में. So ध्यान रखना. So rook g3 check, and then checks. And if you go king f2, then there is rook c3, king f6. ठीक है. ड्रॉ हो रही है. Nightbot says follow ChessBase India on Instagram here. Yes, do follow because there are some nice reels which have been put. कल और आज के रील्स देखना, बहुत सही थे. He goes rook g3 check, king e3, rook g3, king d4. And we'll repeat. What was the poll today? Vidit wins. Plain or simple draw, 32%. Not bad. The funny thing is, even when they played for whatever time, maybe 2 hours or something like that, and then the whole, if you remember, Vidit in the opening was calculating, he took half an hour or almost something like that, 25 minutes or something like that, to make the move knight c4, and lot more things had to be calculated. In a way, when we still say plain, it's in comparison to a long complex draw, but for them, for those 2 hours also, a lot of things are going on in the mind, so it's never really a plain or simple draw. So rook g4 check, and Arjun's game has ended in a draw. So he goes to 6 points. Am I right? Sorry. Might just forget all the points and all at this point of time. Okay, sorry. Arjun goes on 5.5 points, and Kuzubo also 5.5. Bogdan has won his game, so on 6 points, and Caruana and Desipenko. Let's check what is happening at this moment. Caruana's game, some things have happened. C3 pawn, B4 happened. Queen C3. Okay, this seems like now with this exchange, it doesn't seem that it could be any other result. Should end in a draw eventually, and Esipenko is winning. So now very much clear. So yeah, three people will be on six. What about Nehal Sareen? How is he right now? Bishop f7, King e4, and very alert. He goes b4, a nice move there. The idea is if you go king f3, this was an important idea of b4, that you are vacating this rank, third rank, for the check to be given to the king. So that is what Nihal goes for, b4 move, and maybe because there is a barrier here, black could just simply give a perpetual, because you go king e2 check, and if you try to go king d1, that would allow a little bit of danger on the king. So Nihal's game also now going towards a draw. Aryan Chopra, oh, any craziness happened kya? G4, bishop e4, king e2, bishop g2, king f2, d3 was played. Okay, if d3 was played, g5 now by Aryan, and you can take over here. It's planning to go f6, and if g takes f6, he's planning to take on g2 here. You have to, and then if d2, planning to go bishop g4. Wow, actually this is very nice. Let me show you g5 move. If you go h takes g5, okay, let's say if you play a move like h5, big blunder, f6 and f7, and you are queening. That's the problem. You have to take. Now if you go f6, this is the move which we are looking at. After f6, if you make any other move, still f7 is a big threat, so no time. If you go d2, then there is f7. If you make a queen, there is a queen, and don't forget it's going to be a checkmate, so no time for that. So over here f6, then there is g takes f6. Now after g takes f6, you take this piece here, king takes g2, you are a piece up, but d2, forced to stop this, and your black can simply play f5. You can't take, you go back, and the king goes to g7, and then even if you try to win this pawn, king e3, king f6, king d2, king e5, this position is a draw. Can you believe it? Wow. So nice move by Aryan. G5 over there. Black still needs to be accurate there, but of course he will be. It's not so difficult. Murzin versus Shirov. Shirov is converting this and beating Murzin. Then there we have Abhijit Gupta still playing. Yes, that's it. So Arjun's game has ended in a draw finally, and Nihal's game also almost about to end in a draw. Yes, Esipenko will become the joint leader. No, we didn't forget about Pragg's name. Pragg's game ended in a draw. We saw his game. He's not playing, Baba. It's his game has ended in a draw. Oh no, he's playing. Oops, sorry. I thought his game ended in a draw. That's what I said. Oops. Ah, he was a C pawn up and he's trying. GH4, H5. How did I forget it? Rook C5. But how does he progress is the question. King E4, C5. He's pushed the pawn there. King G6. King goes to E5 now. Ah, no plan. C4. Why can't you go King D4 over here to attack the pawn? Maybe you don't want to get into something like rook takes c4 and rook takes h4 just, but it's possible. It's possible. King d4, he goes rook c5, attacks this guy. King goes to h6, and now king d4. Now rook h1. Oh, Pragg is still fighting. Rook c4. Of course, Pragg will take rook h4. But then important is you bring back the king to the trying to go here. So king e4. If you go, can you go rook h3, stopping king f3? And look at this move, guys. If white makes a blunder, just to see if you are awake. If white makes a blunder, black to play. Let's see how many of you are awake. Black to play. Time trouble. किसको? अच्छा. वो टाइम ट्रेबल भी है क्या? तो it doesn't really matter much. 60th move over. मोहम्मद शोहेब भावना समझ गए, पर नोटेशन फिर भी इम्प्रूव तो करना पड़ेगा. अंकुर बहुत ही जागा है. मनन, शार्दुल, वेद. यस. गिनी, सोहम, एंड्राज. जागे तो हो तुम लोग. Rook h4 check, and then yeah, you're not winning a rook, but you're just making a queen there with the extra pawn. So such a move will be a blunder. Obviously, he's not gonna make it. After rook h4, king e5 played by Yakubayev, and Yakubayev holding steady over there. Nice to see you guys give answers at this time 1:43. Though yesterday maybe we slept at around, we ended at around 3 o'clock if I'm not wrong. So today is comparatively a faster day. Also normally there is some imbalance, something going on, but today it's not much. Okay, did Nihal's opponent player b4 rook b2? Yeah, he goes rook b2, attacks this guy here. Can be defended with rook a4. Not a3, I think just don't go a3, very important. Will be a mistake because now for king f3, you don't have this check. So that is a little important thing to remember. But rook a4 is there and should be fine. Oh, Esipenko's game has ended, so he does join Vidit in being a joint leader, and Caruana trying. Caruana is trying. Let's go to Pragg. Did he play? He has 29 minutes. Oh, does he get extra time? No, his opponent was in time pressure. That's what you mean. Now, after 60 moves, how much time do they get? 15 minutes, if I'm not wrong. 15 minutes each. And I'm sure they're not going to use this time. They don't need to use all the time because it's going to end before that. Anyone please provide Fabi Esipenko? BI provided. Who will VD face? According to me, he will be facing made the pairing, no? Bogdan, because I thought he has played with Esipenko. No, he is not played with Esipenko. So between Esipenko and Bogdan, whom will he face? It also should depend on who has got double white in the last 2 rounds. So a lot of technicalities, but otherwise he should then be facing Esipenko. Vidit versus Esipenko. No, Vidit has not played with Esipenko. Arjun played with Esipenko, I think. Yeah, Arjun played with Esipenko, not with it. So he might play with Esipenko. How a pairings decided, that's through a computerized, it's a software, Swiss. It's called something, I don't know what it is called, but that is what decides. So generally, when three players are there, they will be rating wise. If you see that if Vidit's rating is the highest, then the second one they will break. They will try to break. So Vidit will play the. But here the problem is many of them have played each other, and also the colors. They are all having the same color, so that's why not 100% sure how the pairing is going to be. King g6 now to prevent the king from entering king f6. He goes king g7. Yeah, even king g6 would have been fine. But even if you prevent there, how do you progress? That is always the question. Let's say I try a move like rook h1, wanting to promote this pawn. And now white, if I do, let me show you, if I do absolutely nothing. If I do absolutely nothing, then might land up, oops, then I will land up in trouble already with the pawn reaching on h3. So for white, he cannot do nothing. कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा. But there is a lot to do. There is e4, oops, there is f5 firstly with the threat of take. So you force him to take, then you take. Now if I go h4, I can simply go king g4. Yeah, this pawn can be protected with the rook, and your rook is tied down for this pawn. So literally not much. And Nihal has played for b4 rook b2. Nihal goes rook a3, stops, cuts off the king. Rook takes b4, given this pawn. And now he goes bishop b3. So this bishop, lifelong protection for the a2 pawn. Plus maybe is rook a4 the threat. Yeah, if the rooks are exchanged. No, it couldn't. Curious to see if rook a4 can be possible. King moves here, not king moves here, maybe bishop e6 there. But then it will be something like a race. You don't want to get into that when simpler options are available. Bishop b3, threat is bishop c2 check. Yeah, rook endgame would be the easiest. Bishop c2 check is the threat. So he goes king d4. Anyway, he goes king d4. Now maybe Nihal can just bring his king out to f2. This rook will have to go to b5. But the activity of the black piece is suddenly completely gone. So yeah, going to Pragg. After rook c7, Pragg is thinking what to do. Do you want to see live ratings? Mohammed says Gukesh going through the same phase Arjun was going through 6 months ago. Yeah, they all have phases. King g6 is a blunder. No, why would king g6 be a blunder? And would be hard to find a blunder for black here. Shall we also look at the live ratings? Oops, wait. Yeah, we have the live ratings over here. Caruana number 2, Nakamura number 3. And there we have Vichy 2748 on 9th place. Anish moved to number 12. Pragg 2735.6. Then we have Vidit. Okay, 2728.9. He's gained 13.9 points. So Maksudlu has gained, I mean, if you see the maximum gain, Maksudlu and Vidit. Then Gukesh has lost 19.3 points. Arjun has gained 8.6 points. Yeah, here. 8.6 for Arjun. So 2721.0. Gukesh Arjun very closely rated once again. And Vidit goes to 2728. Wow, it's incredible what Vidit has managed. Sanket says VD will play Esipenko is what I feel. 99% sure. Yeah, I also feel that should be it. Pragg is India number 2. Yes. Yesterday only, I think, or a day before. Much before. Do Serene has outside chances? No, 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 no. Not at all. Ah, you are saying because this is on light square? No, very unrealistic. Very unrealistic. Oh, but are they going in time pressure or what? I mean, if they keep on playing, then Nicholas has to make 10 moves in 3 minutes. Technically, he has to make them. Of course, he will make them. And for Pragg, they have completed 63 moves. Yakubov, I don't know if the time has got added. Let me just check here. So 18 minutes, 8 minutes he took, 3 minutes he took. No, I don't think the time has got added. It is yet to get added. Rook c7. Pragg is thinking. Shardul says interesting to see was the age column. Vishy was just class. Oh, let's look at it again then. Oh yeah, look at that age. Vishy Anand with 53. At the age of 53. And then who is even above 40? Oh, Dominguez. Dominguez 40. Grishchuk 40. Topalov 48. But okay. Yeah. Inactive. No point in looking at I. So Karyakin inactive. Topalov inactive. 41 Aronian. In fact, yeah, Aronian also is playing incredible at 41. Everybody else very young. Mamedarov 38. And now suddenly looking at Anish 29. So top players all in 30, yeah, 30s, 32, 31, 35, 31, 33. Top 5 players in 30s. In fact, except for Firuza, 30, 30, above 30. Top 10 players except for Firuza, only 30. So we can see how that too Firuza was on top much while ago, many years ago. So incredible for Firuza to be in top 10 at such an young age. Then we have Raja Anish. Nice. Well spotted. Med Bosbe asks, how is Gukesh India number 1? That is in published rating list, which is usually every first of the month. It is published. But there is a live rating where every day when you play a game, it impacts your rating. So that is what the live rating is, which you can check out on 2700 chess. So it's a nice website. शार्दुल says, oh, so मला चान्स आहे अजून. किती वर्षाचा आहेस तू? मग ठरवूया. Okay, what is Arvind Lamy doing? Because he had a fantastic start, but in trouble. He's in trouble. White is a pawn up. Caruana, any changes there? No, Backrot. Actually, holding Caruana is a pretty big result. Of course, he's a strong player, but Caruana always very solid. That too, Caruana was white. So, Rook H3 played by Pragg after a 5-minute thought. He's attacking the E3 guy. Simply E4 here with the idea of F5. Should be fine. So Nihal and Pragg are like, will give each other some company there. So Rook A4, King C3, Rook C4 check, King goes to B2, and Rook C6, and Bishop goes to B1. Wow. So firstly, if White makes a waiting move, Bishop takes A2, Bishop takes A2, King takes A2, Rook takes G6. And if we land up in this kind of a Rook endgame with Rook B2 check, or do you want to go Rook B3? Or do you just... In fact, if you go a check and then go B5. Ooh, made a blunder. I made a blunder. How many of you are awake? White to play. I made a blunder. Expert in finding natural moves are blunders. Then you have to be careful for sure. This is the longest game for Pragg in 8 games, says Rakesh Rocky. Oh yeah. Actually, Pragg's game always finish soon, right? That's interesting. That's an interesting... White to play. Just find it. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. वाह क्या बात है मिस्टर इंडिया जिनी प्रियांश विवेक सहा Shardul, Acharya, Arush, and Enraj, and Praveen. You guys have found out कुछ क्या prank करोगे विवेक. So rook g5, that was a blunder because if you take here, and if he goes b4, remember the winning square. You always must check. That's with a check, and that's why white would be winning. But of course, I mean, that was a blunder. You don't need to enter into that. So it's simple. There are many other options. Rook b2 check, and then you start pushing the pawn. What happened in the game was bishop b1. Nihal went bishop c4 here. The rook went to b4. Nihal now goes bishop f7. But yeah, they're fighting. They're fighting, and at some point we could land up in some kind of a race. So they're saying that it's not going to be plain simple draw, and we're definitely going to make it as complex as possible. For Pragg, e4 has been played by Yakuboev after I don't know how much time there, but maybe 3 to 4 minutes. Yeah, from 15 minutes it went to 12 minutes. So e4 has been played. Pragg thinking now what is to be done. So Fabi is better. Oh yeah, everything will completely change if Fabi wins, because then he joins Vidit and Esipenko and Bogdan. So then there will be 4 players on 6, and I think rating wise, Fabi and Vidit will be on one side, and Esipenko Bogdan will be the other side. In that case, maybe Vidit plays Bogdan if Fabi wins. But okay, let's see what's happening. They're going into a rook endgame. Knight c6. What happened? Just rook a1, g5, rook d4. Knight went to c6. Seems like computer says rook endgame is good for white because of this exact move which Fabi finds. Rook a5. Rook takes a5 was played. That's why otherwise we'll lose this pawn, and not just the pawn, but पूरी क्यों लगी है इधर मरने के लिए. So rook takes a5, b takes a5, and are you serious? This rook endgame. Firstly, this is hanging. Uh, Secondly, if I go rook c5, it's over because all of you know rook should be behind the passed pawn. So the move here is pretty easy. White to play. Petwal says, can you please tell me why Nihal is not shown in tournaments like Pragg, Gukesh and Arjun have? I would really like Nihal to succeed. Yeah, we all would love him to succeed, and he does have some very good tournaments. In fact, recently he reached 2700. But maybe, I don't know, very personal opinion could be at some points he has to take more risks. That is something, um, but again, it's a very, very personal opinion there. As we know, a lot of things matter, not just about chess, but as we're talking about, if Arjun here, as Saravanan was saying, if the mistakes are happening closer to the end, then it could be stamina. So these are the things which are have to be analyzed, and the players would know the best. But yeah, risk taking is definitely an important thing. You have to go for it. Mistake by backrot. Yeah, so rook a5, rook a5. Oh my god, has he gone rook c5? But then it's over. That was a move I asked. Maharshi, Akash, Ginny, Shardul, Vivek. But how did he make rook c5? Because that is like the worst way to defend this position. But then he had to play king e7, which, like, let's say if you take on d5, then there is check. If king g2, then you go king e6, defend this, attack this. And if rook where you can maybe rook d8 with the idea of rook a8, rook a1. Now I have the rook behind a passed pawn, and in this scenario you're a pawn down, but because of your rook behind a pawn should be okay. Sorry, rook 8 g4 a6. Just to show you, important is that you run with the king, because the idea is a7 and check and then queen. So you run back, and for a7, once again, very very important, very very important move black needs to play here, which is what's the move that black needs to play here, otherwise he's lost. Absolutely, Maharshi Akash, Ginny, Priyansh, Mr. India. King G7 because there is a threat for Arush. Rook A3 would be a big blunder. You fell for the trap, the typical trap. Rook H7, X-ray trap. Don't you remember? You will lose your rook there. You can't do that. So, man, this is crazy. This is crazy. So, what Caruana essentially has. I was looking at this point. So king e7 was a must and not taking on d5. Anyway, going rook a4, not caring about the pawn because they want to push here. Forcing him to go rook a6 and then king f1. So this was the endgame which would have still given the maximum resistance. And he goes rook a4, king e7, a6, but this is lost. a7, rook a8 and king f1. If you go king d7, king e2, king c7, king d3, you're gonna be late. King b7, king d4, chicken coop. So the pawn, this is gonna eat everything. I mean, these pawns are like, oh, it's over. Caruana wins against Backrod. The whole thing changed. Firstly, here where knight c6 was a weak move by Backrod. Caruana took knight takes c6, rook takes c6. My question is, after rook a5, ba5, king e7, would this give any drawing chances is one thing to analyze, because rook c5 is dead lost after rook a4. So only this curiosity does this king e7 move. How enough is that? How enough is that after rook a4? An interesting endgame. Let's look at that. Just to have a quick look. So Caruana goes to 6 points and joins Vidit, Esipenko and Bogdan. Yeah, 1 second. I was just looking at rook a6. We were looking at this point, king f1 and king d7, king e2, king c6. So is this endgame any chance for black? King b5, king b5. You go rook a1, g4. Okay, let's say we reach this kind of an endgame at g4. If g4 is a must. And now king d4. King has to go and defend here. Otherwise this pawn will be pushed. Is this winning? King e5. Yeah, what does black have to do? King c5 maybe with the idea of d4. But then rook d5, you can, fifth rank is very dangerous. You cannot advance the king so easily there. So rook a8 maybe, a6. As we know, any time you enter in king pawn endgame, you're... Oh, anyway, it was winning. So knight c6. So rook a5 was a nice move. I think this was something Backrot missed. And he shouldn't have played knight c6 there. Okay, but I was in time pressure and that's done. Going to Pragnananda's game of rook endgame. What is Pragg having any? No, I can't believe the bar. Come on. King e5, e4. He goes rook f3, f5, played by Yakuboev. Pragg takes on f5, e takes f5, and e takes f5. And now Pragg is thinking. Oh, Pragg, does he have any chances with this move, rook g3? Any chances here after rook g3? Because let's try to guys suggest for white. What will you do with white? Do you want to go? Oh, Nihal winning? Kya baat? Man, suddenly, as Saravanan says, towards the end of the time pressure, all crazy things happening. Whoa, man, what are you saying? Rook b6, king a3. He goes bishop e8. Look at this. This rook so nicely placed here, beautifully placed. King a3, bishop e8. Black is not taking this pawn on a2. And now he took bishop a2. But actually, that was not a great idea. Rook takes b5. But this is still a draw. Maybe rook g6, then you will end up in a race. Rook b5, rook d4, and that's a big blunder by Nicholas. It's over. Rook d4 was a big blunder because of what happened is bishop g6. He simply gave the pawn or what? In time pressure, he had only 2 seconds here. Oh man. What? He just gave the 2 pawns. Can't believe it. Am I missing something? Did he really do that? Or did he feel something else? I don't know. Why did he go rook d4? When rook b5, bishop b5. Okay, does he think rook b5, bishop b5, king b4, bishop e8, bishop b1, king e3? This is what he thought is lost, because if king c5, king f4, king e3, king g5, and then you win the pawn and same colored bishop, so that is winning. Amazing. So you see, that was winning. The point was after bishop e8, after bishop e8, g5. G5 was the move. What a classy move, because if you play h takes g5 there, then the king goes to c5, and you know what you've got is this doubled pawns. This doubled pawns, and then the king will sit on g7. There is no way to progress. Oh, g5 is a nice move. And of course, for g5, if you don't take, then it's just a draw. So g5 is the idea which was a draw. Crazy. But why did he play rook b5, rook d4? Time pressure. Time pressure does that to people. Bishop b1 was another possibility. Takes, king e3. That's what we saw. Oof, Nihal wins. That is an amazing result. I mean, out of nowhere, it all changed. I mean, a blunder in time pressure is possible. So, well, that does give us hope. Even for Pragg's game, what? F5, EF5, EF5, and the hope is the move rook g3 giving any possibilities for Pragg? Nihal won. Bhakta says bad luck after playing for more than 8 hours. Not 8 hours though, but 6 hours, yeah. You make such a blunder. I can't imagine his pain. Completely agree. It's hard. It's all like it's like a panic attack kind of a thing. It's the whole thing which you've been holding on. It's that moment can happen. It's the fraction of the second changes things. Nihal OP. Oh, so Nihal actually. So here we have to analyze Pragg. So today Pragg is the one who is going to play it till the end. Leon is also playing. By the way, Leon, who had advantage, still has the same amount of advantage and complex position. Nice. But can I just look at the results here? Sorry, over here. Okay. Yeah. Here we have the results. Let me refresh, and they are all updated. The top 10 boards are updated. So we now have a clear cut for 5.5. What is Pragg? If Pragg draws, he goes to 4.5. Nihal has won, so Nihal has moved to 5 points, which is great. Like if you imagine he wins the rest of the 3 games, that is going to be 5 plus 3, 8. And that is like a big chance. Still a big chance. Even if not top 2, then still a big chance. Hari on 4. Aryan on 4. So Nihal after Vidit on 6. Arjun on 5.5. Nihal goes to 5 points. And how much rating is he gaining here? Oh no, not much, because Aryan Chopra winning and Pragg can win and move to 5. Can Pragg win? Now that is the question. Let's try to look. Oh, by the way, has the women's pairing... women's pairing is out. Vaishali is playing with Stefanova. Yeah. Uh, Leah playing with Anna Muzichuk. Sophie Millet playing with Tan Songi. Vaishali on 6. Today, a great opportunity missed there. She could have been on 6.5. But now let's move forward. And she still holds in the ranking the top position as per the tiebreak. But very close with Anna Muzichuk. And in fact, tiebreak 2 might be worse than Anna. So that's a very close race there. Yeah. So if tomorrow she is black, going to the main screen there, let's look at Pragg and really try to understand. He did go Rook G3. Oh, he did go Rook G3. Well done, Pragg. And this is what we had to analyze. And suddenly, I don't know whether we believe the computer, but computer is saying that Pragg is winning. Is it really winning? Rook goes to B7. No, that is what is the dhokebaz meter for us. Rook goes to B7. Pragg is thinking, kya karoge? You push this pawn, the king goes back and tries to go near the pawn. Rook G1, yes, the king is cut off. You threatening this. I just stop your pawn from getting pushed. If you come aage, then I have a check. Then I have a check. To go back, and then I go back. No progress. So can't push the pawn. If I can't push the pawn, what else can I do? Rook G4, trying to cut this off, and then maybe threatening H4. Let's try this, because if I wait and if I do nothing, can I go H4? If I wait and I do nothing, can I go H3? And if I go Rook B2, then will it be the rook behind a pawn? Maybe first a check. The king has to go away because this rank is cut off. Or if the king has to go away to E6, still I force you to go to the D file, and now rook behind a pawn, similar to what happened in Fabiano's game. And then you are going to come king G6, king G5, win this pawn. This is going to win. Okay. So that is how you can't just not do anything, but of course you will do something here. So if rook G4, after rook B7, rook G4, if Pragg goes rook G4, which is the best try still to trick him. Now if F6 check, let's say if F6 is played, king goes to G6. Are you trying to threaten anything? Because I'll go rook B8 and keep an eye on the pawn from rook behind the pawn. Once again and again, keep in mind rook behind the pawn. Only thing in this situation is, after rook G5 check, king F4, you still can't take this. It would be a massive blunder, massive blunder because of check, and you lose the rook. So after king F4, what next do? You think rook F5 check, king G3, and you think you're winning this pawn. Technically, the theory says the F and the H pawn is a drawn rook endgame. It is a drawn rook endgame, but practically it is still not so easy because people have messed it up and lost with these 2 pawns. But if you know your books well, then white will be able to hold. So that is the point. Rook G4 played by Pragg, and he is not going to give up. I can tell you, he is going to get mostly through that H and F pawns. But can white even, let's say, not lose the F6 pawn? That's another question. That if I just simply stop the pawn on H4. Oh yes, Sagar in the chat. Hi Amruta, tomorrow round starts 3 hours earlier. So Sagar, I'm hoping that you please sleep 3 hours earlier as well. Rakesh Rocky says Pragg games seem drawish, but seeing at other games, anything can happen. I completely agree with you. In fact, if it enters into H and F pawns, फिर तो पक्का ही चांस है. हाँ, Sanketas, what's the reason for early start tomorrow? Exactly. What's the reason? Is there any plan for sightseeing for the players on the beautiful promenade on the Isle of Man, a beautiful city? Bhajan is telling you Sagar loving the videos. So yeah, Rook G4 played in Prague. By the way, Aryan's games. Someone's mentioned that. Check it out. Oh, Aryan, what? Man, Aryan also winning. That is crazy. Every drawn game, our guys are converting in some way or the other. We looked at this point where it got very very interesting. Where he played G5, D2, King E2, H5, King D2. This all. He didn't go for F6 and all. He took on D2, A4, King E3. But this pawn without a D pawn there, the white king is basically going to go like our dream there of king f7, but then this pawn is going to advance. What does he do? Let's see. How does he trick Matthias? Because generally king e5 and f6, this is what the Saravanan was mentioning. And if he took bishop g6, that was the right move. Bishop takes g4, takes f6, king takes f6. It's the active king, which would have takes bishop b3, takes. What? You have the same color. No, guys. This is a draw. क्या कर रहे हो यार? भाई king c7 and it is a draw. King e5 नहीं गया है. That is adjusting the draw. Do you think he's gonna go king e5 and just allow this pawn to push? इतना तो पता होना चाहिए यार, chat. Oh, fireworks. Like there is some fireworks. I thought Maharshi is saying in some game there is some firework. That's what I thought. But you're serious that there is firework. But why is there a firework? Like, is there an important day tomorrow for something? Vivek says if someone else from India qualifies for candidates, we want fireworks on the last day too. Yes, someday. Acha, tomorrow. Maybe people in the UK would know. What is it tomorrow? Advanced Diwali lag rahi hai par. Oh, then tomorrow fireworks, and also tomorrow, guys, I'll be making an announcement. Something exciting. I don't even know how to pronounce that. SRK's birthday. Okay, he goes king. Oh, he goes after rook g4, f6 check happened. King g6, rook b8, rook g5 check, king f4. Exactly what we were looking at is happening on the board. By the way, if you give rook g4 check, king e5. So rook c. So what else? If you move your rook away somewhere, rook a5, let's say. Why is computer not liking rook a5, or it doesn't like any move on this? Yeah, maybe any move there. And then rook g8 check, king f6, rook h8, rook c4 check, king g3, check, king h3. But king g6 check, what do you do? Where do you go? King f6, then again rook h8. So okay, but he's going to fight. He's going to fight. King f6. No, king f6 blunder, Itachi. सुपर ब्लंडर हो गया है ये क्वेश्चन पूछ के. You only tell me white to play. I've already shown this. Yes, Bhajan, if Nihal wins all 3 games, then he will actually be in top. With 8 points, he should be in top 4 maybe, or top 3. I'm not sure. Top 4, I would say. Yeah. Yes, rook b6. Exactly. ध्यान रखना. Can't take your. Sanket says king f6 reminds me of Biswa versus Samay. Final. COB final. Oh, I don't remember. ऐसा हुआ था क्या? सागर और कुछ खबर तो दो उधर की. Are you there in the chat? Yes, बहुत सारे खबर है. बहुत सारे खबर है. क्या रुके? If I played by Pragg. Interviewed Hikaru today. Okay, nice. What about rook f5? Possible. Rook f5 was also possible. We all thought Fabi would draw. Exactly, that was a massive blunder there. Knight c6. Yes, guys, rook f5 was possible, but just to let you know once again, rook f5 takes, and then you take here, theoretically, h and f pawns, rook endgame. This king is on the short side. It's a draw. It's a draw. So Pragg has gone rook a5. He has rook f5 in hand at any point of time. So king g3. Now Vaishali was winning, but she never regrets. She's always so positive. Yes, Vaishali had found such a brilliant combination. Amazing. But her time pressure did impact for sure. Yeah, hardly a dilemma. Maharshi says Fabi winning is fine because you already qualified 2 candidates. Nikunj says I need to increase my endgame knowledge. Yes. No, yes, this is a draw, but as I have mentioned earlier, also many times it's not so easy. It definitely has great practical chances. But this one, the pawns are, I, I don't know. We have seen today so many mistakes towards the end. So let's see. I don't want to give up on hope any point of time. Okay, he played king g3. Oh, look at this, what Pragg did after king, wait a second. Rook a5 he played, king g3 was played. He gave a check, and now takes the pawn on f6. And now white is thinking, why is white not going rook h8 is the main question. Yes, that's what he should go for. If he goes a check here, then king g5, then check here, then f5. A little unnecessary though it's a draw. So rook h8 is a draw, rook b6 is a draw. I find rook h8 way easier. Sagar gone. Sagar, what is the food like on Isle of Man? Quite limited, I imagine. So Sagar skips breakfast and lunch, and he has dinner usually. So that's what he does, and it's in Indian restaurant. So He has some little bit of a snack, some dry fruits, and also little bit he eats that way. It's fine, Priyansh. It's fine now. Is Grand Swiss and Isle of Man the same? No, Grand Swiss is the name of the tournament. Isle of Man is the place. Oh, some moves have happened. It's sorry. Rook b6 check was given. He goes king g5, rook b5 check, f5, and rook b8. Again and again, I'm telling you, do not really focus on the bar too much here. So rook b8 is played. He wants to go rook. He wants to give checks from behind. So let's say you give a check. Let's just look at the computer's best move. That's the check. The king can go to f3, h3, literally anywhere there. And now what do? You give a check. You say that I'm pushing your king back to g2. Okay, fine. Now what? Rook g8 check is still in the hand. You want to go king f4. Then the problem is rook h8. This is hanging. What do? If you defend, then I give a check. You go here, you don't have a shelter. So that is, if you go check, king can go to f2. Don't make this a blunder because there is check. And if you go rook g4, rook takes h3, the pawn is lost. So nothing much there. So king f2, how do you progress again? This is attack. If you go rook g4 here, but then it's all locked. Rook h5, you can't go here, so you can't move this rook. And then if you go king e5, again, how are you going to make progress? A move like f4 will just call for the checks and you will have no shelter. So rook b8. So it's not a very difficult draw also in this one, particularly the h and f pawn position which we are getting here. No, I can't stream from there actually because you need a good stable internet. So it's like streaming from there would be never a guarantee. In fact, you never know how the internet is going to be until you reach the place. That's always like the mystery how the internet is going to be. So not now, but yeah, now the internet scenario in the world is globally changing. So after a while, that would be possible. Evaluation bar giving constant dhoka. Mhm. Yeah, it's just training you for all the dhokas in life, how to face them. Shanti se. शार्दुल says तर मग हे लोक आता प्रगसाठी पार्सल घेतील ना इंडियन फूड बट शार्दुल Pragg has his mom there, so she cooks food, so that wouldn't be a problem. What's the classical record of Fabi versus VD? Nice question there. I can check it out actually. Side by side. Oh wait, why the moves are not updating? He played h4, king h3 played, rook a3 check, king goes to g2, and the king comes to g4. And now important move. Which check, guys? Rook b4 or rook g8? Batao. Well done. Rook g8 is important check. Rook b4 check, and then f4, and then you give a shelter. So the king is having fun with that. Now, if you move your rook away, f3 check, that would create a lot of problems. So, yeah, so rook g8 check, king f4, rook h8. Simple. You disconnect the king first from the pawn, and then you attack. Yes, Fabi crossed 2800 a few days ago, if I'm not wrong. Let's hope Nadir gives rook b4 check. Rook g3 check is the question. And now king f2, and how do you progress? How many more games are going on, by the way? Matlakov Arvind Lamy, Abhijit Gupta is playing with Marti Russian. My god, that's a long game. And in fact, Marti Russian, as he's going to press. Oh, he's a pawn up. He's a pawn up. But all the pawns are on dark squares. But yeah, at the end of it, anything is possible. Oh, f3. As we just mentioned about the pawns being on the dark square, Abhijit Gupta pushes the pawn to f3. And yeah, may not be so easy with this pawn down there. By the way, Leon, has he progressed? What? No progress or what? I mean, since how long? So let's say they were here, no pawn move. Here was the exchange. Rook c5, 27th move they had this exchange. And after that, is there? There is h3 pawn move is there. h6 is also there. 32nd move h6 was played. And I doubt if any pawn move has been made. Yeah, no pawn move. Now. Okay, another move, h4. So from 51st move, there is no real progress. So is it a fortress? Is it a draw? Got it. Rook a4 has been played here, but why did he not take on h5? Because, oof, because then you go b3, then you get b3, b2. If rook moves here, you can't go to a1. Man, this was so epic, actually. The kind of calculation Leon must have done. Very hard. Rook c8 with the idea of rook h8, and then this pawn moves, and man, crazy. Bishop h4. So beautiful. This is so beautiful. Wow. So that was a very cool trap. So queen b7. Our opponent is like, kuch nahi chahiye yaar. This is fine. But now why is Leon not going b3 here? Yeah, he has to at some point if he needs to try. Very interesting. So Leon's game, no, not necessarily a draw. What about Pragg? What happened? He gave rook g8 check, king f4, rook h8, h3 played. Don't dare to take this guy. You're lost in king pawn endgame, of course, very basic. So king h2, what are you going to do now? Maharshi says that's why Abhijit isn't in the chat today. Nikun says you are two pawns up, but it's a choice position. You will feel sad for sure. No, because he knows that this was like white entered into this knowing that it is a draw. Otherwise, white would not enter into something like this. He would not give up that pawn. He would not push those pawns. So Timothy, there's a lot of other things to do. But of course, sometimes with this streaming, I am not able to sleep until late. So try to do something or the other instead of just staying up. So then I sleep very late, like 6 in the morning or so. So then I wake up late. So it's a cycle. So right now the routine is completely screwed up. And I guess after the tournament, the first thing to do will be to get back to a little bit of decent. But already maybe from tomorrow, now that the rounds are earlier, things will change. Things will change. Um, we also have a lot of things happening at the back end here, something or other. So tomorrow is something, maybe now it's already late and already it's 3rd November. So I might tell you that today we have something very, very interesting from tonight coming up on ChessBase India. Harmony says long day again. Yes, Harmony. Rook e3 by Pragg. Yesterday was a nice game. Where am I? Everybody told the timing and we guessed. It was nice. So when does this UK time, this 1 hour which we have, which they got, when does that change again? Does anyone know? Like, is it like for 6 months or so, or is it once the winter is over? How does it work? Nadir Beg will not resign, Baba. It's a draw. Marchish. So it's never a date which is fixed, yeah? It's for 6 months. Got it. Different days for different countries. Last Sunday of March and last Sunday of October every year. That's what Gaurav says. Even FIDE has ended the stream. No, I don't think so. Doubt. You sure? Also for candidates, I think it will be very different time. Like the time difference will be crazy. So that way, I don't know when the rounds will start. But then if it could start for India something like a crazy time like midnight, oh, that would be. Adiola says love from Nigeria. Oh, lovely. Would love to visit uh, African countries at some point. Okay, what is happening in the game is Rook e3. He goes Rook a8 and King e4 played. Again, the Dokebaz meter is saying something. Is Rook h8, and now the Dokebaz meter understands and it says, "I'm sorry, it was wrong." So yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Biradia says, Amruta, welcome to the night shift. They are just showing clear cam. What's interesting happening in your lives, guys? We have 263 people. किसी के life में अब सबसे right now, what is the most interesting thing going on in your life? Most happening thing. थोड़ा थोड़ा आपके लाइफ के बारे में भी बताओ. सिर्फ पूछते रहते हो. निकुंज से स्टडीज. Most interesting. Bhajan says FIDE Grand Swiss. Uh-huh. Santosh is watching this at work. Where do you work? शार्दुल से शादी के लिए पीछे पड़े पेरेंट्स. Hmm. Nice. Definitely the most interesting things. Anuva says next month pre-board 12th class. Pre-board इतना जल्दी कैसे आ गया? मार्च अप्रैल में रहता है फाइनल एग्जाम, जैन में प्रीलिम्स. Saha says learning Spanish on Duolingo. Lovely. That's lovely. Adolia says love from Nigeria supporting Indian chess. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Do you have tournaments there in Nigeria? How is the chess culture there, Adelia? Timothy says, I'm an Indian currently studying a master's in France, trying to start a chess club in my college. Wow, that's lovely. In France, which place in France, by the way? Yeah, I'm sure a chess club would be very much encouraged, I believe, over there. They also have MVL, so, and now Firuza, so 3 बजे जेई तैयारी छोड़ के चेस देख रहा हूँ. बट साइड बाय साइड जेई तैयारी भी कर सकते हो ना, दोनों कर लो. रुक A4 चेक, साइड से चेक चालू हो चुका है. Nikun says this year boards will commence in Feb March. Yeah, watching from Estonia. Nice, Sarkal. Vivek says about to propose a girl tomorrow. अरे क्या बात है, all the best. Please do let us know what happens. 40 moves के बाद बताना. बहुत टाइम रहता है. नहीं तो मिस हो जाएगा. But yeah, all the best. Watching, but I have final semester in IIT Kharagpur. Says cute cat. Hostel. Do you stay in a hostel? IIT life, hostel life. Means का डेट आ गया. Just completed my lab manual and back to stream, says Bharat. Lab manual. Lab manual क्या रहता रहेगा? Like you do some experiments and then you write some notes about it. Sudden path. Nice. Oh, you stay in Nice in France. Wow, what a lovely place. We had been there in 2000. How do I forget? 2016, I believe, when we were going to Paliora. We had a halt at Nice, so we stayed there for 2 days. And nice place, nice promenade over there. Oh, but that at that time there was something very unfortunate which had happened. I remembered. Better not to say, but yeah, Nice is a lovely place. Engineering staff, practical file. Chess in Nigeria is at a foundation stage. We have rising talents here, but sponsorship is the problem. We hope to make it to the global stage one day. Absolutely. And if you need any help from ChessBase India, do let us know. Which stream did you take in 12th? I took commerce, but never really attended college much. So also I was always interested in psychology, but really didn't have much knowledge. Commerce, there is no psychology, so that was funny. I was in BMCC college in Pune. College was very good. The timings, I mean, this is the demand, right? The demand of the tournament timing, so you have to adjust accordingly there. And then you love chess, then you enjoy watching these games of your players, of your favorite players, so doesn't seem like it's like a sacrifice. The day it seems anything like a sacrifice, then a little bit of A question there should be asked to yourself. Vaishali versus Stefanova. Yeah, the pairings are out. It did check. But Adiola, even if there is no sponsorships to the individual players, you can start having some small tournaments, very little tournaments, and this clubs, and just building a chess culture. People love the thing about chess is once you love chess, like you want to play it, then you don't think about spending money, or then you don't think about, not getting great income. Like it's the joy of chess is so different that it starts from there. Not everybody needs to do that, but it starts from there. And once you start getting more and more such people, then surely there's always some talents, and people want to go out of their way, uh, the way they love chess. And it has to build from there. Normally sponsorships come very very late. If dependent only on sponsorships, then it's very hard to grow. It's like a cycle, chicken and eggs. एक विदितसाठी प्रश्न आहे, त्याला विचारशील का? आय आस्क्ड, ही सेड यू फिगर इट आउट. पण प्रश्न काय आहे? Yes, KO, because there is a beautiful community. That's the inspiration. Pragg trying hard is gone king e4 here, but can he try to get this? King is on the short side, that's what we say. The king on the short side, so even if you have this one pawn, not going to be enough. You're not getting into the Lucina position here. So king e4, white to play, just suppose a check, king f3, do nothing, can't disconnect from this, no progress. I shifted to UK for masters 2 months back, but here I am watching chess, says king breaker. Oh, nice. Just 2 months back, so everything must be very new. How do you like it there, huh? Where were you before? India? From India, did you shift to UK? Oh, nice. You have a YouTube channel. Lovely. Agent says Pragg should just take a draw and rest. Don't know why he's still playing. No, 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 no. This, like, he should play until he is satisfied that I have tried everything. You don't want to go back home with doubts, and which will just keep moving in your head tomorrow also, and not even worse for the game. So better to keep trying until you are happy that I've tried everything. Bharat says, to be fair, when I play with my 1500 plus ELO friends, I win almost every game. But when I play online, it decreases drastically. What could be the reason? Or my friends, either I'm bad at chess, or my. But when you play with your friends online, yeah, online or offline? Rook a8. Yeah. You're from Delhi. It's bit chilly here. Yeah, it's cold. Sagar told me it's very cold, and he did not take the winter jacket which I was putting in his bag. We did fight on it. He said, no, I don't want to take it. I said, no, you have to take it. But finally, he didn't take it. And now it's cold over there. And then he walks for 15 minutes and he loves the breeze and the cold. So there he is, enjoying the UK weather, I think. Prashna, he eats something and takes out in his pockets while playing. And then he reaches out in his pocket and eats it again. I could not figure it out in Dusseldorf, hence asked through you. Oh, got it. We'll ask, we'll ask. No, not winter jacket with. Okay, is this now a serious blunder or what? A big blunder or what? It seems like it. No? No. King f2. If you give a check, king f1. Okay, this is something serious happening here. Give a check. Rook e1. Can I not stop with rook a3? Then there is check. If I take here, ow, converts, that's a blunder. But then if I don't take and go king h1, still rook e3. And once again, if you give a check, no, how do I progress? Wait, rook a3. Oh, nice tactic there. Cute tactic. f3. If you take, then there is a disco. You don't have king g2. Ooh, man. Pragg, you got a chance or what? It's gone king f2. Wait, is there a chance? So if rook a2 is the move which we analyzed here, but if rook f8, then there is f3. And if rook a8, then also there is f3. Whoa, what happened? What did change? What everything changed? Here white had to play rook f8 and make sure that this king cannot disconnect and go to f2. That was the key thing. And I think they did have these moves, right? Here, f4, check. He went here, check. He went here, rook here. But this time when you're playing f3, your king is on e4, so it's not at all effective. King takes h3. If f2, there is king g2, king on the short side. This is, in theory, this is a draw. This position is a draw. So he goes king e4, rook a8, king f5, check. Some checks here and there, and in the same scenario, white, that's what happens. You keep moving around, and sometimes you forget a simple thing, where here it was to keep this disconnection. So rook a8, and now Pragg goes king f2. So this, is he getting a winning chance, is a question. Man, that can be epic. Nightbot, Pawn Pushing Industries Private Limited at work. That's what he says. If Pragg wins, both him and Nihal had drawn positions and won. Says Bhajan, absolutely. And this is again something for you to really learn. Like, draw nahi lena hai. When you can keep trying and tricking. Rook a1. Pragg is winning. Oh, wow. Okay, let's try to understand. But here, rook e1. Pragg needs to find either rook e1 is the best move. We'll understand why. So rook e1, what do you do? If you go rook a3, once again the similar thing. I can go rook e3, challenge this rook. Whenever you give a check, there is rook e2, and that we have figured out that black will be winning in that variation with king f1 and creating problem. So in this scenario, if for rook e1, if you go rook a4, f3, king h3, rook h1 check, king g4, king g2. In fact, this is what is Lucena. You will reach a Lucena kind. You don't even need that. It's much simpler here. But yeah, you could reach Lucena like position, because now the king is not on the short side. The king had to be in front here on that side. So rook e1, Pragg finds it. Pragg is winning. Pragg is winning. While we were discussing nicely what's up in our lives, over here Pragg is like, okay, but so we are discussion. I'm now going for a win. Yes, Ajan, this is something what you have to understand, that what Pragg did was a lot of psychology, and as we know, a lot of knowing his opponent, Yakubayev knows this is a draw, Pragg knows this is a draw, but still materially you have those 2 pawns, and sometimes you kind of enter in a position where okay, you've made a lot of moves and Yakubayev knows okay, now I'm holding this, there's no way I'm gonna mess this up, and suddenly when he comes lower in time, you can see he had 2 minutes. In that whole chakkar, in that whole scenario, you make a move which is like a rook 8, and there you have forgotten that you had to make sure that you're keeping an eye on the f4 pawn and not letting the king go disconnect. So this is where you can forget because you're just playing around like a merry-go-round. So that is thing which Pragg has taken advantage of. Rook 8, and it couldn't happen. Yeah, it's possible that it just ends in a plain draw, not plain draw. It just ends in a perfect defense and then ends in a draw. But then there are these moments exactly we are talking about where it doesn't end in that, and even if that is, let's say, 20% of the time, that's why you should try. And now tonight when Pragg will go back home, he's got that half x, he'll get half extra point to play that 1 hour extra, which is going to be amazing, because even if after 1 hour it would have ended in a draw, he knew he tried his best. I think that feeling for a chess player is extremely important, where he knows he's tried his best. So rook a3, the move is, firstly you can go rook e3 directly, you can give a check. Let's find a winning plan. Rook e2 check, king h3 discarded, so king h1. Now how do I progress? I want to go f3, so I go rook e3, you give a check. Wait, let me find a plan. If rook a3, because I'm stopping f3. F3, sorry. Here you are not stopping f3. This is the tactical thing. This is what is not stopping, because disco and after f3. Ooh, you are lost. What a flip, man. What a flip. So everyone, like, I think Arjun played maybe 2 times, like till the very end. Then we had Vidit also, and now we have Vidit played with Hans, and now we have Pragg. Everybody using this 7 hour time. But this is amazing. This is amazing. Basic moral of the story is hang in there, guys. Hang in there. Bhajan says this doesn't seem too simple endgame. Still complicated. No, it is. It is like that rook bishop versus rook. How many ever times you look at that endgame, you will need to keep revising again and again and again and make sure of the key points. There are always the key concepts there. Here, the concept which was missed was this king taking care of the h pawn, and the rook had to take care of the f pawn, not to let it promote. So this was the point which Yakubayev missed. Grinding till the end and you can crush most of the players, says Om. Yeah, that is great. Turbo says, whoa, just came back and Pragg is winning. Absolutely. Anish, what you cannot believe is that Pragg is winning. It was a draw. If I can tell all of you, it was a moment. This is all known. It is all a draw, but it's a book draw. We call it a book draw because it's in books. It's all studied in depth, the positions with these 2 pawns there, and theoretically it's a draw. White has everything perfectly placed, but this is where the miss happened. Rook 8 blunder, rook f8 was the move, not to allow king f2. So that was the key concept there. And if rook e2 check, by the way, then you have, oops, sorry, king h3. So yeah, anyway, rook a3 has been played, and if Pragg plays, no, first give a check. First give a check, push the king to h1. That's forced, you can't take here. So king h1 forced. Now go rook e3. So now the rook has to move. If the rook doesn't go to a1, if the rook goes back, let's say somewhere here, then f3. Now if you go rook f8, f2, you just can't stop the pawn. Pragg is winning. Pragg is winning. So all of it was worth. All of those who were watching the end game, I think you definitely got to learn with the F end. This has a lot of elements to it: time pressure, tiredness after a few moves, like knowing that this is a draw, knowing you need to be alert, but still with all the things together. Sometimes you've played like 25 moves and you've got the technique, you're giving the check at the right time from the sides, then from the back, then you are actually confident, but suddenly in that confidence some moment happens when it turns into overconfidence, and then you make a move like rook 8 where it is all comes together, the whole thing, with time, with energy, with your confidence, everything can mess it up. And I think for F and H pawns, particularly top players, they also have gone wrong. So rook and bishop versus rook, and the F and H pawn, practically quite difficult. This one was not difficult, I would say. I think it's just the long game, it's just too many external factors here. Rook d2, rook d2, rook d2, rook e2, you mean. Waiting for resignation. I think he has 10 minutes, no, now? So in fact today Vaishali was clearly winning, and then it ended in a draw. And Pragg, it was a draw, and then it's ending into Pragg's win. But with that, Pragg will actually go to, yeah, Pragg will go to 5 points. Man, that's great. So Vidit on 6, Arjun will be on 5.5, and suddenly Pragg and Nihal both will be on 5 points. We should only hope that tomorrow Pragg versus Nihal doesn't happen. Because the colors also match. So Pragg and Nihal both will be on 5 points. No, not overconfidence in the sense of that way overconfidence. Overconfidence in the sense of, you make some 20 right moves there, you know that you've got the hang of it. That way, about the position that you think that you are in control. That way, that confidence, that you're so confident that you're in control, and that one moment you miss it, it is all the elements of energy and the time and this kind of confidence. I'm not talking about overconfidence, matlab अरे मैं तो draw तो कर ही लूंगा, not that one. So yeah, I'm just hoping that tomorrow, if Pragg and Nehal shouldn't happen. But this really changed, yeah, in a big way. Wow. Yes, he gives rook e2 check, played rook e2, and king goes to h1. Rook e3 should. Oh, pretty sad for Yakuboev actually. After such a long game, you miss that, you make a mistake. Definitely very sad. Nikun says, I want to go to sleep, but also want to see Pragg win. Yeah, matter of 3 to 5 minutes. Leon is also winning. Arre, kya baat hai. In fact, we have how many games going on? Fozzy Adam versus Shevchenko. Abhijit Gupta playing with Marti Rosian. Oh, and Leon's game is ended. No, it ended in a draw. Leon's game has ended in a draw. Saha says, I remember one day, Amrita, you said you want to see a day where all top 10 players in the world are Indians. Honestly, if we continue bringing up players like these, we will soon get there. Oh, yeah, actually. I mean, if you see juniors, we have already top five of them Indians. So, plus now what is just happening is the whole it's like a whole snowball effect. Even the coaches, all the good players, all the amazing players, you can see like Saravanan as well. In that age category, they are all becoming amazing coaches as well. So the quality of training is becoming so good. So in every sphere, if you see, be it financial, be it the publicity to the players, be it the training, be it the amount of tournaments which are happening. um, the exposure there. He goes king f2, threatens f3 now. In every sphere, the interest in the chess community, like you guys, let's say one of you is saying that I want to start a club in my college, somebody else wants to do something by some means, something else. You can see Rakshit, he made these bars. Uh, Keith has made the chat chess moves. Like, everybody trying to do something related with chess, around chess and helping chess to grow. You guys are contributing to help chess, or even other ways, a lot of other ways to contribute. So many ways. So it is all the culture. The chess culture is completely different now in India. It's all changing like anything. So India is definitely a big example, and people will try to uh, take some lessons from Indian chess. Why not? Anand says, for me, a nice evening game. Yeah, you must be at. Sudhakar says, Amrita, you should say Sara, pause, and then Vanan, Saravanan, 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 Saravanan. Okay, Saravanan. Easiest maybe to say Sarah is a nickname. Yes, the infrastructure of the sport is built, you're right. That's a good way to put it out in that way. So he goes rook e8. Uh, okay, as we know, this you can never take, but let's say if you go rook e2 check, then you have rook e2 check, rook e2 check, rook e2 check. Wait, am I blundered or what? No, not at all. You will reach in the same position. Uh, So he again needs to go king f1. So why is he not going? Why did he not go rook e2 there? F3 there. Why did he not go f3 there? King f2. He went rook e3. He went king f2. Yeah, he had to go rook e3. He had to go rook e3. This was winning. So even Pragg has to find a win here. King h2 played, and now he goes rook e8. So rook e8. If you do nothing, f3. Could you have gone f3 at this point of time? By the way, if f3 here, it's a mistake because white will win this pawn on h3. And the problem is now when you can't go king f1 or something, this pawn will be lost. So in order to push this pawn, if you try to go rook e3 with the idea of moving the king and then pushing the pawn, an important move here for white to play, guys. Theoretical, very theoretical. Pragg blundered. f3 is a difficult tactic. Oh no, I don't think so. Are you serious? Oh, oh no. Oh no. Shh. Okay. He went king f3. So he didn't find this tactic, yeah? He didn't find this. That's why. Otherwise, here he would, if he would have found rook e3 and then f3 idea, it was over. Maybe he missed this. This was an important move, f3. This was a tactic. Oh man, Pragg misses it. I just didn't think he could have missed this. Rook e8, rook e2 check. He didn't play rook e2, he played king f3. And the pawn had to be pushed. That was important. Now rook a7. Now rook goes to b8. What is he trying to do? Rook a6, rook b1. So why is this not winning? Because after rook a7, if king f2, once again, king h3, I think this is the reason. King h3, and this king is placed in a way where against this pawn it's a draw. So if you try to go for a loose trying to create a loose let's say after king h3, you go f3, then you have check from the side. If you go king f1, then this is the problem. The king joins in to stop the pawn. And if you go rook b3, then you give a check and simply win the pawn. So that is why king on h3 coming to g3. So in that position also, when I asked you a question, rook a1 was the right move. Okay, he went rook 8, rook e1 again. Pragg has gone rook e1 again. Can he try to get the same position somehow? So after rook e1, let's say white goes, if white goes rook a3 check, then that's a mistake. King f2, we kind of get into something similar. But if white doesn't give a check, man, it's so tough. It is so tough. He waits. King f2, king h3 is the problem. Rook e2 check, king h3 is the problem. In general, king h3 is the problem. If rook e3, king h3 check, king e2, then where do you go with the king? King g2 is a blunder because there is f3, f2, f1 queen. Oops, king g3, f2 is a disco, king h1, f2, and this is winning because if you give a check there, king f3 and rook e1 check is happening at f1 queen for rook a1. So that is winning. So you get the point that white's threat is king h3, but at the right point of time. So he waits, rook a7, rook e5, rook a8. Once again, Yakubev has found it to do nothing, just to wait, not try to give this check and all. Vivek says, Sagar we need spoilers. What's happening there? Why not king g1 instead of king f1? Where were you talking about? So many variations. Wait, let me go to the current position. Rook a8. Why not king g1 instead of king f1? भाई दिमाग नहीं चल रहा है. King, was it the variation king f2 we were looking at? King h3 here. King g2. Why not king g1 instead of king f1? नहीं वो तो है नहीं. हाँ, so king g2 here was a blunder, but the move is king h2 because now you don't have f3 with a check. And once again, this is the key point. This is the key move which you need to know, which is an important move you will find in the books. A key move, white to player, which is stopping this progress going rook a1. That's important because now if you go f2, the king goes to g2. This is stop. f1 queen is stop. You don't have time to go rook f3. There is rook a2 check. If rook f3, there is rook a2 check. for king d1 or something. Don't forget, you can't take here. There's queen here. Just give check. So that's the point. So rook f3 is not working. And if you try to go back somewhere over here, rook a2 check. You can't avoid the you are losing a pawn directly here. So rook a1 is important, that you stop king f1, rook e1 ideas. And if king f2 there, king h3 is important, because if rook e1, now check. If rook e2, now just wait. Now just wait. Now when you go king f1, this moment in this particular position, you need to bring your king to g3, attacking this pawn. If f2 is pushed, this final moment, just bring your king to f3, because for black to progress, he can't go king a1. There is this check and it's a draw. You can't go king g1, because not because of king e2, there's queen, but you give this check, you again push the king to f1, that's a draw. And if you just move your rook away, then you give a check. So after rook e1, you once again go to a2. A2 important. If you don't go to a2 and attack this pawn, and if you go somewhere anywhere, then there is a problem. The rook moves to d1 with check and moving the king to e2. Oof, pretty complex. Pretty complex. But let's look at what happened in the game. Now it's ending in a draw because h3 was lost. Yeah, I lost h3. So we are going there somewhere. Check. Rook b1, rook a2. Oh, Pragg had got an amazing chance. Is there any rule that a player can game draw if he reaches a certain move number? Yeah, but you after a pawn move 50 moves. But not that way also. "50 moves and 75 moves." There's some rule where the arbiter can't tell after 50 moves. Arbiter can only tell after 75 moves. I left at dinner time and it's almost wake up time for me, says Akshay. Rakesh says Akib is so relieved that he gets up from the chair. Leela says watching this from Germany and it's 11 p.m. here. Oh, Leela, nice. These are the endgames, guys. You will even find in Silman's endgame book, find in Dvoretsky's endgame books, which will kind of reach these endgames. You'll find in 100 endgames, you must know something like most important endgames. So, and at the critical moment, these are the endgames which can help you to score a very crucial point. Yeah, king on h3. But amazing that Pragg actually even got the winning position there. Missing that tactic from f3 is highly possible. We were looking at engines and all, and that too, that was a check. So it does seem easy once you've seen it, or even not immediately when you've seen it. But somewhere it was a little unusual that there is a check and you just suddenly realize that it's a disco there. That too at the end of this, what, 7th hour? 3:26, no? They have started, oh, it's 3:26. They started at 8. So 7.5 hours. Man, that's like a long game. I'm surprised Super GMs like Pragg would blunder from such a winning game. If Amruta, you could find moves. No, I couldn't. I mean, definitely not. It was the engine. I couldn't find a moves, Sudhakar. because it's in, let's say in one situation this idea works, in another situation the same idea is not working, then in another situation a new idea is working. So that is why you need energy there. So that's why end games we say it's so critical to firstly also keep revising, plus to keep these concepts in the mind. But we are here talking about seventh hour. Normally if you talk about fourth hour, I'm sure that if the same game for Pragg in different time control could have been a little different. Highly possible, highly possible. I'm not saying 100%. Uh, but you can miss it. You can absolutely miss it. Why is he not pushing the pawn? King f2 is played. How can he push the pawn? He first needs to move the king, but he can't move the king anywhere. If he goes king e2 here, he's gone king f2 here. Here, his king was on e2. If he went f2 here, this is what we saw, king g2, stopping the queen. How do you progress? How are you going to progress? If you go rook 8 with the idea of check and wanting to push the king away, once you move the rook away, then I start giving you checks. No, I don't even need to. I'll just pick up the pawn, by the way. If king e3, rook f2, etc. So you can't move the rook from the second rank. Okay, he does go rook e2, rook b1. They've reached this position after king f2, king h2, rook e2, rook b1. Pragg is still trying. Now he goes rook e3. But king h3 is okay, rook a1 is okay. Rook, keep the rook far, mostly try on a file so that you have these checks from the side, and at the right time uh, again bring it back to a1. So that is very important. And then you have this king g3 in hand, not here. Here it is very important that white must give a check. In this scenario, if you go a move like king g3, rook g1 check, over, just stay alert, very easy to spot, of course. But yeah, he gives rook a3 check, because of course once you get this chance, this is the simple techniques. Side checks, king f4, rook a4. You can't escape the checks. Sagar bhai is in the player cam. Yes, Rakesh. Nice. Anmol says in this format you have all the time. That's the point. Sometimes that's what I am actually seeing. You overthink, you use all your energy. I'm not sure. Really, I'm not sure. There are pros and then there are cons. There are moments when you find these amazing moves and ideas, and there are moments when your energy has been sapped so much that you make mistakes. So I'm not sure about. Mm. Sudhakar says the other day Abdul Sattarov grinded a losing game to a draw with Shiro after 7 hours. Nice. Abdul Sattarov. By the way, this one is Yakuboev. So they both, if you remember in Qatar Open, they had a tie break and Yakuboev won the Qatar Open. He beat Abdul Sattarov. No, Jay, this is not how, like the game has to go on. You have to keep playing. It's like fight till death. You don't give up. And then that's what the time control is, finally. We can't, of course. Arey Manoj, how are you? Rook and game techniques are complex. That rook e3, rook e1, rook e2 idea was not easy to see. That too, after all 7 hours. Absolutely agreed. No, more than rook e2, I think, yeah, if you might even see rook e2, but you will go for that if you have seen that f3. That tactic was a little unusual in the sense. So I'm talking about unusual because you don't see it very often in terms of in rook and games when you are calculating that way. Yes. Need to learn grind like Magnus. Oops, what was the message, Harmony? I don't know why it got retracted. I couldn't read it. Nightbot is doing his night duties. Check out Chess Ranga. Subscribe to ChessBase India Clips channel. Follow ChessBase India on Instagram. क्या ही मार्केटिंग है नाइटबॉट, क्या ही मार्केटिंग. Rook f2 check and draw. Ends in a draw over there. After 127 moves, the game has ended in a draw. Hats off to both of them. Was it the last game? No, there is Abhijit Gupta who is actually still playing with so many pieces on the board in comparison to the 7.5 hours. They have played 109 moves, so 20 moves lesser right now than Pragg. So maybe this goes another 20 moves. But position is drawn. It says rook f7 is the last move. If you take here, bishop g4, rook g4, rook f6, king c5, rook f5 check. This endgame is a drawn. But Pragg over here did get a nice winning chance. I think want to check it one more time. King f here at this point of time. This was his winning chance. Rook e2 check was given. He went king f2 and rook e3. So here, in fact, if you think he has 9 minutes, what he had to find was firstly rook e3. We looked at rook a1 check, but if a move like rook a7, then f3. And then if you don't do anything, then there is f2, rook a1. But if you give a check, then there is check. If you go rook a2, then there is f2. Is it a fortress here, or can your king get out is the question. Of course king can get out because you have rook b1 and king e1, because you cannot go king h2, rook d1, king h3, king g1 also possible, then you are queening. Okay, great chance there, missed. So the main tactic was if check rook e1, if check rook e1, this we saw. The main tactic was over here after rook after rook e3, rook a1 check, he has to go rook e1. Then it stopped, the f3 pawn is stopped there, and then you go f3 still because of discovered attack. This was the tactic. The pawn nicely controls the square. I don't know what exactly Pragg has missed. It would be very important to know what he really missed, but this one is definitely possible to miss. Well, precise play required. Yeah, a lot of things as we have discussed. One mistake from each player in the end game, says Johnny. Harmony says only 2 players will qualify from this event. Hopefully, at least one Indian. We are really, really hoping for that. Still going on. He didn't resign. No, it's a draw. The game has ended. So both Pragg and Vaishali were winning and both drew. Yeah, Vivek, sibling synergy. Hoping that tomorrow both of them get to win. So last game today, Abhijit is playing. If you remember, he was in the chat a while ago. It was the Karwa Chauth day. Luckily, this game is not on his Karwa Chauth day. Otherwise, it was a very, very long game. और फिर खाना नहीं मिलता था बीवी को. So standings update नहीं हुआ रहेगा because Abhijit Gupta's game is going on. So standings won't be updated yet. Abhijit will take this pawn there. King will go to f5 there, and then this king will come to the short side. So that's a draw, guys. That's a draw. ठीक है. Harmony says one top chess GM attended my wedding. Harmony, what's your name? Oh, Sagar says Pragg was quite upset. Did he miss that tactic of f3, and what exactly did he miss? Because we were really looking at that moment where he was just completely winning here. Rook a2, yeah, king h1, where he had to play rook e3. If rook a1 check, rook e1, and if again rook a3, f3. Did he miss this? Ah, this is the moment he missed. Oh, okay. At least we know what he missed. The mystery is solved. Because if he would see this, then it. And the reason I call it a little bit of it's not a completely unusual, but still mildly unusual, because in terms of the rook in games which we are looking at and the tactical patterns commonly which arrive, this is not the most common pattern. That's why I said it's possible to miss it. Nice. You have the same exact chair. Tomorrow round is at 11. No, it's not 11. It's, look, our time is different. They are in different time zone. So tomorrow is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock for them in the evening. Oh, acha, 5 o'clock for us. Matlab for them in the morning. You are right. Oh, man. And for the top boards, when they had to, like, imagine for all the leaders, Vidit, Caruana, Esipenko, they're all on 6 and such an important moment, and then they get suddenly a cutoff from the time to prepare. Suddenly it's a big change in the routine, everything. And these, believe me, these external factors definitely affect some of them. That we will only know tomorrow, but I am betting on this that it will impact few of them. Oof. Okay, so that's done. Abhijit Gupta, have you finished? Yes, Abhijit Gupta also done. And are the rankings updated there? Let's have a quick look. Refresh. At least the results are all updated, but the rankings not yet updated. So fine. So finally, Pragg on 4.5, Nihal on 5. So Vidit on 6, Arjun on 5.5, Nihal on 5, Pragg on 4.5, Hari on 4, Aryan on 4, Narayanan on 4, Arvin on 4.5. So Arvin and Pragg on same points, Nihal on 5, Arjun on 5. So Nihal has some chances to, not top 2, but of course in the top, with he's on 5 points. Of course, if you say 3 rounds remaining, 8 points, you need 8.5, as we were told. Yes. 3 rounds to go. Okay, guys. Third, fourth, fifth, 3 rounds to go. And last 3 rounds, most critical rounds. So let's go to sleep. All of you, get back to whatever you were doing. Focus on that very well, whether be it sleeping or working. And stay hydrated. Good night. Very nice of you to stay till the end. And we learned a lot from Pragg's Endgame today. So, tada, bye bye. Vidit will not be on table 1, I think. I don't think he'll be playing Caruana, so he will be on mostly table number 2. Got it. Chalo. Sayonara. See you tomorrow.